Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are live at the playing hall of the FIDE World Championship Match, and Game 13 is about to begin. I'm so excited for today. The last two games, the energy in the air is palpable. The fans are also so excited. 2 games to go. What's going to happen? Will we see some fireworks? Let's find out. Stay tuned to our broadcast with the amazing commentators David and Jovi, and I'll see you later.
Hello and welcome. And yes, it is crunch time because Game 13 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Now, I'm Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure, as always, to be seated alongside the very wise Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, before we dive into the chess, we do have to wish someone a very happy birthday because it is the birthday of 5-time former world champion
Vishy Anand.
Yay!
Happy birthday, Vishy.
Yes, and of course, when it comes to birthdays, the more the merrier. So we are inviting everyone in chat, social media, to send Vishy their birthday greetings. And that's certainly something to celebrate. And something else to celebrate. Well, David, it's been quite the dramatic match so far.
It really has, Jovanka. Here we are. We're about to see Game 13. The score is 6-6 currently. A lot of pundits, a lot of experts didn't even think we'd get here. They thought that, at least before the match, Gukesh a big favourite, but Ding striking back yesterday has shown everyone that this really is a 50-50 now. It's so difficult to predict.
Yeah, and Ding striking back right when it matters. So have a listen to Ding's thoughts just after he won Game 12.
So, Ding, yes, you just won your game. What a comeback. How do you feel?
I feel very good. I'm extremely happy.
And what is your mindset like for these last 2 games?
It's not extremely sharp. I just continue the same routine. I change a little bit and try to bounce back today.
We have one last rest day before the end. What are you going to do tomorrow?
I think we will go out to have some food and then spend a lot of time on chess.
Well, thank you, Ding. You have lots of fans around the world happy for you. A lot waiting here for your autographs. Good luck.
And the happiness there from Ding as he scores a well-timed win. Now, I like the fact that Ding was saying that he was a foodie, going to enjoy some good food on the rest day. Also, what I liked was there you saw in the background Richard Reports, and he was wearing a shirt that said, "Never give up." Perhaps that was the sentiment from Team Ding.
That's right. It's really nice, that shot as well. Ding's dad was in the background, just proudly watching his son. And yeah, of course, the players did have a rest day. That was filmed just after the heat of battle where he did win Game 12. But I think yesterday was key for the players. They needed to get some rest. They needed to get some good food, needed to just get in the zone because that was their final break. It's a sprint to the finish now, Jovanka.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about sprint to the finish, it's Game 13. Gukesh has the white pieces. Now, with the tie breaks looming and everyone saying that Ding is the favourite there, do you think Gukesh will push really hard with the white pieces today?
Yeah, on paper, that's perhaps what he should be doing, Gukesh. This is his big chance. He's had a lot of success actually in the opening stages of his white games. Yes, he lost Game 1 with white Gukesh, but since then he's put a lot of pressure on. He's come up with new ideas seemingly at will. But then again, the stakes are so high. One slip now could just be the end. If Gukesh loses today, fighting back tomorrow is going to be a massive uphill struggle. So combining that risk with the reward, finding that sweet spot of going for it without kind of burning all your bridges, that's the difficult thing.
Yeah, it sounds absolutely like mission impossible. But I'm sure we're going to see Team Gukesh and Gukesh give it their best shot. And there you can see that is where the players will be battling it out. They've been doing it for so long now. Oof. They must feel like old foes, like Magneto and the Professor, what's the
Professor
name?
X.
Professor X, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is crazy, right? We've been here, nearly 3 weeks at this point, Jovanka? Yeah, we've had a lot of games, a few rest days as well in between, but yeah, it's just about that last burst of energy, that focus now. Yeah. Of course, we have a game today, tomorrow, that's guaranteed. Tie breaks potentially immediately after that on the Friday. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to expect. It feels like, again, there's something in the air here in Singapore. Yeah. I don't know about you, Jovanka, but it feels like everyone's a bit on edge. Everyone's expectant now. The nerves are jangling, just not the players alone. I mean, all the spectators, all the teams. And
yeah, well, you said it, David. The excitement is palpable. So let's go to Charlie's, who is there on the ground, see if she can talk to some of the fans.
I'm back, and once again we are live here at the venue. This time we are waiting for the players to arrive. Now, Ding has already told us that he is usually the first. This is the elevators that they come out of, and you can see we have a lot of eager fans here waiting to see the first glimpse of the players. Let's find out what they think is going to happen. Hi, sir. What do you think is going to happen in today's game?
Gukesh is going to win.
Who else wants to give a little prediction of what's going to happen today?
Gukesh is going to win.
Gukesh is going
yes.
to win.
Gukesh. Same, Gukesh.
Okay, we have a lot of Gukesh fans here today. Oh, and we've got some sweet gifts here. Oh, nice photo. Oh, when was this taken?
When Gukesh won the last game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So here, and you had it framed.
Yes. For him, Gukesh is his role model. For me, as a chess parent, Dr. Rajinikanth, Gukesh's dad, he's my role model. You know, so we love them tremendously. Yeah. You know.
This is very sweet. It's a very sweet gift, and I hope you get a moment to give it to him and enjoy the game, of course. Sure. Hi there, sir. What do you think is going to happen today?
I wish Gukesh wins.
You wish Gukesh.
Desperately, yeah. We need him to win today, and tomorrow a draw, and then yes.
Okay. No playoffs that you want.
The champion should get secured today itself. Yeah, that's what we want.
Awesome. Let me have one more question. Hello. What do you two think is going to happen today?
Today?
Yes.
I think both players will be giving their best, but I predict that it should be a draw. Yeah, since that is like the most typical result for this entire match.
Okay.
Yeah, rooting for Ding personally. Yeah, but yes. But
He had a good game and a good rest day. Let's see what happens. Thank you. So lots of gifts, lots of fans. We are expecting an arrival any moment now. So let's check it out. Here we are. First arrival is Gukesh with his dad. You can hear the cheers in the background. Let's follow him into the playing hall. So is this the first time that Gukesh has arrived before Ding? Plot twist. Okay. So Ding literally, and I mentioned it, that Ding is always coming first, but this is the first round, I think, in the entire championships that Gukesh is here first. I wonder why. Let's find out. But now, let's wait on Ding and follow him into the hall.
And there we saw, as Charlie's mentioned, a plot twist with Gukesh being the one to arrive first and Ding Liren having to wait at the security. Just wait and make sure that Gukesh is finished with the fair play checks. And then he can enter himself. Wow.
Yeah, a power move potentially by Gukesh. Normally we do see Ding arrive a few minutes earlier, quite significantly earlier. He's normally done with the fair play checks by the time Gukesh strides in. And this time, Gukesh mixing things up, maybe a reaction to having fallen to defeat in the previous game. He wants to get there early, wants to get that flow state going at the board, the meditation. Yeah, Ding waiting. We're normally seeing him by the window at this point, staring out here at Sentosa Island, just thinking about life, thinking about openings, thinking about you name it. But right now, forced to wait.
Yeah, forced to wait. And we are also waiting for the action to begin. And there we see Gukesh. Oh, wow. And he straight away enters the playing arena, the cube. Photographers are there taking pictures. And this is a shake-up in Gukesh's ritual. He knows today it is a key game.
Yeah, if Gukesh wins, he'll just be one final step away from becoming the youngest world champion in history. So a key game for him. And if he wins, he'll hope that lightning doesn't strike twice, that he will be able to hold in the final game with the black pieces. But of course, he's not even looking that far ahead, Jovanka. He's thinking about today and today only. That's why he's arrived 7 minutes early. Big switch up from the norm there. And we'll soon see him close his eyes, start visualizing, start trying to make sure he's in as good a mental state as possible once the clock starts.
And he's very calm, right? Just imagine you could be on the verge of becoming the youngest world champion at just 18 years old. There are photographers, the crowds screaming your name. And you are just chill. You just have to be focused on the game, taking it move by move.
It's as if he barely kind of recognizes that there are photographers in the room sitting on the floor next to him, that there are cameras right here. He's a very impressive young man, very composed. Come rain or shine, he's been in the zone. He's been impressing us with his chess. And
there you see him adjusting the pieces. This is something almost every chess player does over the board. Just center the pieces, point the knights in a certain direction, and get ready for the game to begin.
Part of the ritual. And even back in the old days, there were records of these old battles and warriors before they go into battle. They polish their armor, they groom themselves, they get ready for those big moments. They want to feel as fresh, as kind of prepared as possible. And that's what chess players do. We'll soon see him adjust his seat And yeah, the eyes will no doubt close. But Ding, in the meantime, getting his fair play checks on. There we go. Gukesh, meditation mode activated.
Yes, in flow state. Well, and we are awaiting the arrival of Ding, and there we do see a handshake. And now Ding sits there, and Maurice ready to introduce the beginning of Game 13 and the dignitary that's making the first move. That is FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. So let's go to Maurice.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa here in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the two gladiators who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the World Chess Champion, Ding Liren. This match is held under the auspices of the Fédération Internationale des Échecs, the International Chess Federation, more commonly known as FIDE. FIDE is the governing body of the sport of chess, and it regulates all international chess competitions. Founded in 1924 in Paris under the motto Gens Una Sumus, or We Are One Family, it was one of the very first international sports federations alongside the governing bodies of the sports of football, cricket, swimming, and auto racing. It is now one of the largest, encompassing 201 countries as affiliate members in the form of national federations. Please welcome the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we have the very first move of Game 13. And it begins with something that Gukesh has tried out not once, but twice, E4. Now, the big question is Ding Liren going to repeat for the third time the French defense? And sure enough, it appears on the boards. Now, what has Gukesh got up his sleeve? And this is the whole thing. You know, what has Team Gukesh been working on over these past few days?
Yeah, the plot thickens here. They've had plenty of time to cook something up in the home kitchen. Against the French defense, as you mentioned, Jovanka, it already came as a surprise as early as day one. And game one, Ding won with the black pieces in the French defense. Gukesh only came back to it once. It was an exchange variation, a very timid game from Gukesh, ultimately ending in a draw. This time it's the classical variation. We've been here before. In the first game of the match, the white knight dropped back to e2. It does so yet again.
Okay.
This is fascinating. So not totally switching things up, not trying to completely kind of rework the wheel here, but a bit of repetition.
Yes, but the intrigue continues because surely Team Gukesh has been working on this, but so has Team Ding. And this is not going to come as a surprise to either of them. So I'm very curious to see what both of them have up their sleeves. C5, it is the normal move, just to challenge the center. And here you want to bolster it with C3, setting up David's favorite game, Connect 4.
Thank you, Jovanka. Not allowing me to ramble on about that one. Thank you for taking one there on behalf of me. But okay, interesting to see the knight come out in A3.
Okay.
Interesting. We actually saw a long think by Ding very early on in game one, and very quick early pawn push down the board, a5, a4. I don't think we'll see that this time, partly because white has preempted that with a3, but a3 also takes away the idea of a capture in the center and a quick bishop to b4 check.
Yes. Also, it's a very thematic idea in the advanced French, which appears when white pushes the pawn directly to e5 on move 3. And the whole basis in that particular variation is actually for white to challenge the center with the move b2, b4, and force black to compromise, or just to determine. That's the word I wanted. Determine the pawn structure.
That's right. So pawn to b4 would then most likely oblige black to either capture in the center and a bit less pressure. At least then you know exactly what white has to do in terms of protecting those pawns in the middle, or black blocks it up, maybe the less likely of the two, and then it becomes very much about just maneuvering.
But it's interesting because in that particular variation, black also has two approaches. As soon as you see a3, you can do nothing and just develop your pieces, or you can actually take active measures about the fact that the light squares have been, ironically enough, weakened on the queen side. So that's why you'll sometimes see moves like c4. And then the game becomes very closed and maneuvering, where white is trying to gain the initiative on the king side, maybe break out on the queen side. Do you think we're going to see something like that? Or will we see a5, stop this b4 idea?
It's fascinating, right, Jovanka, because a5 worked in the past. Ding will have that move on his radar, at least to prevent the move b4. But then the argument would be that, I guess, is a5 really necessary when you could just be using this time to develop? You could break open the center with f6, another idea typical in the advanced variation. Or you do lock it up. I think it's more likely that he locks it up now than after the move b4. We actually see on the database there, this is extremely rare.
It's just 11 games. And this is a database of, okay, millions is an exaggeration, but hundreds and thousands of games. And there's only been 11.
This is what we call the master database.
Yes.
Right? Where it's master games, top players, and 11 games, Jovanka, already after 7 moves.
Yeah.
This is Gukesh's preparation, his match strategy. He's been picking these kind of offbeat, rare lines. It's not the first time a3 has come as a surprise, we should mention. It came in the Reti as well, a very quick a3. We saw some rookie ones on move 7 as well, mysterious moves that force the opponent to think.
Okay, well, now Ding is in the tank, both literally and figuratively. I'm sorry.
Never thought that, Jovanka.
I'm sorry.
The fish tank being the playing hall.
Yes.
The glass box that the players are sitting in right now. Oh, wow. I do wonder what's going through Ding's mind, first of all, because every time he's been surprised when he's had the black pieces, he's tended to spend 20, 30, even 40 minutes sometimes on a move. So, yeah, this could be a moment where he already stops to think. a3 doesn't look like the most scary move. So you can rely on your pattern recognition. Where do you want to put your pieces?
Yeah.
Might transpose to some other variations later.
But shall we look at the pattern recognition ideas, because they could be false friends? Right. So, for instance, you're thinking, okay, in the advanced French, you'd react with c4, locking the position completely down. But maybe this is incorrect. So can we go in? And it is the most played move, 3 moves, three games.
It's another chance for me to say, anything you could do, I could do better. White has connect 4, so black.
No, David, you've got the wrong colours.
Oh, wait. What colour should I be using?
You should have been red and yellow.
Red and yellow?
Yeah, those are the colours of the counters. You got to be precise, David.
And then white plays f4.
Yeah.
And next move, g3.
Yeah. And white wins.
And white wins.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm only semi-joking here. f4 is a very possible move to start already advancing in the center.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, g4 might start coming, f5 in the very near future. The downside for white is this bishop is a bit stuck on f1. But for black, your point earlier in the advanced French, okay, I'll get rid of those colors temporarily, but in the advanced French, for example, if white moves a knight, the black knight often pounces, lands on b3.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually, because the knight on d7 isn't that well placed, because usually in the advanced variation, when you see this pawn structure, the knight is there on g8, and this gives black time to go queen to b6, bishop to d7, castle queenside.
Get the king that way.
Yeah, you get the king to safety that way, so that any kingside pawn storm is going to be very weakening for the white king.
True.
But now we have this issue that the knight is on d7. In the way.
Maybe he could make use of it, putting it on b6 and using the bishop to come to a4. Again, a very typical idea here would be one such as this, and the bishop comes in, attacks the white queen, the queen has to move, another piece floods in. Again, it looks very pretty for black. I'm going to claim connect 5, but it looks very pretty, but then always the question is, what do you do next?
Yeah.
And meanwhile, white pretty much has a free hand on the king side. A rook often even comes up the board to start attacking pawns. Still a question of what to do with white's king, white's bishop, but this type of position would be so tense for the next 3 hours, Jovanka. All the pieces likely to remain on the board for the first 20, 30 moves of the game. And it's going to come down to nerves. It's going to come down to who has the superior understanding of that pawn structure.
And for a second, I thought the fans got so excited that there was almost a stampede.
Sounded like something was going on out there.
Yeah, there sounded like there was a lot of fun. Well, there is always a lot of fun to be had on a World Championship match. And, okay, so I've been given some really interesting information here, David. So 7A3, first played, can you guess the year? Oh, you just cheated.
I accidentally saw your screen, Jovanka, sorry.
No, it's our screen, yeah. 1927. By Frank Marshall against Edgar Colley.
Nearly 100 years ago.
Yeah, nearly. And most recently by Kamsky with the white pieces.
Wow. And okay, in August of this year. That's quite recent.
Yeah, that's very recent.
I'm going to say now, Kamsky, secret second of Gukesh?
Could be.
Kamsky. You never know.
Did he challenge for the World Championship? I'm pretty sure he did, right?
He's done very well in many World Championship cycles. Yeah, in the FIDE World Championship, at least, he got very, very far in. But yeah, I mean, also that game, 1927, Frank Marshall, Edgar Colley, they've both got openings named after them.
They do.
Opening systems.
Marshall Gambit, Colley system.
And we're getting confirmation. I was going to say Kamsky, it was in the FIDE final.
Yeah, that was when the chess world was separated. And then there was a FIDE world champion and there was like a unofficial world champion. I mean, it was a bit weird. But anyway, both of those games from 1927 to 2024, Black responded with queen to b6.
Very interesting. Yeah, I remember reading about those Kamsky matches, and Adams was challenging, Anand was in there, Karpov, of course. Yeah, queen b6, by analogy, is kind of the way you would play against the French advance. And just for everyone at home, the French advance would be after e4, e6, d4, d5. Simply, as it states on the tin, you play e5. And just to do a quick comparison, Jovanka, c5, c3, this is basically what we get in the game. The knight comes out to c6. For example, knight f3. Black often plays queen b6, I believe the main move. And now a3 is one of the two most popular. a3 and bishop e2 being the most trendy moves. And as you mentioned, it's just this kind of weird placement of the knights. In our game, the white knight would be on e2, which has some potential, maybe even better than on the b1 square. It's going to jump forward to f4 to g3 maybe. Also protects the d4 square. Whereas the black knight on g8 has a lot of flexibility, can come out towards the f5 square. Whereas in the game, it's on d7, which really lacks any purpose if it's blocked in by the black queen. So I actually think a knight on d7 would not be happy to see the queen appear on b6, despite the fact, if we go back to our game now, that this might have been the most played move.
Yep. Okay.
One of the most played moves.
It is one of the most played moves. But okay, so again, we have to do comparisons, right? So usually in the advanced French, because this is the kind of thing that's going to be running through the players' heads. So usually if you go queen b6, white goes b4. Anyhow, and we live life quite happily. But because the white knight was on e2, that's going to get in the way of any potential b5s from white. So if you go a5, you cannot respond with b5.
Often they do, actually. Jovanka.
Do they?
It's weird. I'm not sure in this exact position, but b5 is often a pawn sacrifice. You basically say, okay, I've just lost a pawn for free, but then you get this huge square on b5. I'm not sure it works here. Maybe the black knight just challenges, but Often you get a knight on b5, you play rook b1, and you just argue that you've gone for a wing gambit. You've actually given up a pawn on the flank to get this bind with the pawns, and actually great potential for the white knight to jump in the near future. So I wouldn't 100% rule it out, but I agree. It's less likely, I think, that b4 will come immediately at least. He might save that one up his sleeve for a bit later.
Yeah. Okay. So because there is no knight coming to f5, then this gives white a free hand to go f4.
Yeah.
And then you go knight to f3.
Yeah. Often you actually, I was joking about it earlier, you do often actually play g3 just to get your bishop out. And sometimes even h4, h5, you start gaining space. And the center's so closed that both kings are pretty happy for now to chill in the center.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see queen b6, though. I have a feeling Ding didn't want to play queen b6 in any variation. Especially here, from my understanding at least, the white knight is overprotecting d4. The knight's going to come to f3, overprotecting d4. The queen b6 variations in the French advance are mainly because you get extra pressure and you tie down all of white's pieces to the square, but white's got more defenders than ever.
Yes, you're completely right. Like, one of the things that I didn't discover, but you know, when you don't read books as a kid, no, but when you don't read books as a kid, you kind of discover through experience, even though it's been written in the books. So the main goal in the French advanced variation with this pawn structure is basically to put a white bishop on d3. That's like the perfect diagonal. And from there, it points at h7. And so, you know, black always has to be very careful about castling kingside. But because the knight is on e2, it's in the way of its own bishop. So the bishop is not going to get there speedily. So you don't need to put the pressure on the center that you would need to do if black were to play, white were to play a6, advanced variation.
Yeah, the advanced variation. No, that's a really good point, actually, because, yeah, if the white bishop could ever land on d3, you need to compensate for that somehow with black. Essentially, this whole opening is a fight between light-squared bishops. White's a light-squared bishop with great potential. If it can plant itself on a great diagonal, it's clearly superior to black's bit of dead wood on c8 right now. But if the bishop cannot get out, then yeah, g3, bishop h3 type of ideas. Actually, we saw Gukesh employ that type of fianchetto in game one of the match. The bishop wasn't really well employed there for most of the game. And yeah, ultimately, it's not the dream home for that piece. Often white will actually want to play the move knight to f4, maybe knight f3 as well, and bring the bishop out to d3. So that's maybe the one argument I would say for queen to b6, just to tie down white's e2 knight to the defense of this pawn. But let's talk about other moves. I mean, c4 we mentioned, it's very committal long term, and it depends on Ding's mood, I think. Against a lower rated player, I have no doubt he would play c4, and he would say, okay, I'm going to outplay you in the middle game. It's just a battle of understanding and battle of nerves a bit later on. Maybe black's plans are actually quite quick here, but it is the type of position where you know your opponent's studied. He can guarantee that Gukesh has decided where to put the pawns already, where to put his pieces already, and Ding will be freestyling there pretty much. So it's a bit psychologically difficult, I think, to block it. Default setting, maybe just bishop b7 or a5.
Or a5 to start if you're worried about b4. c4 does have the kind of small consolation that you are closing down the position, and therefore it does often feel when you close positions that you minimize the risk. Yeah, at least short-term risk. Yeah, because, you know, bishop e7, there's still a lot of play to be had, and black still has to evaluate where's the breakthrough coming, because, you know, when is f6, when is there pressure on d4, and play gets very, very dynamic there.
Should also mention f6 might be tempting in a French advanced variation, but here it's slightly less tempting, I would say, because now at least you'd have to calculate what happens if white plays the move knight to f4, not just with a hit on the newly weakened e6 point, but also the white queen coming out. For example, f takes e5, you'd have to evaluate check. And variations such as this one,
knight takes
g6, and this is disaster.
It's awful, isn't it? Knight f6 doesn't save the day, because
maybe it does.
No, because your queen just moves.
This does happen in the French defense quite a lot. Now you just take the knight and you just say, okay, look at this mass, this mob of pawns.
Yeah.
It's like its own continent here in the center of the board.
That's true. But the king.
Yeah, the king. And then you have to evaluate, oh, bishop
Bishop
g5,
g5.
king f7, and black just chills and says, I'm happy for an endgame, because look at my beautiful pawns. But of course, black is the exchange down a rook for knight right now.
Okay, well, it's interesting, actually. I've not been a French defense player.
You're not missing out much, Jovanka. Karakan's a nice compliment to the French defense sometimes, but these types of positions, they're quite scary. And I think the main point being that f6, unless you're prepared, is, yeah, it's a bit of a reckless move, I would say.
Yeah, you don't want to be playing the most aggressive response to a3, because usually when you prepare opening surprises, the moves that you look at and that you know thoroughly are the most decisive, the most principal moves. Like if you're gambiting a pawn, you're always going to be looking at the acceptance of that. And it's like the small weird moves, like maybe a5 that you don't necessarily, or bishop e7. I think bishop e7 is not something that you dedicate that much time to.
That's true. Gukesh has mostly likely spent his preparation time, maybe even a large chunk of the rest day, looking at what happens after pawn to c4, where he puts the white pieces. It's not forcing, but step one is to understand how you develop all of these little guys on the king side. And then he's probably looked at f6, what happens there, whether it's knight f4 or not. White isn't obliged to play that move, of course, but then he'll know exactly how to navigate that labyrinth. Yeah, bishop e7 he might have spent some time on. Queen b6 he's definitely looked at, like how does white play? Is it with the knight on f3, or does he first push the pawn to f4 and only later put the knight on f3? That's very much a matter of taste. Pawns or pieces first.
Right. And the great thing about White's approach is that sometimes you can be very conceptual about it. You don't need to know specific moves. You can go, okay, if he goes queen b6, I'm just going to go f4, knight f3, develop the bishop to g2, and then castle, and then I just go for this plan.
Yeah.
The end.
And then figure it out later.
Yeah, exactly. You can, Gukesh is an amazing player. He doesn't, and so is Ding. They don't need to be told absolutely everything. And would you believe it? Bishop e7.
We've watched enough of their games by now, Jovanka, to be slightly inside their heads at least to predict.
I do feel like we're getting to know them, and that, we're understanding that Gukesh is always going to take the most concrete, the most principled approach.
Yeah, and
Ding is always looking for that, like, non-committal, like, lesser studied path.
Ding just trying to survive often the opening and push the tension to the middle game. In the meantime, we have, I think, officially the first novelty. Bishop to e3 played, and now we see the reasoning behind a3 on the last move. He's covered some squares over here on the queen side. Queen to b6 is maybe less attractive now that white can push this pawn forward to b4, cover that weakness. The bishop on e3, meanwhile, totally stabilizes the center and frees up the white knight to start jumping. I think we're going to see him play with pieces rather than pawns.
Yeah.
f4 would be very stable, but why not play very dynamically with the pieces instead? And that shows that we were semi-right about Ding playing bishop e7, but also Gukesh has definitely studied it.
Yes.
Novelty.
Yes, and a3 covering the critical b4 square. So there's no bishop b4 check. That's something that you mentioned. And also that point that I kind of flippantly made, because it's actually going to come into realization. If white plays with pieces, so the knight goes to f4, it's going to jump potentially to h5. The white bishop is going to go to its perfect diagonal on d3. And the big question in the French defense is, when do you go f6? Because f6 is kind of a do or die move, right? Sometimes it's really good and it just livens up the play. And sometimes it's like the worst thing in the world and you've literally given white the thing to torture you with for the rest of the time. And then by the thing, I mean the backward e6 pawn.
Exactly. And that's the thing. f6 you can never play by intuition, right? You can never just play it by instinct. It's either very good or it's very bad. Not much in between. And I mean, for example, f6 here, again, you would have to calculate the consequences of the knight to f4. Who has this helped? The bishop on e7 doesn't necessarily help black. The bishop on e3, at least it's a developing move for white. And again, the point being that this pawn is attacked. Queen to h5 looks like a huge threat. Really scary idea there. And I wouldn't touch this with a barge pole. I wouldn't go anywhere near this with black. You might be forced to play a move like knight to f8.
Yes.
Which normally I don't hate, but here, it's a very passive move.
Yeah, and the problem is king safety. And talking about king safety, this is probably also running through Ding's head. Should he or should he not castle? I mean, I don't know if I'm going to go there.
Yeah, that's the $2.5 million question, Jovanka. Big prize fund at stake, of course, but castling, you say you don't want to go there. Why not?
Because I'm concerned. Because often in this type of structure, the knight comes to either f4, g3, and it finds itself on h5. The bishop is coming, and it's like the black king has got no defenders. It's got protectors, but they're not the same as defenders. Defenders actively do something. Protectors just stand in the way.
Yeah, and it's this e5 pawn, right? It cuts the board in half. Pretty much it controls a lot of dark squares kind of directly and indirectly. And most importantly, it takes away the f6 square from the black knight. We all know that a knight is the king's best friend, and this black knight struggles to defend its king. Just to show the dangers, like if black were to play too slowly here, like a5, for example. Okay, I'll start with your bishop to d3. If black were to play, I don't know, rook b8, knight f3, this type of thing is terrifying. Suddenly all of the white pieces are gravitating towards the king's side, and lo and behold, there'll be all sorts of sacrifices. Greek gift ideas of a sacrifice, a check, the white queen coming in next. If you ever take this knight, the rook opens up on the h-file. This just looks terminal.
Yeah, that's already busted for black, but it just goes to show the kind of danger you can find yourself in if...
In the space of like 3 moves.
Yeah, literally. Literally. Okay, I know we were very accommodating, but this is certainly a motif that you need to be aware of if you play the French defense. Okay, so David, let's be accurate. Castle, if we kind of castle, but then try and play some defensive moves, like how?
Okay.
Let's knight f4, so you can't go f6, but you can go. What do they do here? They go rookie. Do they go rookie 8 and knight f8 and? You don't get mate.
You don't get mate, but
I don't know.
It does look very passive, right?
It looks very, very passive. Bishop to d3.
It looks like you've given white everything he wants with the bishop on d3.
And you can still do the same plan as well with h4. A knight can come to h5 and knight to g5, and you see the pieces start swarming. Okay, so
white
again...
rook could lift up the board. Yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay, so what happens? Okay, so black has to be very precise. If you're going to castle... Okay. Like that, and then queen to b6.
And now decision time. Does white just meekly defend the pawn with the rook, which doesn't look ideal, or does white ambitiously expand on the queen side? The one reason I hesitate here, Jovanka, is that these fellows are fully asleep, so opening up things, albeit slightly, comes with a little bit of risk attached.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do it. I'm a big fan of b4 wherever possible. Okay, it's
take.
Yeah, and then I liked your concept where you just sacrifice a pawn if need be, like you go b5 and no stress.
I mean, b5 now is at least covered by the white bishop, so black would not really want to be playing the move a5. The black knight's forced back to a bad square, and white could even think of playing a4, allowing a check, and then just laughing, king e2.
The thought crossed my mind, David.
Yeah. But okay, we don't need to play a4, of course. We can defend this pawn in some other way. And the black piece is it's a traffic jam, basically, Jovanka.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
Congestion charges are due.
And the king is paying them.
Yeah, the king is paying those charges. Going to be quite a hefty fine. But yeah, just... I wonder whether now queen b6?
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so if we still go for the...
b4 idea?
Yeah. Or I mean, is it too daft to go rook to b1 and go, yeah, okay, well, you misplaced my rook, but queen to b6 is not the best move when it comes to king safety, or...
Yeah, true. Queen b6 doesn't necessarily help black as long as the pressure on d4 is under control and the pressure on b2 is under control. The queen, as mentioned, just gets in the way, actually, of the black knight using the square maybe later.
Okay. I'm trying to think of all the lessons that I've experienced at the hands of French defense players. So I had one person not play queen to b6. I had one person go, it was again a different scenario. They went knight b6.
Okay.
Threatening to go knight c4.
think that's more up Ding's alley.
Yeah.
Less forcing, less orthodox, but with clear ideas behind it. So pawn takes pawn I don't think is anything to worry about because the knight jumps in, double attack here, and also this pawn is vulnerable. This pawn is vulnerable, so knight b6. White will likely want to control this square.
Yes.
Whether it's with the pawn or whether just coming forward with the knight. What do you think?
Let's try with the knight.
Okay. Knight f4, and let's say black is super stubborn and says, I'm playing it anyway.
Exactly. Okay, so obviously that knight is a nuisance, so let's get rid.
Okay.
I don't want you.
So not ideal to part with the light square bishop, but black's pawn structure is a bit loosened. White's ahead in development.
Yeah, and in this type of position, do you want to go knight?
Mm-hmm.
Or goes queen to g4?
G4 looks very tempting, right?
Yeah.
This is very typical French defense idea as well, because with a pawn on e5 combined with the queen on g7, it just makes this square much more difficult to defend, essentially. And I mean, you could imagine even if black kind of bites the bullet and says, okay, through gritted teeth, castling kingside, I know I'm going to get checkmated, probably, but it's the quickest move to defend things. I mean, white, it's tempting to just move the rook. Slightly tempted to castle queenside, but knight to f3 at the very least, and you can imagine the white knight landing on h5. Something's brewing on that side of the board.
And still, you know, you have the idea of h4, knight g5, knight h5, dark squares galore.
Yeah. This is not what Ding would fancy, I believe. So knight b6, that's the thing. Like, do you risk putting your knight in b6 if it's not jumping in? Ding's got his knight over to b6 actually in
game one, right? No game.
Yeah, he got his knight into c4 in game one at least.
Yes.
I think it was via b6, and actually in the French exchange variation as well, he got his knight over to b6 and later into c4. So he's used this plan twice. Third time's the charm, as they say. But yeah, we'll see whether that happens. The knight in f4, it's pretty much inevitable it's going to get there now. So I wonder what Ding could try.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know why. I'm slightly tempted to suggest this move h5, just to try and gain space. I really want to play g5 as well as black, but probably it's a bit too much to ask to play on the wrong side of the board. And by wrong side of the board, I mean that normally in this type of position, right, Jovanka, white plays on the king side because the pawns point in this direction. Black, especially if, for example, c4 were to ever happen, black plays on the queen side because your pawns point this way.
Yeah. Yes, h5, an interesting move. I would argue that you've weakened the g5 square, but I guess that doesn't matter because are you gonna back it up with g5? I remember for a while this is very trendy in the French defense, and there we can see the fan zone is buzzing. I mean, there's so many people enjoying the chess, and it's so great to see that there is an equal measure of Gukesh and Ding fans.
Genuinely feels like 50-50 chances in the match going into the final stretch, and 50-50 in terms of support here in Singapore. The atmosphere is fantastic. Jovanka.
And it's quite funny because even though people are wanting maybe Gukesh or Ding to win, they're very happy to cheer on the other person as well and to compliment them. Hey, you're on camera.
Smile.
I love this moment. I like that. What does that mean? I'm not down with this.
I think in different countries it means different things.
It's like I'm cool. Yeah.
Peace, I'm not sure. But either way, we see that some of the fans are paying attention at least. But of course there's room to play your own games, to chill. There we see. Realization sets in.
Oh my God.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You got to be a poser here in Sentosa.
You do.
Okay. Great to see, though, the fans, turning up, sold out pretty much most days. And in the meantime, a long think by Ding. We're used to that by now, Jovanka, especially when he has black. He's half an hour behind on the clock already. Nothing to worry about yet, but maybe not what he'd planned when he started this game.
No, this is definitely not what he's planned, but he has in previous games reacted, albeit slowly, very well. Now, we are in game 13 of 14 in the classical portion. And if the match is tied in classical, we're going to go to tie breaks. And that is going to be hectic, intense, all the words you can think of. And maybe we can break it down with Fiona.
Now let's look at the format and the time controls for the tiebreak. First of all, it is worth mentioning that after consultation with both players, the format for tiebreaks has changed to introduce a gradual decrease in time controls. What does that mean? If the match is tied, first of all, the players will play a 4-game mini rapid match at the time control of 15 minutes plus a 10-second increment per move. Now, if they are still tied after those 2 games, here things really start to heat up as they move to a 2-game blitz match played at the time control of 3+2. If after those 2 blitz games the players are still tied, they will now play a single blitz game at the same time control of 3+2. If this game ends in a draw again, they will repeat the process with colors being reversed at every game until a game ends decisively, and the winner of that game will be crowned the new world champion.
Yeah, those are the rules for the tiebreak. It will happen the day after game 14, and it's going to be very, very intense, but something that all the chess fans, the grandmasters, pundits, they've been saying that Ding is the big favorite there.
Yeah, it is difficult to tell on recent form because, of course, Gukesh in classical chess has been in the ascendancy, whereas Ding hasn't been at his best there. But yeah, in rapid chess, blitz chess, he's got a pedigree, Ding. He's been there before. He's defeated the likes of Magnus Carlsen in tie breaks before and the Sinkfield Cup. Not many people capable of beating Magnus in speed games. And Gukesh, meanwhile, has got a bit of a mixed record, shall we say, in speed games, yet to really show he can mix it and compete with the best.
Yes.
So yeah, so of course it's a bit of a lottery. It's a bit of a unknown. It's just in the end, it just comes down to who's sharper on the day, who's quicker, who's got those better instincts when they're both down to 5 seconds on the clock. But ultimately, I think Ding would happily get to that point.
Yeah.
Gukesh would, I think, reluctantly enter the tiebreaks.
Right, but this has been Ding's strategy almost from game 1, right? It's been to draw the games comfortably, take it to tie breaks where he feels confident. After all, why break a winning pattern? That's how he won in 2023. So why not do the same?
True. And yeah, actually, just in recent times, at least, the reigning champion usually wins the tie breaks. Maybe because it's the fact they've been there before. Of course, there was no reigning champion last year. Ding and Nepomniachtchi were both there for they were there fighting for the title. But Magnus won a couple of tie breaks. Vishy won a couple of tie breaks. Kramnik won a tie break.
But one could argue, okay, for Magnus, it's very clear cut. Although it was quite funny because when he first steered the match into tie breaks against Karyakin, I remember everyone was really shocked because it's like, why are you doing this? You have the final game with the white pieces. Why not press? And it was only when he played the tie breaks so convincingly that we understood, oh, okay. And he did the same against Caruana, just demolished his competitors there.
Yeah, it was impressive from Magnus, you're right, 2016, hashtag Queen H6.
Yes.
No, he was clearly the stronger of the two and very, very confident. I think in terms of confidence levels, if we reach the tiebreak, Ding won't have the time on the clock to overthink and to go into these long pauses like we see right now. 16 minutes on move 8 and counting. But at the same time, Gukesh's biggest strength, which is calculation, there'll be less time on the clock for him as well. So you kind of take a bit away from both players. And what we'll be left with is the drama, the excitement, of course. It would be nice to see more chess, but at the same time, a lot of action ahead today, both and tomorrow.
By the way, I was very impressed with your product, your subtle product advertisement there, hashtag Queen H6. We are literally selling a T-shirt here. Have you seen it in the match store? Yeah, Queen H6.
It's quite a popular one. Loads of people are wearing it.
Yeah, loads of people are wearing it, yeah. It's a good one. And there, once again, we see Ding. He is just thinking about his moves. Shall we look at what the engine says. So we've looked at h5, a5, queen b6. We haven't really found an easy equality in any of those lines. But the engine is pretty stubbornly in favor of a5. Also says c takes d4 with the idea of b5. This is Ceci, by the way. The juiced up stockfish that is running on some very, very powerful cloud engine somewhere in Norway. Usually follows Magnus, but
it's like
following him.
Thor in Avengers Infinity War, where he gets the power up. And he goes, the heart of a dying star. It's like, we've got stockfish, we've taken it away, put it in Norway somewhere, powered it up. And it's breaking things down for us, giving us a helping hand. I've got to say, c takes d4, unless he's connected it with a specific idea, is quite unlikely. Because we're told from a young age, it's drilled into us, you do not break the tension, you never break the tension, because ultimately, in the game position, black is the one who holds the key to the center. White is never, at least not in the near future, going to take on c5 and break this beautiful pawn chain. So you keep your opponent guessing. Also, taking on d4 gives your opponent this potentially nice square on c3. I know the white knight just came from there a few moves ago, but it's a very healthy post for that piece. So b5.
And this is,
cool.
This is very cool, right? What do you think about this? I mean, how human is it? Like to go b5, and after white goes knight f3, you go queen b6.
A queen b6? I thought the idea was to
No, the idea is to go after h4. It's not necessarily the first move that will come to my mind, but go b4.
Okay.
What do we think? And then the lines are crazy, because then you go rook h3. That was the idea of h4. Of course, it's modern day chess and modern day technology, rather.
Exactly. There's two ways to develop a rook. You can just slide it across the board, which often happens when you castle, or you can slide it up the board, the rook lift. There are targets. And actually, the rook might eventually be useful protecting over on the queen side.
But what do we think? I mean, how likely is this plan of going b5, b4? I mean, for me, h4, rook h3 is something that you prepare, not something that you come up with on the fly.
Yeah, although it is a relatively well-known technique if black doesn't have enough pressure on the center.
Yeah.
I've played this structure a lot, especially from the white side, and especially if it's difficult to castle your king, then h4, rook h3 is kind of the autopilot way of developing your pieces. So I think Gukesh might come to that conclusion. There's two ways, essentially, white gets these pieces into the game. One is by putting a knight on f4, as we said earlier, the ideal bishop on d3, the other knight on f3, then you castle. Very happy. The other, if there's still a traffic jam here, you just have to get your rook into the game, h4, rook h3, and you slide it across somewhere. Or at least you protect squares. But I think if he's going to play b5, he might play it now, Jovanka.
Okay, let's have a look at...
Is there a difference?
Let's go back.
Keeping these c-pawns on the board, keeping the tension.
So b5, yeah, it is definitely a move. And so what next? f4.
What? Okay, f4.
f4.
I think I get the difference. Now c takes d4, white is not obliged to take with a pawn. White could take with a knight, because you've stabilized the center after all. And actually, b5, this pawn might stick out a bit. You lose some time defending it. Actually, positions like this, it's well known that the b pawn is a bit of a weakness. For example, I mean, already rook b8 is impossible because it drops this pawn. It's very hard to defend b5, actually. But even after the move a6, in some circumstances, white plays b4 and says, OK, I'm giving away squares like c4, but I'm going to play a4 to undermine you. And you can never, ever really challenge the d4 square. White has control of the dark squares for eternity.
Yeah, and it's very similar to the position that they got in game one, except there, Ding rocked the a pawn all the way up the board. And now you're not going to get that kind of counterplay. So interesting.
You would love to pick up the b5 pawn and put it back on b7.
Yes.
But unfortunately.
Also the knight on d7, you'd like to put it like on b6 and c4 and...
I think you still can, but white will just play around it. And actually, maybe to be accurate, bishop d3. And you just play around it and you say, haha, I'm just going to put my knight in f3. Yes, you've got one nice piece, but that's it. You've also got one of the worst pieces as black on c8.
Yeah, this not pleasant. So, okay. So if after b5, f4, there is no c takes d4. because of the reasons you mentioned. Instead, there's a5. What do we think about this one?
Sorry, Jovanka, had to highlight it.
Of course.
And yeah, I don't hate it for black, I've got to say. And also, Ding, he's gone into this specific variation for a second time. First time feels like ages ago, back in game 1. But at least one of the main moves after the white knight drops itself back is this whole idea with b5, b4 very quickly. So also you improve your worst place piece, you put bishop on a6, and often you trade it off for something. I really don't hate this at all for black. Knight f3, bishop a6, I guess, or queen b6.
Yep. Yeah, after knight f3, it's liking a4.
Oh,
David.
wow, a4 even.
Yeah.
Fixing things, hinting at b4, but also...
This is very computer-like chess because, you know, they like to advance pawns. I remember once I played someone who I think was using assistance, and one of the telltale signs for me afterwards was that they pushed the pawns in a really reckless manner, conceding squares in a way that a human doesn't do.
Oh, I won't ask for names.
No, please don't.
But yeah, I mean, a4 does make a lot of sense. And you're right, I watch a bit of computer chess from time to time when I'm in the mood, which isn't always. And computers, when they play against each other, it's always like 120 moves. It's always really attritional, like you fight for squares, and 40 moves later, your knight kind of dominates the opponent's bishop, which might have to retreat, for example, to c1. And then you maneuver around for another 20, 30 moves, and then the computer will strike and change the pace of the game. And but first, it's always about squares in the early stages of the game. And control, space, territory. So yeah, a5, a4 makes sense. That does lead me to believe, okay, b5, very possible. But a5 might be Ding's choice. After all, that's what he did after a long thinking game 1.
Yeah.
He spent ages, came to the conclusion a5 was best. Maybe, again, it keeps the options open, Jovanka. a5 supports b5, but also you can play a4 without putting a pawn on b5.
But, pattern recognition. And was it... Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me once, shame on you. That's how it goes. Yeah. Oh my goodness me. I managed to, yeah. If Gukesh hasn't predicted that a5 might come, or at least investigated it.
And tut.
Exactly. So let's have a look.
Gukesh
a5.
definitely has looked at a5.
Yeah, for sure.
Either now or in the previous position as well.
Yeah.
Or
and
both.
Interestingly enough, after a5, okay, you can go knight to f4. But you can also go d takes c5, but I'm not sure about that move. I would rather go knight f4. Let's stick. No. That's. I think that I might be misreading Ceci. So let's rewind.
I mean, it's possible. Similar ideas in a Caro-Kann defense.
Yeah.
But let's say knight f4 as the more consistent.
It's way more consistent. And then after a4, we've seen this before. Bishop to d3.
Okay.
Queen comes out to a5.
This is Ding's idea from game 1. Again, he put his queen on a5 very early to try and break the white pawn chain in the center.
And now you have to, if you want to recapture with the c pawn, you want to recapture in the center with the c pawn, you've got to go king f1. And then you carry on with this h4.
King f1, that's no fun.
That's no fun. And then this whole h4 business, like knight e2, h4, rook h3, which incidentally we have seen Gukesh play in the past.
Yeah. I think, again, anyone who studies with computers these days will be very keen to put the pawn on h4, maybe h5, lift the rook up the board. King on f1 is very safe, we should mention. There's 2 reasons to castle in chess. Keep the king safe in the corner, where there's fewer angles it can be attacked, or to connect the rooks. And here you're pretty much admitting the rooks are not going to get connected anyway, but the rook will activate up the board.
Yeah.
I personally quite like this for white, although it's not one-way traffic. Black can even play b6, trade off these light squared bishops, and
it's more comfortable. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not one-way traffic, but it just feels like it's easier for white to play, and it's the perfect position if you want a risk-free try or attempt at getting an advantage.
Yeah, risk-free in the short term. I mean, it's long term is still very much anyone's game. We saw that in the first game of the match when Ding won, but ultimately, he has to move. He has to start deciding on something. A5, b5, we think, maybe the most logical courses of action, not committing the king to a side it might be attacked. But this is the longest think of the game officially. He spent 17 minutes on bishop to e7, 1 move ago.
Yeah.
And now he spent 27 minutes on this move. That's adding up to a lot.
Yeah, and Gukesh hardly used anytime. Just 55 seconds, David.
Speedy Gonzalez here.
Yeah, yeah. Well. Yeah, Ding has to take a practical decision. What do you think is the trickiest out of everything we've seen?
Trickiest move for black?
Like, if you're going to get Gukesh out of preparation.
I mean, the problem was, you pointed out it was the top line of the supercomputer to take and then play pawn to b5, which now I've seen it, I really love. But again, that's just bias of knowing it's the best move. I also love the fact that it's not normally seen in the French defense. You don't normally take and then play b5. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen that. Normally, b5 is in conjunction with a very quick b4. Yeah, it's the downside. Gukesh definitely aware of that move. I think I would play a5, to be honest.
You play a5.
If I were Ding.
And, okay, can I throw a spanner in the works? Can I ask you about an idea that was popular maybe around like 2010 to 2012, was where everyone was going g5. I know it's not Ding style.
English school of chess.
Yes, that is true. Okay, but say, you know, you've been looking at, do you think g5 would be something that you've even thought about?
I would consider it in a blitz game. In a world championship match, the thing is, if you play g5, you look like a genius and you've come up with some huge strategic concept where you're dominating the opponent's knights, you're stopping this h4 plan, all that stuff. But if it backfires and, like, I don't know, white gets a knight in and then gets a, gets a knight in here and sneaks in behind, then you look like you just don't, you've never played a French defense before. So it's kind of, psychologically it's hard, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I quite like it though. It does control this knight from using its ideal square. And h4 looks a bit strange now that it can be taken.
Yeah, but I agree with you. The risk of looking.
I mean, I don't think it's Ding style, but
no, it's also certainly not Ding style.
What does Ceci say? What does our
okay, so Ceci
friend?
Okay, so let me put it on the board. This is a really bad move.
Oh, okay.
H4 would be the response.
Just a pawn sacrifice, and I guess white just comes in and argues that I'll take this one later.
Yeah, and it says you just basically knight f4, knight h5, and you've got full control. So no g5.
That's why I was quite attracted to h5, Jovanka, because then
h5 is not a bad move actually.
Then you put a pawn on h4 as black, and then you kind of push a5, a4, and you argue that your rooks are just fantastic. I say it half tongue-in-cheek. I mean, g5 might genuinely come in the near future to kick this knight away.
H5 is making a lot more sense.
Again, I don't like it. I don't think Ding will play it, but yeah, I mean, there's this general rule, right, where we don't touch pawns on the side where we are weaker, and black just has no pieces on this flank. So yeah, shouldn't be touching pawns there, I think, objectively, but who knows? What do you think is going through Ding's mind? Is there this panic again? He remembers other games. In the meantime, yeah, he's deep in the tank. Maybe we just let him ponder.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, we'll try to go. I think yes, we'll keep on going. We'll keep on chatting. Yeah, but what is he thinking about? I mean, clearly it's that mind game issue. He's trying to think about what Gukesh has prepared. Where's he going? And he has to make a choice. What is he gonna be playing? But on the other hand, he's thought for so long, over 31 minutes, and there's still the rest of the game to go.
I mean, there's still the lion's share of the game to go. The two games he's lost, Ding Liren, game 3 and game 11. Both times he was burning the clock. He was ultimately punished. Once he lost on time, once he blundered when he had only a few minutes left with still plenty of moves to make.
Yeah.
That recurring pattern, especially when it's this early in the game, it's really unhealthy. I'm actually surprised he played the French, especially with a rest day beforehand. Surprise value so important.
Yes.
I thought he might have spent 24 hours just looking at some Caracan or Sicilian or E5 and
something
anything to throw your opponent off.
Gukesh doesn't know what's going to be played. So I was also quite surprised about that. And, well, but having said that, our producers are pointing out that Ding Liren has been on record as saying that one of his conclusions from this recent loss was that he should spend more time on critical decisions. I thought that he'd spent a lot of time on those critical decisions.
Yeah, I mean, spending more than 32 minutes on any move is borderline when it comes to being practical. And at some point, whether it's A5, B5, I mean, all of these moves, they look very similar. The plans will be the same. Gukesh's hand isn't forced as well. I think the one lesson Ding could have taken away maybe from game 11 specifically is use that time when you can guarantee what your opponent's plans are next. Like here, it's unclear whether Gukesh is going to set up with F4, knight F3. It's unclear whether he's going to play H4 very quickly, H5. He's unclear whether he'll put a knight in F3. I mean, you don't know what your opponent's playing next, so why spend the time here?
Yeah.
Again, it's easier said than done. But what happens, for example, if he plays B5, he spent all of his 32 minutes thinking about white playing knight F4, and then Gukesh plays F4. Then it's like 33 minutes down the drain.
Exactly.
Just like in game 11 when he spent, what was it, 38 minutes on his fourth move. And then on move 5, immediately Gukesh surprised him.
Yeah. And objectively, he can't make a massive mistake right now in this position. No. Like if he goes, I mean, barring castling, which I don't think if you're a natural French defense player, you're going to be eager to do. You're going to be more eager to go A5, H5, B5, whatever, anything but castling right now. So why not just do it, see what Gukesh has prepared, and then start thinking.
Exactly. Yeah, for everyone at home, I mean, first of all, impressive that Gukesh has spent 27.5% of this game so far with his eyes closed in the zone, in the flow. But yeah, for those of you new to the French defense, don't commit your king too early. Keep your opponent guessing. White might start attacking the king side, and then later you can laugh, you castle the other way. Or you keep your king in the center where actually the pawns in front of it are much more stable than the 2 pawns on the king side, which are actually quite easily attacked. And yeah, of course, no shelter in terms of pieces, no protection there. So yeah, keep the opponent guessing when the center's closed. You have that luxury.
Yes. Okay, but Ding, not making a move.
Got to move.
He has to move. And yeah, this is worrying because, well, I always get very worried when I see this body language.
Yeah.
But Ding has been here before. And he's fooled us all, right? We saw it in game 1, and it was move 7, and we were thinking, you got to move. It's not good to reveal that you haven't studied this position or that you're unfamiliar or you're not confident. But then he slows down, and time again, he keeps on picking up the pace when it's needed. But okay.
He often finds great moves after these long thinks. It's just the fact that later he has insufficient time. There's a lot of looking at the opponent, looking at Gukesh. I think any confidence he gained from that win in game 12 is going to start dwindling away the more time he thinks here. He'll start forgetting that memory of that high of striking back, winning, being the one with the momentum. Suddenly you lose all momentum after a 36-minute think like this.
Yeah.
And you start convincing yourself you're in trouble. Often in press conferences, Jovanka, he's saying he thought he was worse. He thought he was losing when his position is totally fine, totally playable. But it's because you start kind of feeling this blood rush to the head when you're low on time. You're like, oh, there's this urgency to move. My opponent looks super calm. My opponent's in preparation. You just start overestimating the opponent's ideas. I mean, Gukesh, none of his opening ideas are designed to knock out Ding anyway. He's not trying to win on the spot. Ding has to realize it's just a position. It's equal. It's totally fine. 3 or 4 different moves are totally fine here for black. You just have to choose one.
But David, for Ding, psychologically, it has been very difficult to shake off the ghosts from the past. Barring this match, he hasn't had a very successful 2024. And that really has to hurt and really dented his confidence. And also, it doesn't help that everyone around him, I mean, sure, you can live in your bubble, but I mean, things will filter through, saying that, this match was going to be a massacre, that it was going to be all one-way traffic, and that Ding is past his best, and will he recover? Maybe he won't. And it's very difficult to shut out that noise and not let it impact you.
Yeah, it is. In the meantime, we've seen a move, knight to b6, finally
Okay.
played. Yeah, I would have thought that Ding's victory in game 12, though, would have at least kind of the short-term memory of that would have blocked out the long-term memory of the last 12 months, where he actually won the same number of games in this match than he did in the previous 11 months.
Yes.
The whole of this year.
But it's the fact that he constantly keeps getting surprised in the opening. You know, you think, yay, I'm on the upward trajectory. And then sure enough, there comes another little surprise in the opening, some little wriggly move that Gukesh has found.
He just needs to look at A3 in every opening. Tell his seconds, Gukesh is going to play A3 in every opening and surprise me.
That's true.
In the meantime, yeah, knight to B6. One of the first moves we looked at, actually, what feels like a while ago now, Jovanka, the knight coming into C4.
Yes.
Two ways to prevent that. Black's knight landing on C4 would not be a great sight for Gukesh. So either the pawn will push or the white knight will jump forward and the white bishop will be ready to eliminate that piece once it arrives.
Yes, and we were looking at the knight jumping into F4.
Yep.
So, well, the good news is that Gukesh has paused. So this wasn't maybe at the top of Gukesh's list.
That's good news and bad news, right? Like the first time the opponent pauses, you know you've not played one of the top 2 or 3 moves according to the computer, because that's what they've studied. So I'm always like, oh no, they've paused, I've just blundered or just made a mistake. At the same time, it could be like, oh yeah, I'm alive at least.
Yeah, I always feel inspired when my opponent takes a pause, because at least they're out of preparation. And it depends on the type of position. Because if it's razor sharp and they've paused, it's like, oh. And if it's like relatively solid, like the pawn structure, I mean, black hasn't done anything wrong, then you think, okay, well, it's a fight now. I can mix it up. And just remember, humans are not perfect.
True.
And if they are, you just give them a round of applause and you say, well done.
Yeah, well done. We move on to tomorrow. But yeah, I think in Ding's mind, he might now know that, okay, the evaluation might have dropped slightly. Or Gukesh actually moves very quickly, very confidently.
But that was what we expected, because you do need to prevent the knight coming into C4.
The square's now covered. And just to show that variation, if the knight jumps in, most top players reluctant to give up their good bishops for knights, especially that light squared bishop had a lot of potential, but here white gains a lot of time. We were talking about queen to G4, attacking a weak spot. Black castles, there's going to be ideas of a quick checkmating attack in the near future. Or white just develops, and look at this cluster of pieces. They're so menacing, and in the meantime, unclear what black should be aiming for.
Yeah. This is also one of the things in the French. It's like, do you even go there with F5? Are you making your position terminal? Are you actually creating chaos? It's always a difficult question to answer.
Yeah, F5, you have to wonder what happens if white takes en passant, and then, for example, this pawn is hanging. I don't know if that works out. I don't think it should for white because of the pins. I don't know, queen D6, for example. Hitting this knight, although, I mean, it continues D5, and maybe you can survive by moving your knight. Actually, after F5, I think the more tempting for white would be to not calculate anything at all, just drop back with the queen to G3. Argue that this is now a huge eternal weakness. White will play H4, land a knight on G5, and
yeah, you see,
it's still hard for black.
Exactly, and this is the big problem with that kind of position. You've got no breakout moves. So yeah, I don't think it's a great idea for black to go knight to C4. You've convinced me, David. You should be a salesman, a chess salesman. I would buy your DVDs. Oh, technology! I'm sorry, just a joke.
My VHS videos. Actually, back when I started learning chess, I was listening to all these audio tapes in cars. Right, you have to put in the audio, and then I would fall asleep listening to, you know, what to play in the open Spanish on move 6.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, but I mean, this position, firstly, it's unstable, unstable for black because you're getting hit. Second of all, psychologically, so frustrating. You spend 37 minutes, the opponent replies, and you're back in the tank, in the fish tank. And yeah, next, also, what's your move? I don't really see it. Suddenly, he might want to start playing moves like A5, A4 just to cement the knight. But no, he takes a pawn off in the center first. Won't change too much.
No.
Gukesh replies immediately.
C takes D4. And well, one idea that I was thinking about is borrowing from his plan last time. Aha.
Wow, he goes in.
He goes in. I was expecting him to go like bishop d7, maybe knight a5, and in you go.
Yeah, black could have developed first, brought the other knight into c4, but no, he's going direct. So Ding is pretty much trying to solve his problems by calculation, by evaluating that he can go straight for these simplifications. But this is risky.
Let's deep dive. Bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight. I think the automatic move, maybe white doesn't have to, but how else are you defending this pawn comfortably? Queen a5 check is a bit of a threat in some positions. I think Gukesh would take it.
Well, yeah, okay, so this is most critical, and let's play a la Gukesh. Queen to g4.
Ooh, Gukesh is looking down, which might mean he's in his preparation and he's trying to recall something here. His eyes aren't closed yet, so he's not calculating for now. Queen to g4. Are there any differences?
Well, you don't castle, I think. That's the main thing.
You don't castle?
Yeah, you do. What do you do? King f8? No, no, you don't do king f8. You go g6.
Could play g6. Could play g5 even.
Okay. Yeah.
Could play queen a5 check. Could play knight takes d4. So much to calculate suddenly. Okay, let's say I start with a forcing move. Check first. Check.
Okay. King f1.
Okay. I thought you were going to hit me. King f1.
No, yeah. I didn't want to step backwards.
Yeah, I was going to try and be a bit tricky by playing like bishop to b4, and I'm pinning here. So
very nice. I didn't see that. I just
that's the problem when trying for dirty tricks when the opponent just happily steps out of them. It's like, why did I put my queen on a5 after all?
That just reminded me of a thing that happened where a lower rated player beats a stronger rated player, and they're analyzing afterwards, and the higher rated player is like, did you see this, this, this? And the other lower rated is like, no, no. Why did you make the move? Because it looked good.
Don't know.
Yeah, and it's like, okay.
It happens to me all the time, Jovanka. I don't know about you, but it's quite a common phenomenon.
Yeah.
I think I've only lost 2 games in the last year, but both times I was like, what about this? My opponent's like, what? And then I was like, oh, I avoided this because of this. My opponent's like, I just didn't see that. Just, just lucked out. Oh, worst feeling ever. But I have a feeling these 2 players are seeing most things, at least.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's go one more time. Bishop takes knight. Take.
Queen out.
Yeah.
Although you don't have to do that,
Don't
right?
have to. And also, just to point out for everyone at home, king on f1, very safe. The white knight will guard it on e2. Still some attacks. Maybe I'll save that one for later, Jovanka, the queen check. Can I... Oh, I don't like it, but can I be really risky here?
Yeah, go
take
for
this
it.
Pawn?
Okay, so. I can, let's pin and win. Rook to d1.
Rook to d1 is a pin.
Knight to c2 check.
Give a check.
And now king steps up to e2. Yeah, I'm also living life very dangerously.
Both sides are living life on the edge here.
Yeah, but I was banking on the fact that your queen is not going to cause me any trouble.
No.
Especially if I take on g7 now.
Hitting the rook, which has to move.
And then the knight comes into f3. Or maybe or maybe I should move my bishop. Yeah, no. I'm not in time.
This is just wild, this position, right? It's so unclear who's better. Both kings are potentially very, very vulnerable.
Yeah, I wanted to trap your knight. Maybe I can. Bishop to c1.
Bishop to c1.
c1. Yeah.
Bishop c1. That's no.
That's no fun.
That's no fun. Okay, let's say black moves. I think black still has castling rights, if I'm not mistaken.
Knight f3.
Knight f3, and now, okay, run away.
Yeah. And then queen takes h7, and I think, I think
my knight. Maybe.
Yeah, but look, bishop comes.
The bishop comes somewhere. Okay, the white king is in a bit of trouble.
It wasn't a big success what I just did, but it goes to show those ideas are definitely in the air. Well,
knight takes d4 as well. Just to point out, castles also is a pin, but the black knight can save itself with a check. Though this is still complicated.
Kind of very risky. King b1.
Yeah, white will win this one next.
Yeah, maybe this is the way to go. Who knows?
This is messy. Ding's given Gukesh a lot of choice. I think it might have to start with bishop takes knight, but either way, the complications are just beginning.
Yeah, and on that subject, just when things started to heat up, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we are going to dive into all the consequences of Ding's knight to c4.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
And we are back. And I left you all on a cliffhanger because knight c4 did make an appearance, and there during the break we did see bishop takes c4. Of course, that knight had to be eliminated, and then was a recapture of that bishop. But look at the win, draw, loss evaluation bar, and also when we have the live position, have a look at the evaluation, the eval bar on the live board, and you can see it is in white's favor. 43.8% chance for Gukesh to win this. Now, this is very much based on Leela Zero's positional understanding and aggressive understanding. It works in percentages, but both of these engines are saying white is significantly better, so it has to be because of the most aggressive responses.
Yeah, I think there's two ways of breaking this position down. One is kind of just very theoretically, and just talking in general terms. The black knight, let's just do a quick action replay. The black knight landed on c4, but this is the 4th time it's moved. Literally, knight to f6 earlier, knight to d7, knight to b6, knight to c4, and then it gets traded off for a piece that's only moved once. So you've essentially lost 3 moves there, and timing in the opening is so important, especially when both kings are still in the center. The concrete way of breaking this down is simply that white is now ahead in development because black's wasted so much time, and queen to g4 is the move we were attracted by, Jovanka. Just because if black gets castled and there are no consequences, black actually has 3 versus 2 on the queen side, which could become very strong. Black has the bishop pair. If black ever gets b5 and the bishop on the long diagonal, then black is strategically doing very well, but dynamically just too slow. And here we were talking about all sorts of moves. He doesn't bring his queen out. This was the move, I think, that might have punished Ding. Instead, he just calmly develops his knight, Gukesh. The percentages drop, the eval bar slides, and maybe a small missed opportunity. Bring the queen out. We talked about it before the break. It was complicated. Yeah. Very hard to evaluate. Instead, he's being pragmatic here and just developing pieces. But I think Ding would have been terrified if he'd seen queen to g4.
Right. And also, let's not forget that we do have access to engines, evaluation bars, and so we can calmly go queen to g4 and see that maybe after black goes g6, that white has a very strong initiative. Or queen a5, you know, we can calmly go, oh, yeah, king f1, all is well in world. But yeah, knight to ge2. Well, I think that's a good way to develop the knight, especially because the knight will be maybe headed to g3, to h5, maybe even to e4, so it can sit pretty in the middle of the board.
I'm not shocked at the move, which I think is fine, Jovanka,
Yeah.
but I'm shocked that he barely spent any time on it. When queen to g4 is so his style as well, Gukesh. It's that aggressive style that we've seen from him from day one, uncompromising stuff. He sets traps, sets threats, and also it's pure calculation.
I agree. But David, when he's being concrete and principled about things, that's when he's tended to make the mistakes, like he's let Ding off the hook. And this is one of those situations where if he played to his natural style, he would have perhaps got himself a very, very promising position.
Maybe it's the seconds the coaches have said, just trust yourself, play by instinct a bit more, and save the time for later. Try and play on Ding's time trouble. But yeah, it's so hard in chess. That's the problem with chess, right? There's no one and done kind of technique that you can apply to all scenarios, all positions.
Yeah.
Sometimes you calculate, sometimes you play by hand, you just improve pieces. Yeah, it's so hard to just pause, take yourself out of the situation and say, okay, now is the moment.
Also, he probably would have had the ghosts from game one and his mind where he castled very late and his pieces were not harmonious. So this way, put a knight on e2, castle, let Ding come up with what to do next.
And our neural network friends, Lila Zero, at the top there with the percentages, still says white is doing very well. Just before we break down this position, Jovanka, I think during the break we were talking about this. Queen to g4 was attacking this pawn, and we weren't sure about queen to a5 check. But the main line that we were kind of concerning ourselves with, and maybe that put Gukesh off, was knight takes pawn. Now the white king that you mentioned needs to castle, doesn't go to the king side, no time, has to go to the queen side with a pin, a knight check. The king has to step across. We kind of ended things here, but I think this is actually very promising for white. Queen takes pawn. The black rook moves, and there's ideas such as bringing this knight over with some checks. Actually, if you somehow move the white queen out of the way, there's a smothered checkmate. The white knight can replace the queen, and the black king is trapped here. So there's all sorts of
we
tactics.
should show this.
For example, c3.
Yes. Okay, this looks a bit dangerous, yeah?
Yeah, it looks.
I can see why Ding didn't choose it, you know?
And Gukesh, yeah.
Yeah.
How to do this? I mean, even if white's queen just moves, for example, this is a massive threat of
Hang on a
checkmate.
second. Yeah, it's like if you move, take the pawn. Just
take this pawn.
Just take the pawn and go queen c3.
Queen c2. Oh.
No, I know. I was trying to get queen takes rook to work.
Aha.
But it doesn't work because the bishop one.
Queen takes rook.
Yeah, with knight f6 ideas, but
Very
it doesn't.
close.
Yeah, very close, but not good enough.
But maybe just simply queen takes pawn. I mean, this is a checkmate threat after all.
Yeah.
Okay, it looked like Ding gestured there. I think he was just sweeping something off the board. I don't think he was about to make a move, but knight to e2 instead. Okay, that's ancient history. That is done. At least black has a move or two. Castling kingside is not as fraught with danger as before. Maybe even b5. I mean, this bishop, again, the French defense bishop, you need to get it developed.
I think I would opt for b5. One is never sure about castling kingside. Because, yeah, it doesn't look like it's that dangerous, but it might be, you know, with knight h5 coming, maybe even h4 in some ideas. And
h4 and the rook might lift. It's all a bit vague, but it is quite scary.
Oh, we're being told that Ceci actually wants f6 straight away.
Wow. Never play f6, that's the conventional wisdom, but suddenly this early without having castled.
Yeah,
this is just a one-off offer as well. A one-time offer, I should say.
Okay.
If you leave it too long, white's knight might come to h5, more difficult. So f6, capture. Bishop takes, I'm assuming.
Yeah, bishop takes.
Actually, opening up the position for your bishop pair makes a lot of sense now that white has parted with his light square bishop.
Oh, seems to be a fly.
Maybe there's a fly
bothering.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the fish tank.
Yes.
E5 is coming. That's true. So for example, if white castles now E5, you break it open, you just get the queens off at all costs, and you say, okay, oh, sorry, mouse slip, queen takes queen, of course, and you take back somehow in the center, and all's good.
Well, that ends well, yeah.
Best French defense I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's a great print. Okay, so
Best French defense bishop, at least.
Okay, so that was a bit accommodating. So F6, E takes F6.
Okay.
Let's
take the pawn.
Yeah, bishop takes. Castles.
Okay.
I think that has to be done.
E5.
E5, and here, let's not take on E5. Because once you got the queens off, like you said, you were...
Sigh of relief, at least.
Exactly. You were rolling there. So I don't want that. So you have to move the knight.
H5.
Yeah, let's go forward.
Yep. And white doesn't necessarily have a threat. Okay, let's say black takes.
Knight takes bishop.
Okay, check. Black recaptures.
And... yeah, knight takes pawn.
Yeah, takes pawn.
And it's an opposite color bishop.
Black castles.
Business.
Pretty safe looking for both sides, but for black, I think it's more of a relief than it is for Gukesh.
Totally. Yeah, totally. It's like, you know, knight takes knight is going to be met by whatever capture, and then even if the bishop parks itself on d4, pointing at g7, black is sufficiently active to cover that weakness, and your bishop also has targets. So
yeah,
it just seems quite simple for black. That would just fizzle out probably into a draw.
Very simple. Maybe this is one thing Gukesh, he's looked at, like, what happens if black castles, he's happy. What happens if black plays b5, he's happy. But f6, it's quite counterintuitive. Now that the center's about to open up, because the kings are still in the middle, it just, I think it would take me a while just to visually stumble across that move. But Ding's paused, which means it might be on his radar. Another long think, but it will be worth it if he plays
f6.
How big is the margin for error, Jovanka? If black just castles autopilot without seizing the moment?
I think it's fine.
It is fine.
It's its second choice.
Okay. Ding not necessarily obliged to play energetically here with f6.
But I think you have to go f6.
At some point.
At some point. So say, for instance, castles, maybe now, play f6.
Whoops, yeah. White castles, f6.
Are we transposing?
Yeah.
E takes f6, knight h5, e5.
E5, I guess the difference is that white can block. So maybe you need to use the moment that instead of investing it in castling the king, you play e5 first, meaning that white doesn't have the time to push forward. He doesn't play f6, he plays b5, which actually I felt was the more natural move to improve the bishop this way, but it is very loose for black. And you're not fighting for the center. That's the, I guess, the reasoning behind f6. But that was difficult. b5, I think, is very logical.
Okay. Well, immediately, my eyes are drawn to the fact that white could be going knight to c3, using that time of attacking the b5 pawn to then go queen to g4. But
ooh, true. Yeah, if you miss it first time, might as well go for it the second time. Knight attacks this pawn. If black defends, for example, then queen g4 looks even more powerful.
Yeah, because there's no queen a5 business.
This knight's really well placed as well to jump in or to support some pawn pushes later.
Yeah. Okay.
Knight c3 looks very attractive here.
Just quickly checking, am I actually threatening anything? So say, for instance, you were to castle, just knight takes pawn. I saw this, but queen a5, check.
White knight has to drop back.
Yeah, and I was wondering, like, this is one of those positions where you get compensation, right? Like rook to d8, knight takes e5 is threatened, bishop b7.
True, black's very active. You get the b file as well. True. I think Ding might be obliged to sacrifice a pawn, but one of those things, is it even a sacrifice if it's it's not a blunder of a pawn, that's for sure. Is it a sacrifice if you're going to get the pawn back, basically?
Or is it a sacrifice if you're forced?
You're forced, yeah. That's what I was going to say, and I was like,
if you're forced to give up material, right?
That's what all top players claim, right? They're like, yeah, I sacked a pawn, but they they didn't realize they had to lose material.
Okay.
I don't hate this move. It might not be the top computer suggestion by Ding, but there's clear logic behind it. The bishop is going to be fantastic on b7.
Yeah.
Playing on the side he's stronger, he's got more pawns on this flank. That's what we're told, right?
And let's have a look at what happens if white does like nothing kind of moves. This continues with development. So he goes castles, you go bishop b7. What is white's plan? That's what we always have to ask ourselves.
You know what's going to happen, Jovanka? Gukesh is now going to think for like 40 minutes coming up with a plan.
Okay, and we have to fill that time.
I mean, happily, but that's the pattern of the match, right?
Yes.
Like Ding spends like an hour on 3 or 4 moves. Then Gukesh, we're like, oh, he's up by 60, 70 minutes on the clock. 3 moves later, it's level again. As soon as the position stabilizes.
Yeah.
So b5. Yeah, if black gets 2 or 3 more moves, if black gets bishop to b7 and castles, and for example, bishop to g5, because the black knight really wants to relocate to the center, it wants to step back to e7 and occupy this beautiful outpost on d5. Yeah, if black has time for that, then I think Ding's actually a massive favorite in this game. So he's got to be dynamic, Gukesh here.
Yeah, and that makes sense because ultimately white's pawn structure in the long term is pretty weak. That pawn on d4, it's backward, it can't go forward. And also because of the imbalance with the bishop pair versus the bishop and knight, Gukesh has to play dynamically, as you mentioned, energetically and quickly. And in pawn structures, they're so important. Like pawns are the soul of the game. So let's ask our AI assistant, Gemini, all about those structures.
We asked Gemini, act as a chess expert. Explain chess pawn structures concisely using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. The chessboard is a battlefield, and the pawns are the foot soldiers that determine the terrain of the battle. Isolated pawns are vulnerable to attack. They're like a castle without a moat, easily overrun. A solid pawn chain, like a fortress wall, protects your king and other pieces. Weak squares in your pawn structure are like breaches in the wall, inviting infiltrating enemy pieces. A well-organized pawn structure provides a strong foundation for pieces to operate, while a weak one can lead to a defeat. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yes, pawn structures are super important. So thank you, Gemini, for that explanation. Yeah, b5. And once again, this position is very critical for Gukesh. He has paused. And let's dive in again to this knight to c3. Is it the only move? This is the thing. Okay, I'm checking Ceci. Ceci says it's not the only move. Castles is reasonable as well. But let's look at the most forcing, because Gukesh is all about the most principled, the most aggressive, knight c3. And let's have a look at if you have choices here. You've got b4 and you've got a6 and you've got the sacrifice.
Yeah, I quite like the sacrifice now that we've mentioned it. But let's say black
b4, right?
Pushes on. Yeah.
And now to take or not to take, that is the question.
Let's take.
Let's take, yeah. Knight takes
Let's
b4.
start by taking at least.
Yes, knight takes b4.
So some control at least over d5, but white also has a lot of control over the square. Say white now does castle.
Then bishop b7. Can we go queen f3?
Queen f3.
Is that too much? I think it might be.
Rook.
Yeah, because you go knight c2 and then
check.
Yeah, I was banking on king to d2, but I needed to calculate the sting in the tail because it's like knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4, yeah, and hitting the queen, which can capture on a8.
Yeah, maybe I need to not abandon my calculation at that point.
Walking into discover checks, that's like the coolest thing in chess. It's like your opponents lined you up, and then you just laugh in their face. You're just like, haha, no, just do your worst.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't see anything at all. Like, you can double check, but
yeah, the knight on f.
King just moves.
And this is where if that knight weren't on the board on f4, you be checkmated. But yep, okay, all good.
All good, and white emerges with an extra piece
no,
at the very
castles.
end. Yeah, you can see why you don't want to have to calculate moving your king around, like we were getting carried away with there. But okay, castles. The big question for Ding again, not for the first time, not even for the second or third time, is whether to castle or not. He could well start with developing his bishop. I
would not castle just yet, but let's see if you don't castle, maybe you get punished. So let's go bishop b7.
Yeah.
And now we were like saying that you have to play energetically. And I did a masterclass where I say, you can say all these words to your pieces, but ultimately they're a bit dumb. so they'd be like, where?
How dare you?
Yes.
Your pieces are clever.
No, because unless you give them direction, you always have to think like, I love the thing about Harry Potter chess. Like they're talking back to you and they're like, yeah, but where? Where do you want to go? Like, are we going to go knight h5? Are we going to go knight c3? Give us something.
I always thought it was more like Toy Story, where like when we go to sleep or when we go away from the board, they're talking to themselves and they're like, just, yeah. I don't know.
That could be the new children's program.
The new children's program.
Yeah, David, let's work on it.
We'll brainstorm ideas later, Jovanka. But in the meantime, forcing moves. Let's give this knight, this silly knight, some direction.
Okay, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
This way.
Okay, now it's going to go. So let's keep the beautiful pawn structure. Let's go a6.
Let's only connect 3 this time. That's not good enough.
Oh no, but it's good, David.
Okay, now queen g4. I think Gukesh, he won't miss this idea a second time.
Okay, and let's say I say I'm not afraid of no ghosts, although I am.
Okay.
I'm very afraid. Because d5 is coming.
Something's brewing.
Something is brewing in that house. Okay, so still I go, no problems, g6.
Okay, g6.
I'm a little bit worried about castling because I feel like the king is in the eye of the storm there.
That's the one downside behind Gukesh playing pawn to b5 a few turns ago. Now it's far less likely he's going to castle on the queen side. Just way too overexpanded over there, way too loose. So, okay, I'll say build up.
Rook d1. And now I will try and castle by hand. Yeah.
Soon. Maybe h5.
Yeah, I was thinking h5, but then I thought the queen just steps back to wherever it wants to go, just g3, not f3.
Not.
Anywhere but f3.
Why not f3?
In principle, you're setting yourself up for a fail. Because you're lining the queen up against the bishop.
You're also pinning this knight though. I don't know.
I know, but there could be like some queen c7 and you've given that with tempo or some kind of...
True. Not natural, at least,
Yeah.
queen f3. Okay, queen to g3. Yeah, what would the cool kids do here? What would Leela 0 play? I want to play g5, just...
I think you have to do something like that.
d5 looks so scary. d5, yeah. The problem is now if we take this knight, yes, we're attacking the white queen, but queen to g7 gains some time against the rook.
Yeah.
Next move takes the knight.
Boom.
Oh, scary.
Yeah, well, that didn't work out.
Maybe not g5, but what else?
Again, I feel like I set you up for a failure as black. No, this is scary stuff.
Terrifying stuff.
Yeah.
Bishop to h4.
Okay, now...
Just trying to trick you because you said you. Oh, sorry, not there. But
okay, he's castled.
He's castled. I was going to try and push you to f3, but let's go back to the game. That's natural as well.
Yeah, that's very natural. And again, let's have a look at what white can do to create an attack, because there are some general rules with pawn structures. When white has a pawn on e5, it cuts the board in half, so you really want to be attacking on the king side. And as David mentioned, if you allow black to consolidate, then they will have the bishop pair, they will have an amazing long-term pawn structure, and the pawn on d4 just weak. So let's go, let's do something, and I'm going to throw the question over to you.
Oh, thanks.
No, I was going to suggest knight c3.
Yeah, I agree. Knight c3. And just to finish the point on the pawn on e5, it's actually the same in multiple openings, the French, the Caro-Kann, some Queen's Gambits. Yeah, a pawn on e5 is great in the middle game when you're trying to attack on the king side, but long term, it's often overextended. It means you have less control over the center, actually. So yeah, you very much have to play short term, play very dynamically. Knight c3 is quite dynamic, hitting the pawn. Again, if we guard it,
yeah,
queen g4 is less tempting.
Although I've been told that Ceci doesn't meet knight c3 with a6.
Wow.
That's for mere peasants. Rook b8.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
No, I'm just joking with you, David.
Sorry, I didn't understand that one.
No, that...
Peasant chess here.
Well, it's like I was just referring to the fact that computers are gods. You know, they see everything, and we're just, you know, peasants playing the game. Not you. It wasn't an insult at you, David.
The chess is poor here in Singapore.
No.
At least my chess, sorry, not the players.
No,
not the
your
players.
chess is amazing, Dave. Do you know, it's quite funny because I've been comparing on the sly your instincts with other grandmasters' instincts.
Oh, gosh.
And you are up there amongst the best.
Calculation, though, is not my forte.
No, but your instincts are so good. Like in so many games, like one of them, like they've gone, you go to the queen, put the queen on the queen side, and you've been instinctively doing that. So
I'm good at looking for moves that require zero calculation, I think. So certain positions, like maybe like Ding's previous game, it's easier. But when it's a full-on fight, maybe like game 11, when Gukesh won, I would have struggled. But I mean, rook b8, it's not just this move alone, Jovanka. It's, as you mentioned there, the maneuver, rook b7 to d7, which is apparently a key motif.
It's making fools of us all. I would never have come up with that. Rook b7, d7.
I don't think anyone does.
It's good though. Now that it's been put out there in the universe, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, and okay, let's say White tries to continue attacking, all about ganging up on this weak spot on g7.
Okay, is knight h5 a threat?
Is knight h5 a threat? Black will then just play
g6, and then the next idea is to go knight to e4.
So for example, if Black just plays a slow move like a6, mate threat, has to be defended, knight to e4, there's some huge holes, right? Looks so scary.
No, I cannot play like the computer. This is terrifying.
Yeah, okay, this gave White a free move, but of course not obliged to do that.
A bit. I don't know.
See it though. I mean, now all these f5, f6s, they look so loose for Black.
Because this is something we talked about. Maybe we talked about f5 and that, you know, you don't need to even take. You just simply drop the queen back to g3 at times.
Yeah, at least on that occasion, the white knight was on f3 rather than c3. Now, I think the white knight would love to teleport over to the king side because it's going to jump with support of the h-pawn. Now there's no h-pawn support, so bishop h4, we mentioned in another variation, could happen. But then again, yeah, it's so risky for Black. This backward e6 pawn is going to tie you down. d5 might be a huge breakthrough. What's the downside behind putting the queen on g4? So rook to b8, we've come to terms with the fact that that is the strongest for Black.
Okay.
And yeah, just to point out, knight takes d4 is legal, but maybe shouldn't be because of this pin.
Then you're going to meet that with knight h5.
Yeah, bishop to c5, knight h5, right?
Yeah.
Checkmate threat, and the white queen now supports the win of a piece on d4. Queen to g4. Better late than never. Unless he's just going to chill and, I mean...
Could be.
Very characteristic for Ding.
It was a good reaction, right? You have to respect a queen and knight combo, so why not? Okay, but still, are you going to meet knight h5 with rook to g8? Is that...
Yeah, I mean, it does look a bit odd to like smother my own king like this in the corner, but I don't see any downsides yet. At least, even if g6, at least now there's no knight e4 because it's actually a threat to take on h5. It's no longer a pin. Although bishop h6 type moves are scary.
Yeah, also, what about like knight f6 and sacking the pawn just to get control over the dark squares?
Gets very concrete here, right? Take, and it depends whether Black can play e5 without getting checkmated. Hitting the queen. Queen moves, pawn takes pawn. So close to coming in with mate. I mean, maybe still knight e4. And... oh, gosh. I mean, this is, yeah, for example, pawn takes bishop now would lose on the spot to the threat of mate. The knight defends f6 as well, so the black queen can't capture. And at the very end, you jump in.
Yep.
Checkmate. I mean, yeah, this is the type of thing that could go wrong for Black so easily. But it all starts with knight to c3 and getting the white queen out. I really don't think you have time to mess around with like queen c2, queen d2, bring the rook to the center. Normally I'm an advocate of inviting all the pieces to the party, Jovanka, but this time you've got to be so quick.
Yeah, I do feel that as well. I mean, could you be tempted to go with the knight to the other direction, to knight g3? I mean, but the thing is, knight c3 comes with tempo.
It does. And every good calculator likes to look at forcing moves where there's a big threat. So I think that's Gukesh's first instinct. But knight g3, it's a case of whether they get in each other's way or whether they support each other on the king side. Now I've seen this idea of rook b8, rook d. Now I'm just obsessed, but is there another way of doing it?
Okay, that's a very beautiful idea. I mean,
it really is.
I think now when you go deep, you understand that's to neutralize d5, right?
To neutralize d5, yeah. Actually, bishop on b7 is counterintuitive. Normally it looks like that prevents d5 ideas, but maybe you need the bishop on c8 just in case the white queen ever lands on g4, then indirectly you stop the move d5 because the queen will be attacked. Okay, but how does black continue? Is it a weird f6 move again, which looks even more risky with the white knights lurking?
Okay, let's try.
It worked earlier.
Yeah, I feel like knight g3 is too slow.
Although, yeah, still unclear. Like queen f3 looks a bit tempting.
Yeah, you can't go bishop b7 there. You have to go.
Oh wait, you can actually
takes. Can you?
Queen takes here and then bishop to d7.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already a tactical minefield. And lo and behold, Gukesh is stopping to think, as predicted.
Yeah, he needs to.
Yeah, critical moment already.
Here's the way that he needs to think about organizing his pieces, because as we mentioned, black holds all the long-term trumps, and if Gukesh doesn't try to pose any problems, black is going to be comfortably better, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, if you just somehow magicked the queens off the board here, black has an advantage, without a doubt. Black has this mobile majority, 3 versus 2 on the queen side. As you mentioned earlier, backward pawn. So it's essential that Gukesh actually just goes for checkmate. If you can't win an endgame ever, I mean, even if black were to like give up a c-pawn at the cost of giving the queens up, I think black would be in decent shape. So any endgame is favorable for Ding.
Yes.
So it means you have to go on the attack. And probably you start it now, somehow.
Yes. So we thought knight c3.
Yeah. I liked that, Jovanka.
Yeah, I like it. And it just occurred to me that black doesn't actually have to use time to go rook to b8. Because you can meet knight takes b5 with rook b8.
Who trusts computers anyway? Rook b8 might have been the suggestion of our Silicon friends, but yeah, maybe there's a more useful move, b4. The problem is what to do other than rook b8, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of, bishop b7 gets in the way of the rook now. The
Maybe
knight
bishop
can't go anywhere.
d7.
Bishop d7, okay, interesting. And maybe rather than get tempted and play on black side of the board, as you mentioned, rook to b8, just to put that down. And the pawn on b2 drops. Maybe white just continues, queen to g4.
Okay.
Stirring up some attack.
And we were not comfortable with any way of defending this position. So let's, okay, so we tried king h8. That was...
the best of a bad bunch, at least. Knight h5, maybe I will just have to, if I'm Ding, defend passively.
And then there was knight to e4.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. What's the magic number, Jovanka?
3, but there's a defender.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Not the best looking defender in the
No,
world.
not the best looking defender, and I'm a bit concerned about this knight on e4. That's
going to come in, right?
It is going to come into g5. And
what if black's just like, you shall not pass, queen on f8? Just pieces cuddling up
here.
There will be no mate.
Okay, that's a cluster. And so your idea is, if I go knight to g5, you're just going to go h6.
Well, the idea was just not to get checkmated, which
is a good idea in general, right?
In chess, right? Good advice for everyone at home, in case you hadn't thought of that before. Okay, h6, as you say.
Wow. It's tempted to go f4 and just go, I don't care.
Wow.
Let it roll. I don't think you can even take that knight, actually.
Jovanka Tal here has entered the studio. Just intuitive sacrifice.
I tell you something, being a commentator sometimes brings out your inner beast.
It really does. And then we play a game and we're like, no, can't sacrifice a piece.
No, exactly.
That's how I play it.
I had so many opportunities in the Olympiad to sacrifice pieces. And I was like, no, I'm going to be comfortably better, please. Thank you very much.
It's nice to be able to play moves on the board while the players are thinking, right?
Yeah.
And this just looks terrifying for black. It looks like you're going to get checkmated simply. Too many attacking pieces, too passive.
Yeah.
We're really struggling to deal with this idea of queen to g4 and bringing the queen in. This knight is the worst placed piece at the moment. It's just clumsy. You want to magic it forward to e4 anyway, so I think he's going to make one of these two moves, Jovanka, after a bit of thought.
Right. And it just goes to show if we're struggling, then Ding will be also struggling. I'm kind of interested in knowing, like, what is the computer's assessment? I don't get it, David. The computers are too refined for me. So it goes after knight c3.
Yes.
This is again sassy, the juiced up stockfish. Rook b8.
Oh, sorry. Well, I don't know why I took on d4 there. I was thinking further down the line.
Yeah, no.
Rook b8,
It had happened to me many times, actually.
Now I meant to say this is
rook
impossible.
to b8 is suggesting rook e1. Hello.
Instead of queen g4?
Get the monocle out. I and sip your tea. This is not my kind of chess. So queen to g4.
Yeah, queen g4.
Queen g4.
I'm
Like
curious to know how the computer defends against this scary attack.
f5.
f5. Okay, we mentioned this, and the white queen just moves. En passant here, I guess, isn't too productive. Trying to figure out why. Maybe just rook takes, defending this pawn. I'm walking into knight to e4. Well, this gets really tactical, actually. Knight to e4 looks like it's going to be super powerful against the rook, but perhaps e5. Counterattack on the white queen, giving up material, and then at the very end, there's a double attack.
Yes.
Knight to e6 looks like it might save the day, but then the black queen moves, and this knight is pinned.
And
super complicated.
Yeah,
even that continues, but
as we know, en passant, the streamers move.
Streamers move. It's not forced.
Actually, I'm kind of curious to hear what Gemini has to say about en passant, whether she comes up with that same analogy.
Teach us, should en passant be played?
We asked Gemini, act as a chess expert. What is en passant? Explain it concisely using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine a ninja sneaking past a guard. The ninja moves 2 steps forward, thinking they're safe. But the guard, quick on their feet, can still catch the ninja in passing by moving diagonally into the square the ninja just passed through. This special rule is called en passant, allowing a pawn to capture an opponent's pawn that has just moved 2 squares forward from its starting position. The capturing pawn moves diagonally to the square the opponent's pawn passed over, as if the opponent's pawn had only moved 1 square. It can catch opponents off guard and lead to exciting opportunities. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
I must admit, I have never thought of it as a ninja. I like it. I like it though. But yeah, f5.
And shout out to our Oscar-winning actors there that we hired specially for the role of playing the ninjas. Yeah, our tournament organizers, they were very accommodating beforehand. No, but e takes f6 en passant, a key idea that might actually happen in the game, whether it's strong or not, because Gukesh has played knight to c3. We felt it was the most natural move, gaining time against this black pawn. And definitely, whether Ding goes for that variation or not, he's got some big questions to answer now.
He does, and this is the storm that is brewing. Knight c3, attacking the b5 pawn, and more importantly, setting up a potential kingside attack. We've been pounding the table for this move for a long time now. So yeah, queen g4, it's gonna happen. So, well, according to the engine, rook to b8 was the best way to defend, with a very sophisticated idea of going rook b7, rook d7 at the right time. We may or may not see that in the game. But the big defensive idea was that things got very spicy after queen to g4. That the best way to defend is...
He plays rook b8, the best move, Ding.
Whoa.
Of course he does, very quickly.
Did you see? Quickly. Always quickly.
He's not a peasant. Jovanka,
no, he's higher level, right?
Yeah, that is a great move. And I think the reason we were kind of fixated on other options is because we wanted to put the bishop on b7 as black, which is the ideal diagonal long term. But short term, it's more about gaining counterplay, maybe with b4, opening up lines to distract Gukesh from the kingside or to slide. And okay, let's show that en passant one more time.
Yeah, so queen comes out to g4, f5. And okay, we have to say en passant is not compulsory. Although maybe the rules would change massively if it were, right? Okay, but you can step back with a queen.
Yes.
So, but let's revisit the en passant ninja move.
The ninja move, pawn takes pawn. And now e6 is actually attacked twice by the knight and queen. So I think the safest, or at least the desirable move would be rook takes. And knight to h5 is a double attack, hitting this pawn, hitting the rook, but black can solve both by sliding across. And Ding won his last World Championship with a rook on g6 in the playoff games. So I think he would love to see this, but yeah, knight to e4 is so close to being just so strong for white, to being almost winning, but e5 saves the day, right?
Yeah, and then suddenly you almost see like a role reversal, because after this exchange sacrifice, there's a massive threat of winning the knight, that's one, but also d takes e4 and setting up this beautiful cluster of pawns in the middle.
I think this actually wins the piece. I was continuing the variation. d5 protects the knight, the queen can take, the knight jumps out the way, counterattack, and the black queen just moves, I think, all the way back, attacking the knight, still attacking the queen. And okay, long variation at the end, but black eventually does capture this wayward knight.
Yeah.
Wow, so this is literally a 7-move variation just to justify this single move f5, but if it works, right, for black?
Yes.
And what if the white queen just moves now out of this
She can do that.
diagonal?
Well, there's no immediate threat apart from knight h5 is always met by rook to g6.
Yeah.
So one can just, and it's d5. Have to d5 or knight e4. There are the issues.
Can black be super greedy and just say,
I thought about it,
c pawn,
but
take
I
pawn?
thought I was pushing my luck if I was going to suggest that move. So I thought rook to d.
Oh wait, actually maybe this one is killer now because no longer defended. Okay,
Yes.
I take it back.
Okay, yeah.
Take back time. This is a triple threat. So okay, queen g3. You were going to suggest another move, Jovanka?
Anything, but I was thinking
anything but David's blunder.
But I hadn't calculated. I just felt it was a bit too scary, you know. So one should always calculate. So here I was thinking d5. I was trying to assess whether d5 is an issue, because if it's an issue, I'm not sure how to handle it. And if it's not an issue, then I can go queen. I can make a queen move, or maybe set up a pin. Hang on, GMs love to do pins, but knight to e4.
This pin on the knight to e4 blocks.
Yeah.
Well, blocks I say, but hits these two.
Yeah.
Maybe the black rook just moves though.
Right.
Again, long-term black's doing okay, so short-term white needs something.
Still looks very, very scary for
black.
For black.
Simply because as well, white has a lot of shelter for the king. Black has less shelter with the pawns at least. Okay, let's investigate not taking en passant.
Yeah, okay.
Queen g4, because actually the one that scared me is not taking this one-time offer, but instead stepping back. And I mean, this knight is staring down at the e-pawn. d5 is still powerful.
Look at queen to f3 because it's a tempo move.
Okay.
Although
you hated it last time, Jovanka.
I know I hated it last time, but now it's not possible to go bishop b7 because the knight takes e6.
Now
but now you can take
is,
on e4. Yeah. Okay. So I
think black gets away with this.
Yeah, I think black gets away with as well.
So okay, queen g3.
So you can't take on d4 because pin. And
just to show that the rook comes across, bishop c5. I guess you just take.
Yeah, you just take.
And then you drop back.
Yeah.
And the piece falls off the board. So okay, that pawn is not edible. Is it?
Yeah, g5.
Is it
Let's
g5
do it.
in
Just do it.
some circumstances? No threat though if white just plays h4.
Okay, h6.
h6. At least there's a landing spot for white's knight. Eventually. Maybe take. Knight g6.
Okay, I'm going to be so cheeky here, but I'm going to look at f4.
f4. And then...
Oh, you can take it.
Yeah, I can take. I'm not sure which direction I. Oh, whoops.
No, you can take it. Knight takes f4, and whoops.
Yeah.
I actually fell for that trick.
I mean, it's a type of position where there's so many tactics, though. It doesn't feel like g5 is possible. Maybe he builds for g5, like king h8 threatens g5.
Okay. Or maybe you can go bishop h4, and then get in.
Aha.
Then get in
Finally,
your
this
g5.
idea. So queen h3. This looks really scary. Suddenly, the white queen is on the brink of getting trapped.
Yo.
She's falling off the edge of the board, and queen f3 suddenly allows the black knight to snack on this pawn with gain of time.
Aha.
It's really hanging by a thread. Black is reliant on all these kind of weird tactics, but it's
holding.
It's holding. It looks that way. That's what has maybe stayed his hand, Gukesh. Otherwise, I think we would have seen queen g4 much quicker. As predicted, Gukesh investing quite a chunk of his time advantage, but still up by 30 minutes on the clock. If not queen g4, earlier we mentioned the computer's move rook to e1. I can't see that being played, though.
It wasn't my kind of chess. That was the thing. You know.
Is it anyone's kind of chess to put a rook behind its own?
Yeah, the chickens. The chickens of the world. They would go rook e1.
The geniuses.
Oh yeah.
Of the world.
So there's a fine line. Don't they say there's a fine line between bravery and idiocy? It's just the result that's different.
Got to toe the line there. Yeah, rook to e1, I guess in some circumstances, indirectly it defends this pawn. It might make it more likely that white forces through the move d5, because the rook will guard.
So, rook e1.
Are we looking in the wrong direction? Maybe he shouldn't even be looking at the black king. He should just be looking at the center of the board.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, you're selling me the dream. Okay, because especially if you go a6. Say you carry on blissfully unaware.
Say a5 just to hint.
Yeah, whatever.
E4.
Let's do it. Okay, so can we go? I think it's though you want the queen to step out of the way.
Yeah, you want the rook on this square, right?
Yeah.
Staring down the black queen.
So now can we throw in? Does rook e1 make a difference?
Who knows? d5, maybe. I guess the idea is if black ever takes on e5, you can play like...
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even that effective. Bishop a7, hitting this rook, hitting the knight. But then the black rook just moves, right?
Okay, we have... Oh.
He plays knight to h5.
Okay.
Similar vein to one of the moves we suggested, but different order. Queen to g4 is definitely on the agenda next.
Okay. So, that knight is out there on a limb. So my first question would be, sorry, I opened up c4, and it's even the wrong position, so let me just, okay, knight h5. But I like to look at it from a human perspective.
Yeah.
So queen to g4, big threat. Queen takes g7, and knight e4 is also coming.
Yeah.
Do you blink and go g6? Do you start taking those precautions? Do you go f5 and stop a queen arriving at g4?
Yeah, now we've seen this f5 idea. It makes sense to investigate further, but somehow with the white knight on h5 controlling the f6 square, it looks less tempting for black. Also, it's not gaining time against the white queen. Okay, so let's say white does flinch and say en passant.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Hitting this soldier. Yeah, again, it's not the worst thing in the world. It looks a bit loose for black on the dark squares, but white doesn't have as many attackers anymore.
But you can see a defense. Like, you can see black is going to start, you know, if allowed, knight to e7, put the bishop on b7. You know, there's a lot of activity.
Yeah, maybe he has to. I mean, the reason the computer wanted to play f5 after queen g4 is because you simply couldn't just sit and suffer on the king side as black. You've got 0 defenders in terms of pieces, just the pawns. And the pawns alone won't help. So maybe it is time to try and activate the pieces. f5, at least the bishop will either get active after en passant, or you could just bring the rook up and defend.
So our producer is pointing out, David, that after the exchanges on f6, maybe d5 then is interesting.
Yeah, or before knight takes f6.
Now.
d5, or It's very scary for black.
It is very scary, but let's just be calm about it. Let's take it and
Feels like
pretend
we
we had it all planned.
Ugh. Okay, white still needs to strike quite quickly. So queen takes, knight takes. Knight takes, at least the queen has a lot of choice. I wonder whether greed is good.
Let's do it, David.
Maybe.
And let's pretend that we're showing why it might be a bad move. I think it's fine.
It does look fine-ish, although there's
Bishop
so many
C5.
tempo gainers. This looks just literally terrifying. The queen and king are on separate continents right now, unable to hang out together, which is never a good sign when you're defending. Like rook e8 would walk into all sorts of like knight c7 ideas.
Mm-hmm. And if we set up a pin with rook to d8.
d8, there's knight to e7 check, maybe.
Yeah.
The black knight cannot move. It has to defend its rook.
That's true.
The
And
king
if the king,
slides.
yes.
Now I'm lacking a knockout blow, but maybe just knight.
Oh, wow.
Knight takes knight.
Yeah, knight takes knight. Oh, that's nice.
Rook takes. Threatening a back ranker.
And unfortunately,
This one.
you can't defend the rook and the back rank, so that's good enough.
Probably. I mean, you get a position like this one, knight takes rook, bishop takes rook, rook takes. White's up material, 3 pieces for a queen, but at the very end, black does have the c-pawn.
I know.
I mean, again, this is a long variation. This is a proper rabbit hole we've just tumbled down, but I mean, it could be relevant. It's very, I mean, it at least highlights the type of position we're facing right now, especially if Ding pushes his f-pawn, which he does.
Which he does, wow.
Quite quickly as well.
Okay. And so that rabbit hole that we fell down is actually really relevant. Okay, let's reel it back in and start. Let's start again. So you don't have to take the pawn.
Don't have to.
But that's like the most critical try.
Yeah, unfortunately, white can't really improve the queen right now. Like queen to f3, I think still stumbles into knight takes pawn, although that needs to be verified. That needs to be double checked. But just process of elimination, d5 feels a bit premature, like you're dropping the e5 pawn. Even if black were to take and just put a bishop on e6, I think it's stable enough.
Yeah.
Rook moves now make 0 sense. Those pieces cannot be improved much. So I'm thinking it's en passant, Jovanka, or queen to f3 type moves. Can I try this one?
Okay. Yes, you can. And I will go bishop to b7.
Yeah. Why is my knight not back on f4?
I know, I know.
Okay, let's continue. Queen to g3.
And I saw that. So rook to f7.
Yeah, I think that's more stable. g6, I would come back, and threats of sacrificing
Knight takes
even.
g6, yeah.
Oof. Queen g3, rook f7, though, you're suggesting. And now...
You're going to go...
Tempted to come back anyway.
You're going to go bishop... I thought bishop h6.
h6, I could, yeah.
But then I guess you still have to huddle up in a ball and go bishop f8. Because if this whole business of g6, knight f4 is really annoying.
Yeah. Again, it's hanging by a thread for black. I wonder after rook f7 whether it's time to take a chill and just
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, set up d5.
This looks really pleasant for white, I've got to say.
Yeah, it looks good.
Practical terms.
So, okay, hang on. Wait.
So you always have to worry about bishop h4. But, okay, queen f3. Tactically, does this work? Knight takes d4, grabs a pawn.
Queen.
This threatens checkmate. And next move, white pins the audacious knight yet again.
Yep. Okay, you're threatening checkmate, so rook f7.
Rook d1. Pinning this knight. And this looks good again for Gukesh. Gukesh playing good chess.
Yes. Oh, you've been working on your puns with Gukesh.
I really haven't. It's just suddenly came to mind. It's not the best pun in the world, but f5. Okay, let's try it again. Queen f3.
Queen f3. Okay, so let's go bishop d7. Let's have some
D7.
connection with the e6 pawn.
This pawn and the king side. Okay, queen to g3 again.
Okay, I'm really reluctant to go g6. Just because I feel like
here it might make more sense actually.
Yeah, because the pawn is defended, but I'm still really reluctant to do it. But it's analysis. We can take back knight F.
It's a threat at least now. Bishop h4 is threatened. This knight is hanging.
Okay. Is it though? So if I go d5, consequences. And if knight takes, and queen.
Maybe you throw in a check.
Yeah, I thought, but then you take it with. No, yeah, I can do it. I can do it. With the rook, queen takes bishop.
Take this one, yeah. Suddenly black's collapsing on the dark squares.
Yeah.
I mean, this, g6 now looks so silly. You want to put the pawn back in g7. Feels promising. Okay, let's investigate en passant one more time. Because that's the most forcing move.
And there was bishop takes. And here we were looking at all the trades.
All the trades, followed by d5.
Yes.
And at the very end, it's a straight 50-50 which one you pick, but queen takes I was less attracted to because of queen e6. And if the queens come off, black is totally fine.
Yeah. So, yeah, I completely agree with that. So knight takes, and here you can roll the dice and take on b2.
You're feeling really brave.
But
really brave.
There's a lot of us out there who are not that reckless. So let's leave the queen around the king. So let's put the queen on g6.
G6 is fine.
I'm not sure because
it looks a bit scary with the turrets, but the knight defends. I mean, bishop h3 is suddenly a threat. Like, who's attacking who suddenly?
Yep, that's true. Although you do have knight.
Knight f4, no.
Knight f4, yeah.
Knight f4, yeah.
Queen f7.
Moves again.
I feel like
she moves,
white has made zero progress.
Yeah. Black's actually got great control of the light squares. Bishop's coming.
And a more mobile pawn's majority on the queen side as well. And that's perfect for the endgame. So yeah, we're not finding anything convincing after e takes f6.
No.
But if you keep the tension alive with just a queen move or what was queen f3, then it does seem like we're in for a wild ride where Gukesh is on a bound to continue the kingside attack because of the weak pawn on d4, and Ding will be forced on the defensive. That's going to be super exciting. But we are going to go on a pause and we're going to take a break. As we go into the break, well, Charlize recaps that special moment of Game 12 when Ding Liren won against Gukesh with the white pieces. Have a look.
In a surprising twist, world champion Ding Liren defeats challenger Gukesh D in Game 12 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google, emulating his 12th game victory in the last World Championship. Even though he was initially taken back by Gukesh's opening approach, Ding managed to find his way and create a chess masterpiece, perhaps one of the best games of his career. After the game, Ding Liren reflected on his recovery in the post-game press conference, saying that yesterday was a difficult game to deal with, but he tried to continue with his normal routine and be refreshed for this important game. Gukesh's position was beyond repair, but even so, Ding's finish was magnificent. On move 38, he played bishop d6, threatening rook e8. Gukesh parried with 38 f6, only to be hit by the crushing rook takes g7, followed by bishop takes f8 and promotion. Despite suffering a major blow, Gukesh took it in stride. He explained that he was aware of the opening position and thought he was quite comfortable. However, he wasn't sure what to do later on. The match is once again tied 6-6, and the 13th game takes place December 11th, 5 p.m. local time. Gukesh will play his final game with the white pieces.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStacks.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Ding Liren. Gukesh T. Chessboard. Clock. Score sheet. Pen. Fair play. Broadcast room. Lenso. Google Experiential Zone. Merch store. Spectator gallery. Arbiter.
We are back, and as we expected for Game 13, where Gukesh has the white pieces, it is a sharp position on the board. Now, for those of you just joining us, let's take a recap of what's happened so far. The game began with Gukesh opening up with e4, which we had suspected earlier on that maybe Gukesh would be trying his hand at testing Ding's French defense.
Yeah, this is a clear reaction to Gukesh's defeat in the previous game. He wants to go for it. This is his final white in the classical portion. And in the French defense, which Ding had previously used twice, this is the third time we've seen it, Gukesh didn't try to surprise Ding in the early stages. It was only a bit later, in a position they had reached before previously, that this move, a3, a bit of a rarity, paused Ding here. Ding, trying to come up with something new, decided to just move his bishop. But the surprises continued, and after bishop e3 already here, Gukesh had a big time advantage.
Yes, really, Ding did have a long think as to how he would actually develop his pieces. And in the end, he finds that he's going to play c takes d4. Oh, knight b6. Knight b6 first.
Trying to come in with his knight. And as you mentioned, Jovanka, now he trades pawns.
And now he jumps in with his knight c4. Now, this was a really risky gamble because after the most natural bishop takes knight, of course, white is getting rid of that irksome piece. Pawn takes bishop, and now Gukesh could have played for the initiative by just coming out with the queen to g4 and testing black's defenses there.
Yeah, this would have been very scary for Ding, and at least according to computers, a big objective advantage for white. So Gukesh, missing this opportunity, instead very quickly developed his knight, and the game continued. pawn to b5. Ding not forced to play like this, but very ambitious, expanding on the queen side. Long term, black is doing very well, but short term, Gukesh has the outline of an attack.
Yeah. Knight comes to c3, a very precise move there from Ding, defending that. And here we were contemplating whether white should be developing the rook, just continuing naturally, perhaps with eyes on d4, d5, or maybe coming out with the queen to g4, setting up knight to h5 ideas. But Gukesh decides knight h5 is the way forward. Queen to g4 is going to be on the agenda. And Ding said, nope, not having any of that, and lashes out with a pawn to f5. Quite a committal decision. And now the ball is in Gukesh's court. Plenty of moves to make here.
That's right, we're at move 15. This is the current position. Breaking it down in a few words is difficult, but essentially Ding's hand was forced there. I think Ding, a great practical decision to not allow Gukesh to attack him. And still that dynamic of Gukesh having the short-term chances, Ding having the long-term chances, meaning that this is already a critical moment. And Gukesh, a bit of a long think, one of his longer thinks of the game. He's still got over an hour. Ding has 44 minutes left. And the big question is, en passant or not en passant?
Okay. And we were looking at queen to f3 before the break. And we thought that that might be a very interesting try, keeping the tension on the board, attacking the knight, getting ready to move the queen to g3 and threaten checkmates. But I don't think that maybe was the best move.
Yeah, in this position, queen to f3, I was really attracted to this. And I think actually after any other reply by black, such as the bishop moves we were talking about, white does have a promising attack. We were checking out some variations here. It did look a bit scary for black, but one very clever move. And again, this isn't me. This is in the break time. I did see an engine. I didn't see many moves other than queen to e8. And suddenly black apparently is doing very well. This is clever, Jovanka. Ties white's queen down to this knight, defends his own knight. And now if white doesn't have queen to g3, because the knight on h5 would suddenly fall, then there's no point behind putting the queen here, actually, and bishop to b7 will target this piece.
Okay.
Suddenly white's queen and knight look a bit misplaced.
Yeah, that was such a sneaky queen slide, but it's good. No, I agree with you. I mean, if you can't go queen g3, then what was the point of it all? So you have to go back to the drawing board. But queen e8 is actually a really easy move to overlook.
Yeah, we did. And
yeah.
I don't think Ding has. I think that's part of the idea behind him playing f5 there, opening up this diagonal for his queen. But yeah, for Gukesh, I mean, it just looked like this type of move is always met by the bishop defending the knight. It just, I mean, 100% of the time that happens until now. And queen to e8, which definitely wasn't possible on the last few moves. It didn't make any sense if the black pawn were back on f7. Suddenly it changes everything. And yeah, it's hard for white to push through d5 as well. Suddenly you've got to change strategy and play for this, but knight takes e5 will always gain time against the white queen, which is misplaced.
Yeah, and you can see the pushback is going to start with g6 at the right time and pressure against d4. No, this is...
Maybe g5
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm worried about. So this kind of position, if you make the wrong decision, it could just all fall apart for white. So we also considered e takes f6. What other potential non-en passant moves are there? Could you be doing?
Maybe d5?
Yeah, maybe d5. Can we do it? Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so
it's either that or just like some slow moves that are too mysterious for us to investigate. Rook e1, for example.
Well, rook e1 makes some sense if you want to push through d5 and have e5 covered.
True. I think Gukesh will save that as a last resort, just in case. How about d5?
Okay, d5, knight takes e5. Let's munch.
Jovanka, Patsa sees a pawn, Patsa takes a pawn. I'm going to take an
example. Okay, I thought you were going to play bishop d4, and I was worried. Big time. Okay, yeah, but you can. I've given you the idea now, so
thank you.
I'm sure it was on your radar. Rook. Yeah, I'm struggling.
Yeah, like rook b7, for example.
Now you go back.
Maybe I should have played it on the last move, to be honest. But.
Yeah, no, this has gone wrong already because you go bishop d6 and then f4 and The G7 pawn falls, and that's
No,
it.
now it's defended.
Oh, yeah.
I accidentally put your rook on b7 for you to defend. Whoops. Okay, greed wasn't good. Why did I take here?
Yeah.
Well, even Ceci even told us that the rook wants to be on b7, yet I just happily invited it there. Whoops. Okay, how about this one? Queen d4.
Okay.
Some sort of pin.
What was wrong with bishop d4?
Nothing. I just.
You just wanted.
Felt like this was more ambitious.
Okay. Bishop f6.
Okay, now I take that bishop.
Queen takes.
Queen takes, and now I nearly blundered my queen by playing bishop f4.
Knight to f3 check.
Yep, it looks like a pin, but yeah, you unpin with full effect, and after the check is broken, you take. And okay, it's not over yet, but white is definitely in big trouble. Yeah, so queen takes f6. If white doesn't have anything here, then I'll have to backtrack and meekly accept that my whole strategy wasn't correct. Ding there, just pacing around in his rest area. That brought him success, actually, in the previous game. The first time we saw Ding actually kind of step away from the board.
Oh, Ding actually revealed that the secret ingredient to winning was drinking some coffee.
Yeah.
Before the game. And he said, yeah, it gives you energy. Like, yes.
Yeah.
But it does make you a little bit more nervous.
A bit jittery.
And a bit jittery. So you do have to time it well. And yeah, there's all sorts of studies about how caffeine gives you this big boost and then a crash.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you time it right, you time it correctly. You don't want the crash to happen during the most critical stage of the game, the time scramble, for example. But somehow Ding was full of energy in the previous game. It's always a question like, how many coffees is too many? How much energy do you need? How much you rely on those types of things? I know most chess players rely quite a lot on coffee, especially if there are morning rounds involved or long games. In the end, it is en passant, so d5 was interesting, it's got to be said. Not quite convincing us, but en passant, the most logical move.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think he's playing for checkmate anymore, though, Jovanka. He's playing for small advantages.
Yeah, and small advantages are good enough as long as they make their opponent uncomfortable. So yeah, a very quick response there from Ding, as expected. And remember, Gukesh has a choice. He doesn't have to take that bishop. Maybe he can come in with d5. Although it doesn't really... No, I didn't think about it either.
Maybe the bishop would take this knight and the pawn on d5 would drop. I keep thinking that this is a must-win situation because of just the way that Gukesh started with the opening. Very ambitious, playing e4, heading straight towards the French defense. He's been trying to attack Ding Liren's king, but he can take a lot of the risk out of the position here, Jovanka. He doesn't need to win yet, even if it's his last white. He can, as we mentioned, trade off this bishop, push forward, opposite color bishops remaining, white's slightly more active. Are you shocked by our neural network percentage bar at the top of the screen? Only 9% chance, or 8.9% chance, that Ding wins this game, wins this position.
That's weird.
That feels really low.
Like, why is it suggesting that? Like, we have to try and understand Leela here, because in fact, we were looking at positions where if white doesn't play precisely, the long-term trumps are going to be with black on account of the more mobile pawn majority on the queen side.
Yeah, we thought that long-term black was always the one in the driver's seat, but suddenly, despite the fact that the drawing margin is still high, according to our percentages, maybe it is Ding who needs to continue playing accurately. He's foiled the attack. I don't think he's going to worry about checkmate anymore, but maybe there's still some danger lurking long-term.
Okay, let's dive in. So we looked at knight takes bishop.
Yes, check.
Yep, we think that's the best.
Black will recapture
And then
with the queen.
d5 makes a whole lot of sense. Even though you liberate the light square bishop, you get rid of your own pawn weakness. Again, makes sense.
You accelerate your play. It's a tempo-gaining move, forcing move.
Perfect.
I think black has to take. If the black knight moves, firstly, you drop a pawn. Secondly, the white pawn's going to be very strong.
You don't want to go there.
Okay, so it takes.
Yeah, and knight takes, again, makes a whole lot of sense. Attacking the queen, it's an open position. Tempos matter. And we were looking at queen to queen g6.
Okay.
There's bishop takes a7.
Ah.
But wait 1 second, there's also bishop h3, and the fun continues.
It only just begins.
Yeah.
The fun, Jovanka. So knight takes bishop, just to point out, walks into a nasty fork, a royal fork. Whoops, queen gone. But yeah, bishop h3, counterattack. And it's like a mirror image of what Gukesh was trying to do earlier. Suddenly Ding is trying to do it to Gukesh's king.
Yes, and there, unfortunately, you won a pawn, but you're saying goodbye to your rook.
Yeah, not a good trade.
Not a good trade.
Not a good trade.
But unless there's some weirdy stuff happening with knight f4. Oh.
I mean, this is all going through Gukesh's mind. I mean, no doubt about it, right?
Yeah.
Rook takes knight.
Rook takes knight, queen to d5.
Check.
Check. Okay, but there you can intercept with the queen. And
you? If you drop back the queen, there'll be a trade-off.
No, with the queen e6. I wanted queen
e6.
e6.
Ah, that's clever. Really clever. So you save your bishop in the process. Queen takes queen, take. And when the dust settles, level material, but black's bishop and knight probably better than white's rook and pawn.
Yep. Yes. Okay. So there's no shenanigans there. But I mean, this is stuff that they have to calculate. And it also goes to show the pitfalls that you get of being greedy in an open position. So let's rewind back to the knight to d5.
And this is one of Gukesh's many faces of calculation. He's also trying to work out these variations just as we are. I guess he's also trying to think of the risk involved. Jovanka, he does not want to necessarily go all in now, but he wants to apply some pressure to Ding. So, okay, take, knight takes, queen to g6. We haven't found anything too kind of shocking or too surprising.
Can we continue with the tempo moves? So we have bishop c5, tempo move. What else is there?
Knight to f4.
Knight to f4, yeah. Okay, knight to f4 is the most challenging because it attacks the queen.
We mentioned the black queen can drop back, guarding any checks against her king.
But maybe we continue with the tempo moves, queen to d6.
Maybe it's a case of stopping too early. Suddenly this knight is really dominated.
And then you have to go bishop b7, but like you say, the knight's not getting out.
It's going to be a fine line here between Ding surviving and being okay, maybe holding a draw, or Gukesh bringing all his pieces in and everything culminating in a big attack. But can we try the other one, Jovanka? I'm going to try, because I'm less ambitious than Gukesh by nature, something that might bank a small advantage, potentially lower risk and lower reward at the same time. I'm going to take with a queen check.
Okay, queen e6.
Queen e6. And what if white just maintains the status quo, defends the queen, and says, okay, endgames this time are okay?
Okay, so queen takes queen is one move. Let's play into your hands, and then I'm going to go a6.
I'm trading off on my terms, though.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said let's go for the best, your best endgame. Okay, and now, let's just move the knight to e7.
Yep. Black isn't perfectly coordinated compared to white's pieces, but hard to get at any weaknesses. Rook to e5.
Knight to either g6 or to f5.
I think knight f5 is maybe less attractive because of this move.
Bishop c5, yeah. So
then one of the white rooks will get to the d8 file, to the back rank even.
So let's continue with knight g6 then.
Oh, whoops, I went back the whole way.
That's okay.
My bad. Either way, this endgame, I have a feeling Gukesh is going to go for it, but reluctantly. Queen check, rook to d1. This type of position, at least, it's hard to imagine white ever losing. And this position we had on the board, as you mentioned, Jovanka, knight to g6, the better move.
Could you refine your idea just a little bit? After a6,
yes.
Could you throw in bishop c5?
The black rook shifts.
And now rook
d1.
Rook to d1, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there are weaknesses, actually. Black's pawn structure looks nice and pretty, the connect 3, but
they're not so mobile for the time being. And the bishop is very nice on c5. And if the bishop on c8 has to guard d7, then it's going to be unpleasant.
Yeah, really unpleasant. If you could wave your magic wand here and just kind of distract your opponent, then put the bishop on d3. Black is laughing. Black is loving life.
Accompanied by a cough.
But unfortunately not possible, and Ding not quite fully comfortable yet, even with the departure of queens, which I think he would have been very happy with a few moves ago. This might be that gear change that you need in every game, right, Jovanka, where instead of going directly for the attack, you need to settle in, you need to say, okay, endgame is fine, transform my advantage, and try to grind away in some long battle.
I like it. So we have David's approach, which is endgame. We have Yovi's approach, which is opposite color bishop middle game. Let's put Leela's approach. So we are in agreement about
getting rid of the bishop.
That we are full agreement, and d5 is also full agreement as well.
He is Gukesh's approach, whether he's in agreement with us.
Yes.
Because he might have a whole different take on the position. And
interestingly enough, the engine agrees with you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Queen takes.
It's not a winning advantage for white, right?
Why not knight takes d5?
Takes.
Because of queen f7.
But this is more Gukesh. This is more like keeping the queens on, adding some flavor, trying to spice things up, trying to tip Ding over with some complications where he can outcalculate his opponent. There we see Ding chilling in his rest area, watching the screen. Bit of a sneeze or a cough, not sure which, but either way, I think he's relieved, Jovanka.
Yeah.
He's alive in this game.
And that's what he's wanted to do since the opening, because I mean, ultimately, when you're surprised in the opening and you don't know as much as your opponent, then it's a good idea. Survive, get a playable position. That's enough. And Gukesh has, there you go, never left the table.
Not once in almost 2.5 hours has Gukesh moved from his board. And clocks are balancing out. He was 1 hour ahead at some point, Gukesh. Now it's almost level on the clock. What are your predictions? Who's going to have the momentum next few moves, Jovanka? It feels like this is, again, the calm before the storm.
It is, yeah.
But who's going to be able to navigate that storm better?
Oh, yeah. Well, now that I've had the path illuminated to me, I think that if Gukesh goes down that queen d5, rook to d1 line, that looked very pleasant for him. Not a winning advantage by any means, but just very, very nice.
This type of position where you're attacking the black pawns, you're posting up a beautiful bishop behind enemy lines. Lots of small advantages.
Yeah, just like nice flow for the pieces. And I was quite optimistic about the knight takes d5 variation, which I was, but that was more because we were not being precise with the queen. We were putting on g6 where the knight could improve itself and then white's pieces could then get very mobile. Queen f7, setting up ideas of rook to d8, bishop to e6, and then somehow your pieces are getting in the way of each other. And the knight actually is better on c3, targeting b5, ironically enough.
It is loose, right?
Yeah.
Loose pieces drop off, as they say, and this knight is nicely centralized, but it's kind of hanging in midair. The black bishop as well. Remember, if it ever lands on d3, Ding, even at the cost of a pawn, Ding is going to be laughing.
All the way to the bank.
All the way to game 14. So, okay, Gukesh, I think he's really reluctantly about to exchange these pieces. He wanted more tension, complexity heading into this game. Maybe with his coaches, he was like, okay, I'm going to keep all the pieces on the board, going to force Ding to think, burn time on the clock. Sometimes your hand is forced. And I thought I heard some thunder outside. It is stormy season here in Singapore. I was talking about storm on the board, but...
Yeah, there's thunderstorms. There are thunderstorms in Singapore. It's the perfect dramatic setting for a game.
It is.
Yeah, you know, you can imagine making every move lightning strike, thunderstorms. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, there's definitely thunder outside.
Yeah.
Thor has arrived.
Thor, yeah. I've witnessed 2 major storms in my lifetime.
On the chessboard or off?
On the chessboard.
No, I'm assuming you mean during tournaments.
That's quite an achievement. I only have 2 stormy positions in my life. No, one was in Montenegro, and it was literally a lightning strike. every 10 seconds.
During the game?
No, it was at night time.
Oh, night time.
And the power just kept going off. And I remember we were trying to prepare our students, and yeah, in the end, we just kind of gave up and just looked outside the window.
And the other storm, Jovanka?
The other storm was actually during a chess game, and it caused some flooding. And lights started pouring down the ceiling, and yeah, there was a choice to be made. Do we want to carry on playing in such conditions, or did we want to go? And so I chose the...
Take shelter.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm going to go. I'm just going to agree a quick draw.
Yeah, some things aren't worth it. And
yeah, and our
Risking
producer, he knows, Montenegro 2009. Yeah, that was the event. It was very impressive. The hotels flooded. It was... Were you there? No,
I
you
wasn't. No, I was otherwise engaged. I was at a different chess tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was taking part in the World Junior Championship.
Okay.
In Argentina. No storms there. Meanwhile...
okay. Queen F3.
Wow. One of the moves we didn't consider. We thought about this one on the previous turn.
Yeah.
But here it does look like you're walking into the eye of the storm.
Okay.
Ironically. It looks like you're just asking for some discovered attack, but you are gaining time against Black's beast on c6.
Okay. So, the tactics.
Yes.
Let's follow them. So we take on d4.
Okay.
That is going to be a
First move.
mistake,
because
there you could take the bishop.
Check.
And queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight.
It's going to be met by queen takes queen.
Piece.
And at the end of that, you're piece down. So discard, although we can discard up to a certain point.
Okay, how about rook takes?
Yes. Now queen to g3 is a tempo move, attacking the rook. And also, I have ideas of bishop g5.
Yes, that is a very scary idea. Can Black not save himself here, though? I mean, it is very loose. Like, this is what not to do when your opponent has a dark-squared bishop in opposite color bishop positions. Put all of your pieces on squares they can be targeted. So yeah, maybe something happens here. One of these two is an issue.
Did you hear the thunder?
I did hear the thunder.
And
it's getting louder.
Yeah, and do you remember
it's raging.
American Cup 2024 when the game had to be paused because of a oncoming tornado?
Imagine. I don't think it's going to happen here. It might be monsoon season in Singapore, but hopefully we're safe.
Yeah,
The players might not even be hearing this. They might not be noticing, but maybe it's just reflective of how stormy this position could get.
Yeah. Okay.
Jovanka, I don't think Ding can get greedy.
Okay.
It's too scary.
Okay. That's too thundery. So let's move on to the next one. The next one would just be defend. Or
defend or move?
Move. Yeah, let's move. Yeah. Let's move and cover the d5 square. And maybe one has eyes on the prize after bishop takes d4.
Bishop takes d4 now suddenly threatened with an attack against the white queen.
Yes.
Can the white queen do something similar? Can she?
She can. She can.
This rook. And
now bishop to. Where should she go? Bishop
Leela would say rook b7.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's Leela. Okay.
Good friend Leela. I mean, the black knight is actually perfectly poised here to land on f5. As long as there are no immediate kind of knockouts after, like bishop g5, for example. Maybe this isn't the end of the world. Is this a good knight versus bad bishop scenario, or is the black bishop actually just fantastic?
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
I mean, variations such as this one, queen to e5, bishop
okay,
e7.
He's made a move.
He's played queen to e8, and okay, I thought the eval bar was rising there, but nope, it's not ascending. It's queen to e8 instead.
I thought you were going to say descending.
Descending, yeah. You lift
with
me up,
a subtle, emphasis on the final part of the word.
Someone messaged me, they were like, now, next job is to sneak these things in without it being recognized. Okay. So now I'm like, oh, it's hard though. The puns. Queen to e8, it worked last time, right? Defends the knight.
Yeah.
He keeps an eye on this piece. It was interesting, just after Gukesh's last move, the percentage bar was pretty much level. Both sides had like 25 to 27% winning chances. This one drops it for Ding, but it looks solid enough. I think he just fell in love with that idea of queen e8 in the other variation.
I think so. Okay, knight. So the most obvious move for me is because bishop takes pawn is threatened. Knight takes bishop.
Yeah, the white queen is vulnerable, so take. Yeah, I mean, we always say take with a piece because taking with the pawn looks so scary. Going to walk into this, let a bishop land. So I think taking with a rook more natural.
Yeah, although for a moment there, I was convinced.
By taking with the pawn?
You're taking with the pawn. It just didn't indulge me now that now that you've broken the rules. Okay, so next move would be like rook b7, rook g7.
Swing.
Yeah, then bishop b7 is coming your way. Although ultimately you can laugh at me and go.
I mean, white does get a few moves in the.
I know. Okay, so d. Okay.
How about bishop h6?
Yeah, bishop rook f7.
Rook f7 forced. How about rook e1? Oh no, my pawn. Sorry. Knight takes pawn, allows queen check, and then this rook drops.
Yeah, okay, it was one step too far.
Yeah, I mean, it does look a bit scary, right? d5
yeah,
is
d5
coming.
is now coming, so.
And e4 is also coming. Okay, rook takes f6. Queen g3 or queen e4?
Yeah, queen g3.
Queen g3.
I want to come into d6. Centralize the queen.
d6 maybe. Yeah, these pieces are slightly clumsy. I don't really know how to rearrange them. I really want to play knight e7 as black.
No, don't do that.
I know, not now, but like I don't understand why he didn't do it on the previous move. Maybe it's just rook g6. How about that one?
Okay. You're going to meet queen d6 with e5.
Yes.
Discovery.
Discovery.
Yeah, okay.
Best discovery since
sliced bread.
Something. Sliced bread. Since Christopher Columbus went.
That is the expression, isn't it?
It is, since sliced bread. Best thing since sliced bread.
Yeah, best thing, yeah. Okay, so queen to... Wow, and Gukesh now got less time on the clock and also moved away from the board. So he's coming back to queen to e8. Like how he swivels the chair around to face the move. And okay.
It's awkward. Like white would love to move the queen out like to g3, but this black queen does a great job of staring down the white knight. So sooner or later, Gukesh is going to have to take, be it now or on the next move.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be done now.
Before it runs away, this bishop.
Before the bishop snatches a pawn on d4. So let's do it. Knight takes bishop, rook takes. We got to this position. Queen to g6. Sorry, queen to g3 is met by the very provocative
g6.
Rook g6.
Maybe just no good squares for the white queen though. Like if she goes to c7, then she only invites the black rook up and probably across.
Okay, which begs the question, what about your queen e4 idea? I love the idea of centralizing the queen.
Because now bishop b7, and again, argument's sake, I'm going to say I'll take a pawn and laugh in the face of danger. Discover, attack me as you wish. Maybe you can.
No, you can.
Takes d4.
Well, yeah, there's knight takes d4. It's
Maybe knight
one
takes d4, hitting the queen.
Hitting the knight.
Hitting this knight. Black's pawn structure is ugly, but there's loads of counterplay against this one. Incoming. Rook g6, d5.
You know.
Although maybe it's just an illusion and white can take. Sorry, go on.
No, just reading through this, we've been sent some analysis that instead of queen to e8, Black could have played knight takes d4.
So let's backtrack one move. So knight takes d4 was the strongest. I think this is a miscalculation by both.
Yeah, because a knight takes f6, But rook takes f6, queen to g3.
We stopped here.
We stopped here and said, haha, rook. But knight f3.
Check. Boom. And the idea is pawn takes, walks into this one on the g file. This is a nasty pin, skewer, not sure which one. Bit of both. And if instead king to h1. h1.
The bishop b7.
Just bishop b7. Just calm, right?
You're not going to take that knight on f3. That was an insane variation.
Wow, that's actually a huge opportunity for Ding, it's got to be said.
Okay.
Gukesh could have walked into that.
Yeah.
But instead, Ding, he's preferring not to calculate throughout this match, unless he needs to. And, okay, very quickly takes back with his rook.
Now the queen has to go somewhere. And it's not entirely clear where she's moving to. Queen e4 was going to be met by bishop b7.
Maybe.
Maybe. Queen g3, we were looking at rook to g6. The queen doesn't have any good entry squares. Well, one thing is very clear is that you want the queen to be in the middle of the board. She has most power there.
Yeah. That being said, it does take away a square from the white knight, which isn't ideal.
Yeah.
Where else? Where else are you going to plant her?
Well, he's quickly moved.
Back.
Queen e2. Ah, okay.
Queen retreats. And now it's a question about piece mobility, coordination. How does Black improve these two pieces? He needs his army to somehow all focus on one side of the board, or I mean, this structure in general, when it's isolated d pawn against isolated e pawn, it comes in quite a lot of openings. Actually, Grunfeld defense comes to mind, and often favors the side with this pawn just because it has a bit more space. This is the pawn you're going to push. Black is never really pushing e5 because of d5. Beautiful outpost for the white knight as well.
Okay, and I like your explanation, but as Black, I would be desperately looking at ways of getting counterplay on the light squares. And the knight, I feel, on c6 is not the best placed piece, so I would be moving it to e7.
Yeah.
Mainly so that it could go to f5.
Can come around.
d5 if allowed. Okay. Oh.
One of these two squares, right? That would make a lot of sense. I wonder whether Ding will just put his rook on g6 for the sake of it.
Yes. Also, rook g6 was very attractive, just to kill any ideas of bishop g5, because that was going to be my next question. If after knight e7, bishop to g5 is a problem.
It's just a matter of judgment here, whether the knight is better than the bishop or vice versa. For example, if white plays queen to e5, hitting this rook, hitting this pawn.
You could be in trouble, right?
Could be, although I guess the pawn's not on prise right now. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Knight takes b5. I was going to say rook g5, queen c7. Oh. Why is there always calculation to be done, Jovanka? Why is always?
That's why we chose the game of chess, although the knight is trapped.
Yeah. Eventually you get trapped, I think. Like f4 tries to hit the rook, and then you just laugh, you go rook somewhere. And
yeah.
Although
b4 and it keeps no,
gosh,
no, but I mean
always alive.
Instinctively.
Yeah. This is not
the
direction you look at as white.
People are correcting me, saying it's not because of calculation, it's despite calculation.
Exactly. I miss the good old days where you just like, yeah, that bishop wants to be there.
But you're a good calculator.
When I have time on the clock.
I remember Simon and myself were playing joint chess against you, and we were just like throwing pieces towards you, sacking whatever, and it looked dangerous. But you were like, let me sit down, and we were like, no, don't work it out.
Yeah, I think it's a bad habit though to calculate too much. I try to find a good balance these days. I mean, that's where I think age and experience, they're very different. Young players want to calculate everything to the death. There's a right or wrong. No, it's a good thing. I mean, that's why there's a sweet spot in every player's career, right? Where you calculate just enough, you trust yourself just enough, and you've got to be practical and save time on the clock.
I agree.
I don't mean that. Yeah, there's one way or the other. But,
I just liked it. It was beautifully put. Hey, they're different things, age and experience.
I mean,
yeah, that's true. It's true. Absolutely.
Youthful calculation these days tends to be the way, right? Like, all the top young players are so quick. They see so deeply.
Because they've been doing it since, I was going to say birth. Yeah. Okay. But that was
since their chess birth, since they learned the game.
Yeah, literally. And you have like nowadays, you even got 3-year-olds playing chess and getting 1,500, 1,600 ratings. It's like, what? And, you know, just imagine if they're being taught, instead of speaking, they've been taught like the world of chess and the vocab there. And
yeah, it's a whole different language, right?
Yeah, completely.
And in the meantime, Gukesh, it's literally level on the clock. He's found a way to stabilize the position, keep the queens on, which is definitely his type of style. Ding, meanwhile, has survived the opening successfully. Now needs to navigate this very, very tense middle game. There we see clocks are exactly level there, 36 minutes each. Yeah. And it's unclear who the favorite is. I think I would take white in a quicker time format, just because white has extra protection in front of his king, extra pawn shelter, but it's such fine margins at this level, Jovanka. It's one of those positions, the more on-form player today is going to win this game.
Right. And, well, the position has the potential to explode at any time, especially because of the presence of opposite color bishops. So let's see how precise does black have to be. And out comes the queen to g6. That makes a lot of sense because it just rules out knight to e4.
Covers the square and maybe aims at g2, the white weak spot. Black's weakness was g7 earlier, but now g2 is the weakness for white. But surely Gukesh wants to play the move f3 anyway, just to blunt the effect of black's bishop, the potential there. I think f3 is almost guaranteed in the next move or two to plant a knight on e4 too.
Okay. Yeah, f3 making a lot of sense. Still, you know, even though I see that
instantly.
You called it.
That was not calculation, Jovanka.
No.
That was feel.
That was feel, like knight to e4, centralizing the knight. No, it's all very nice, you know, just in order to secure a square in the center for the knight. Knights love to be in the center, so I love that move. And also blunting the bishop, as you mentioned many times. But yeah, this is still really tense position. And you do feel that both sides have to now play very precisely in order to maintain the balance. And, well, very quick move from Ding. Rook f8.
There's no mate. Okay, he goes back, I guess preemptively, because he was about to get hit anyway by the white knight. The white knight was coming. The black rook was vulnerable. Next, I believe he wants to come into the center with his knight and just sit, stabilize. And for Gukesh, it's just about improving his remaining pieces.
Yeah. Well, if the knight does go to that square, it will be going on quite the journey. And quite the journey is what we've been through, the players have been through. It really has been nerve-wracking, exciting, dramatic. And it feels like another lifetime ago when we all started. So let's just revisit the good old times, the opening ceremony. Let's have a look.
Welcome to the FIDE World Championship here in beautiful Singapore.
My immediate thought was that Singapore is the best location for that.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we hope that we can showcase our warmth and that everybody will be delighted with the experience.
Please give a welcome round of applause for our guest of honor here today and Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security, Mr. Teo Chee Hian.
This year, Singapore is honored to be able to host the FIDE World Chess Championship. We enjoy working with our international partners to serve as a venue for world-class sporting events.
And it's a very symbolic and historic moment that we brought top-level chess to Singapore. Never before had the chess world witnessed a championship match where both players are from Asia. Now we have this historic moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us now reveal the colors. Gukesh, you have chosen the White King, which means you will be making the first move in the World Championship match.
That feels like another lifetime, like seeing the AI hologram dance, the choosing of colors. It was a fantastic evening. And Gukesh making the first move. Rook to f8 was Ding's last move. A little bit surprising to me, but does make a lot of sense because it's just getting prepared for the knight coming to e4 and making sure that there is no attack when it arrives.
Yeah, I think it's a nice, easy, quick move that Ding probably was going to make at some point anyway. So he decided, okay, let's speed up on the clock. He's now 3 minutes ahead, which must be a refreshing change of pace for him. But I must admit, Jovanka, I prefer White's position slightly. The biggest shock for me, or the thing that I'm struggling to comprehend, is why the percentages are so imbalanced at the top of our screen. 31% almost for White. Under 9% winning chances for Black. There is a big drawing margin because of the presence of opposite color bishops, White with the dark squared bishop, Black with the light squared. But for now, Engine's at least really loving White's position. Maybe it's just
I think it's because you can't break out with e5. The bishop on c8 has been blunted, so a very easy plan could be that you just centralize the rooks and you just keep piling on the pressure against the e6 pawn.
I like it. I'm not sure which one to start with. Maybe rook to d1, just a hint at the idea of d5, which is unlikely to happen now that White's queen is passive. But depending on what Black does, so for example, I don't know, a useful move like a6, maybe White's going to play like bishop f2, put the rook on e1, or maybe start with rook e1, not sure. And the bishop could come around this way.
Yeah.
Sit on g3. Really nice perch for it, actually. There's an outpost if Black's knight ever moves.
And the White knight can still centralize.
Let's play rook d1.
e4. Can live on c4, c5, sorry, quite happily. Yeah, rook ad1. I'm one of these days, David. We should do bingo.
Rook d1, ding, ding, ding.
Ding, yeah.
Oh, it's a good move, logical move. I don't think it threatens much. So yeah, a6. If White now does play d5, I think you happily take as Black. You put a bishop on e6 or f5 and bring it in.
It kind of helps Black if you get rid of their main weakness. And d4, there's something that you mentioned, that d4 is more useful than e6 because it controls more squares. Simple as that.
And it feels like you're the one who controls the pawn break, just in case. And yeah, both sides control outposts. For White, it's the e5 square for a potential bishop or knight if the bishop ever gets around, and c5 for the White knight. For Black, the only outpost they control is d5, really. So I do wonder if Black were to start relocating the knight around, does White react?
No, just go rook fe1.
fe1, knight to d5.
And again, yeah, now I'm going to react. Knight to e4.
Knight to e4. Yeah, now it looks like a good knight versus bad bishop scenario if Black were tempted to take on this square. It is a bit unpleasant, actually. It's like the board is cut in half and White is happily going this way if necessary. The Black queen is a bit stuck now on this flank.
And the Black pawns are just not very mobile. And the French bishop is not activating. You need that bishop on d5.
You need the bishop on d5.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's the plan. Oh, I quite like that plan, Jovanka. So knight here, how about, Black needs one more move. Like if you could somehow play bishop b7 and plonk that silly bishop on d5, then great. Oh, maybe you can actually here. I was going to say b5 drops off, but suddenly this move order.
You.
It's a trick.
Well, I thought you'd just go bishop to f2.
Oh, sorry, bishop f2, but bishop takes f3.
Hadn't seen that one.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a problem.
And maybe white can be slightly sophisticated here, and instead of rook e1, play like
bishop f2.
Bishop f2.
Yeah, and then you go bishop g3.
Yeah, if bishop b7, then bishop g3 is
Mm-hmm.
very strong. I do wonder about knight to d5 though. Because now knight f4 is a big, big threat. Hitting this pawn, hitting the queen. So white might be obliged to play like bishop g3.
Yeah. Are you...
I'm scared if I don't take this offer of taking the knights off the board that I might never get it. So how about this? Although the black bishop again wants to be...
Yeah, I'd go rook f e1, keep piling on the pressure.
Oh, the bishop's going to be so strong on e5.
Then, yeah, you can't ever... You can't defend.
I'll try.
No, I mean, one thing that you must always be careful about is don't like self-pin yourself like rook to e7, because this will allow d5 and d6. And no, that's bad. But here, okay, I guess you just slowly start to creep. How to do that? a4 is one way.
Black keeps it.
Tension.
Take.
I'm not sure I should take.
Okay.
I can...
That's a bad habit of mine. I just auto take pre-move.
It was tempting, but I wasn't sure whether one should go rook a1 and
come round first.
You can come round.
Oh, I did it again. Rook a1 first. Okay, this does give black a bit of time. I'm not sure how much that matters, but bishop to d7.
And then you try to knit. No.
Oh no, no. You don't want to come in?
Huh?
You don't want to come in?
Yeah, I want to come in.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, I was just thinking that you could go bishop takes pawn, but you can't, because although maybe you can.
Maybe, although pawn
the
is a pawn.
Yeah, and the passed pawn on d4 is very strong. So yeah, I don't want to allow that.
And pawn takes, now the white rook starts coming in, and I'm not sure which square actually, maybe a6.
Very unpleasant.
Very unpleasant.
Okay, how did we do this to black's
d5
position?
is coming. We did it by making natural moves.
Yeah.
Ding might be in a little bit more trouble than originally thought here.
So we did this by going a very quick bishop to f2 and then g3.
Yeah, even with knights off the board, it's no solace there. There's no safety. I think Ding's been slightly outplayed. It's hard to pinpoint where, though. We thought he was relatively
maybe this
healthy.
rook f8. We both were surprised by rook f8. Maybe he needed to use the time.
I didn't quite like this whole queen g6 thing either. It looks like the queen wasn't the biggest priority. It felt like these two pieces, improving them, was the priority. If you could have this position, as you mentioned, Jovanka, like, let's give black a few moves, like knight e7. If white is just wasteful, king h1, I don't know, a6, rook e1. Now this type of position, as you mentioned, you park a bishop on d5. You should probably bring the knight round back to c6. Even at the cost of a pawn, by the way, like this type of thing, even if white wins a pawn, I think black is very happy. Like, or I say very reluctantly.
No, but it's true, right?
Especially if these rooks come off, yeah. And then good knight versus bad bishop.
It is bad bishop, and again, black's queenside pawns are very mobile. a5, b4, c3, and white's passed pawn is just stunted. So, yeah, I like this particular version.
Okay, this is with 2-3 extra moves for Ding, which of course he won't have as a luxury. Gukesh will make it as difficult as possible. Now Ding is the one who's dipped below on the clock. It's like they're taking turns to spend their time.
They're only on move 21, you know.
Still a long, long way to go. Ding has 20 moves to make in 28 minutes.
Oh.
We've been here before, Jovanka.
We have, and you know, I love the words of Maurice Ashley. Time trouble makes fools of us all, especially when you don't get that time bonus.
Yeah.
And it just becomes a physical test as to whether you can make the move in time.
No, we've seen it happen before. Ding lost on time in game 3. Physically difficult to make multiple moves in a few seconds. The time trouble bubble, it's about to burst all over this board, Jovanka.
Yeah. Okay. We are struggling to come up with an effective plan. Maybe one should just go. A6.
A6? Yeah.
A6.
Suggested that one.
Yeah, A6, rook B7. I think you suggested something like
F2.
that. Yeah, rook B7.
Rook B7 makes a lot of sense, actually. Keep the knight on C6, just to guard the E5 square if a bishop lands. The one downside is we always have to calculate D5 every move, but I don't think black should ever worry about the bishop being broken out of its prison. Okay, let's say white does play rook E1.
And let's now just focus on the D line, like rook to D8.
Oh, rook this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, but maybe I'm going to go king H.
H8.
Yeah, maybe let's make some improving moves before we start. H6. Yeah.
No more. I mean, probably unlikely to be a back rank, but at least it feels nice to have an escape route, right? Okay, knight E4.
I was just getting ready for D5, any potential D5s. Okay, so knight C5, knight D6, big threats, as you highlighted. Thank you. Rook to rook to D8.
D8, the black pieces probably do have enough squares. What about this?
Rook to... I'm taking inspiration from what you said to me earlier.
Give up the pawn.
Give up the pawn. If we can trade off queens, I don't know how.
I quite like this idea. Wait, if we go this rook, maybe? Rook to D7?
Okay, okay, and then you want to park the rook on D5.
Yeah, and I'm just like, okay, take me.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay.
Maybe.
No. This is the best thing I've seen.
It's still not a guarantee of safety, but this type of position, maybe
and then rook F6
at the end. Black's very stable. Yes, it's down a pawn, but
good holding chances.
In practical terms, definitely. I think in a blitz game, this would be maybe easier to play as black, if anything. But of course, classical, a different matter. Maybe white just puts the rook back and says, okay, slowly but surely, these three will cause some trouble. Bishop not that bad compared to the knight, but okay, Ding looks clearly uncomfortable here. It is not easy to find the best squares for his pieces. White's moves are straightforward.
Yeah. And how natural is the rook B7 to D7, D5 lift? I mean, would you say?
I mean, for Leela 0, it's the most natural thing in the world. Jovanka, look at this graph as well. There was one dip for black. Just that one dip around the move 16 mark. It was that tactic. If someone shows him that tactic afterwards, Ding is going to be kicking himself, because instead of suffering here where he's fighting purely for a draw, that would have thrown the ball right back in Gukesh's court.
Yeah, but it's a difficult tactic to see in calculation. Like
we stopped, right?
We stopped in Queen G3 and said, well, problems. But yeah, Knight F3 was beautiful, beautiful shot. But I think it's forgivable that Ding missed it. And I agree with you that the rook F8 doesn't.
Wasn't too impressive, right?
Yeah, I would just say the whole purpose of this position is that you have to maximize your pieces. You have to give them good squares, and rook F8 doesn't really fulfill that criteria.
Look at Ding. He was staring at the clock for a second. He's scratching his head. He's kind of shifting back and forth in his chair. Eventually, he decides on knight to E7, and instantly bishop to F4 by Gukesh, a tactic.
Oh,
a sacrifice. Wow. Look at the geometry there, Jovanka.
Wow, what a move. Rook takes bishop, impossible because of queen to E5. Now, this is super, super flashy.
Wow.
Love it. But is bishop to F4 any good?
Bishop F4, it's poisoned, that's for certain. I don't think there are any tricks here. You cannot take that bishop, and I think it's psychological. I think it's a purely psychological trick. Maybe he's hinting that he's going to remove this knight, though.
Okay. So
Ding's missed that one.
He's missed that one. Oh, okay. Well, if he's missed that one, then okay, Ding has to tread very carefully, especially when he's confronted by a surprise, because mistakes happen in pairs. And no, I'm not saying knight to E7 is a mistake, but certainly bishop to f4 come as a surprise. So rook to b6.
Instantly again by Gukesh. He's trying to kick away the black rook from protecting this d6 square. If the black rook retreats now, then the white bishop will slide back and trade off for the black knight. Good knight versus bad bishop scenario. If the black rook moves...
Can you get greedy and grab the pawn on b5?
He thinks, yes, Gukesh, let's investigate. But
Knight takes b5. So a6 will be met with bishop to d6.
Yeah. I think this is the best bet, potentially. Maybe you just take this knight and you say, okay, at least I've got the knights off opposite color bishops. I don't know, rook f5, kind of park it on d5.
Yeah.
And this bishop is really bad, but still, it's...
Yeah, but I'm afraid of if you do if you put the rook on d5, then this maybe invites ideas of f4, f5 at the right time once you've built up some. Yeah, I mean, white's bishop is so powerful.
Yeah, it does want to, if the bishop gets back to e5, maybe via the long way around h4, g3, e5, then white is just up a pawn with a clear advantage. But if not, then you never know. You never know. Maybe bishop h4 here, and it's just no more fun for black. Although I was wondering whether you kind of just accept your fate and c3 and counterplay.
Yeah.
Hope to escape into a drawn endgame. For Ding, it's just basically choosing your poison. If you go back, bishop d6, is this any more fun? b5 is also indirectly threatened.
Okay, so you have to go a6.
a6. I mean, already there's ideas like d5 in the air.
Try it. Let's put it up on the board because that is terrifying. So d5.
There's pins here and here.
Pin is mightier than the sword. Okay, so bishop takes knight. d6 is a potential idea. Piling up on the e6 pawn, also another idea. Uh-oh.
I would take the other one. I think I'd rather be a pawn down if I were in Ding's shoes.
Yeah.
Computer's not overly impressed. It's still roughly in the balance. Of course, Gukesh with an advantage. But Ding is still definitely alive.
You know, David, you're right. Rook c6. Only way to keep the game alive.
Wow.
Everything
else?
Yeah, rook to b7, bishop to d6, and as we expected, or suspected, I mean, this is just falling apart for Ding. So, rook to c6, and yeah, you don't take the pawn.
Rook to c6. Can we ask why not? So, Gukesh is trying to scare Ding into thinking he might take the pawn at least.
Because of bishop a6.
Aha. And white's pieces are hanging, so bishop to d6 was the idea.
And then you have some fancy moves. Rook f5.
Rook f5, bishop takes knight.
What does he do?
Oh, no, he goes back.
Oh,
that's such a surprise.
Oh, no, that's the wrong way.
That shows a total lack of confidence.
Oh, no.
Better to be down a pawn but active and with a potential fortress than to be suffering for free. That is a big shock, Jovanka. I was going to say any top player would rather give up a pawn, even under murky circumstances, to get a position they can handle and consolidate and stabilize. Here it looks so risky. He's saying basically that bishop versus knight is not the worst thing in the world, but imagine this bishop stuck at home versus a knight that ever lands on the e5 square.
And that's what white has to do. They just have to keep on piling the pressure. Rook fe1, that is a move that you can auto-play. Ding, he has shown this small weakness that at times he takes a very negative decision. You know, he thinks that his position is in big trouble, and so he would rather just grit his teeth and hold it together. Oh.
That's not how the top players play chess. And computers have also shown us defending actively is the best way. In chess, curling up into a ball, going really passive rarely works. Also, it's heartbreaking. If you just defend, go passive. If you end up losing anyway, you just feel like, I don't know, you feel like you've gone against the chess gods. You feel like everything went wrong. At least if you defend actively, okay, your opponent has to punish you. Here, there's still a big drawing margin, but 52% chance Gukesh wins this game suddenly.
And do you feel the energy of the fans outside?
Yes.
You could hear a massive buzz. And there you do see everyone in the fan zone. Big hello to everyone playing chess, watching, just enjoying the game. But suddenly it got noisy after rook to b7.
Yeah, I think some fans out there watching the commentary, watching the eval bar, watching on their phones. And yeah, they will have seen that rook to b7 dropped things massively there for Ding. Again, it's a lack of confidence. It's a lack of willingness to part with a pawn. He's been quite materialistic, I would say, this match. The 2 games he won, Ding. First game, game 1, he grabbed some pawns, clung on for dear life, ultimately won. Then he won the day before the rest day, didn't want to calculate anything, didn't sacrifice anything, didn't risk anything. Ultimately, he was successful, but that's how he wants to play chess. Gukesh has been a bit more willing to speculate, which shows maybe extra gears, which is really useful in this type of position, but also this type of long match.
Yeah, they've definitely had 2 different approaches. Ding has been very much all about playing solid chess, almost risk-free chess, whereas Gukesh has kind of taken the other way, you know, calculating where he can and just being gung-ho in attitude and willing to put the pressure on. And now Gukesh, he just has to make developing positional moves and he will have a very comfortable advantage. Knight e4, move suggested by David. Centralizing the knight makes a lot of sense, protecting the bishop. And bishop takes knight.
Hey.
That was a very quick decision.
We did say that it makes sense from a long-term point of view. The good knight versus the bad bishop. The bishop really doesn't have many prospects in the near future. And he centralizes his queen. Very powerful move there. Nice outpost.
This is trademark Gukesh. Like, seriously, he pushes his pawns on the king side where allowed and also activates the queen. So queen to e5.
Playing for domination.
Totally. Like, now you can go rook fe1. I mean, the dream is to go d5 at the right time. Knight takes pawn. Big threat on the board.
Now, this pawn is now hanging. The white knight has easy roads into some outposts behind enemy lines here. The dark squares, Ding has pretty much no control for now over those dark squares. I was slightly surprised he rushed. I don't think he needed to rush. The white bishop was very strong, but either way, Gukesh, that little transition, all the bishop moves and then getting rid of the black knight, that's definitely helped him. And also the ability to kind of be inside Ding's head. He kind of bullied Ding there. He was like, I know you're not sacrificing a pawn. I know you're going to go passive, so I'm going to take advantage of that. I think in chess, when that happens, you start to sense the momentum switch.
What kind of struck me about that particular sequence, if you can go back to it, is that bishop to f4 came very quickly, at tempo. Knight e7, bishop f4, and Ding was taken aback. He wasn't expecting it, so he just lifts up his rook to b6.
The best move. The
best move, incidentally. And then the bishop immediately came to c7. And sometimes the psychological effect of having faced an unexpected move, then your opponent playing quickly, confidently, like forces you to kind of, it doesn't forces you, but it entices you to kind of be a bit more careful than you'd normally be.
Yeah, exactly. And rook b7, a very timid response. Rook to c6, as we mentioned, unclear if white should even take this pawn. And if white doesn't take this pawn, the bishop has to come back. Then, for example, you solidify and, okay, you put your knight in the center next. And
survive.
Survive. At least you've got the knight on the board, which I think is a better piece than the black bishop. Ding shaking his head there. If we go back to the game, his knight has been traded. This pawn is hanging. I just don't really see what he should be aiming for here, Ding. The white queen is so powerful. Should he be trying to trade her off? First question, does he have time to just connect all his pawns and still survive? Second question, 17 minutes. It's hard to play just by instinct here. He's going to have to start calculating, which he's been reluctant to do.
Yeah, well, we're going to see. Queen f6, queen f5 does require some calculation. Because you're going to have to assess the consequences of allowing a queen trade and giving white a potentially very dangerous pass pawn.
Yep.
Also, it might not objectively improve your position if white just carries on the philosophy of building, right? Rook fe1, yeah, swap, but on my terms.
Exactly. Just for example, if queen to f5, say, white moves the rook, this type of exchange. I mean, you could even take either way. But rook takes, still some pressure over here. Still a massive weakness on the e6 square, and white's king will happily come into the center. Oops, white's knight will happily march in. It's still good knight versus bad bishop. It's maybe some drawing chances, but very much a 2-result game. Ding, unlikely to win. That's reflected in our percentage bar. He's just got to cling on for dear life. This has been a masterpiece so far from Gukesh. He's played so well, and just with control. He's switched gears very nicely.
Yes, I mean, there's been some beautiful moments for me in this game from Gukesh. The way that he didn't play d5, even though it was very, very tempting to. Instead, he chose a kind of more positional way to put the pressure on Ding, and that definitely has worked. But, I mean, have a look at the win-draw-loss bar at the top. There is still a 57.9% chance of it finishing in a draw. So Gukesh cannot rest. He has to be precise if he wants to maximize his chances.
That being said, Ding is already visibly nervous about the clock. He's got to make 15 moves in 15 minutes. 1 move per minute on average. He's being very expressive right now. He's moving back and forth in his chair. He's uncomfortable. And he does have the tendency, Jovanka, to underestimate his positions. Multiple times now in this World Championship, he's gone into the press conference saying, oh, I was losing. Well, I was clearly worse. Oh, I was suffering, when actually his position was totally fine. Yes, he's clearly worse here, but if you start thinking, oh, I'm losing anyway, then you basically lose half the battle. You cannot fight back. You do not look for your active resources. You just go passive, 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 and it adds up. He plays a6, which is one of the moves we mentioned, defending his pawns over here on the queen side. I think very logical. So now it's up to Gukesh. How does he break through? Everything's very pretty for white, but is it time to just move the rook and only calculate later? Is it time to start thinking about, I don't know, queen to c5, getting the knight in? Maybe that's the one hurdle. Too many nice moves, too many good-looking moves.
There are a lot of nice moves, but here I always like to just play with all my pieces, have every single one of them working, and the rook is worth 5, should be on an open line, so you need to give it some purpose. It can be done with rook f3-1, it can be done with f4 if you're feeling really frisky, but rook f3-1.
I like it. Why not? Unemployment rates are not high in this game, but this is the one piece that's not doing much. So why not mobilize it, invite it to the party, and tactics are just more likely to fall in your favor, right? If all of your pieces are perfectly placed and coordinated, everything's protected for white. So you have some time. Unclear what black's next move is as well.
I also like your knight to e4 as well, centralizing the knight. Knights need to be central, and then at least you're maybe threatening knight to d6 at some point, or knight to c5.
Yep, you might be able to trade off and cash in, win a pawn potentially. Yeah, this is where Gukesh doesn't need to necessarily calculate. I think, again, psychologically, in practical terms, just rook e1, pass the move back to Ding. Ding's got no obvious responses, only 14 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
If we can we check what the best move is according to our good friends?
let's have a look. So, to be fair, rook fe1 is a good move.
It is.
Wow, another good move is d5. Which we neglected. That's very much up Gukesh's alley. d5, and then the whole point is that you capture with the queen.
Check.
And then...
That blocks with the bishop?
Well, if you block with the bishop, then queen to c6.
Wow.
And then now the rook comes in.
Oh dear, that's scary. I didn't see that move.
Oh, I didn't see that move either.
And this pawn is now hanging.
That is hanging, and
this is a very Gukesh solution. Rather than kind of slowly build up, go for the direct kill, and it often pays off for him. So how should black react? Queen to f7? I must admit, I would never even consider d5, because I would think I'm trading off my opponent's biggest weakness. But it's transforming the advantage right into something concrete, tangible.
Yes, you kind of want to build. You know, that's the way that I approach these positions. I just want to build, use all my pieces. d5, it's either going to be very, very good, or you've literally helped your opponent. So yeah, saying queen f7. I was looking at queen Queen f7 is going to be met by queen to c6.
c6 again. I just saw some cool tactics, but yeah, I think queen c6 is probably the best move. But queen d8, if black blocks, you could actually just shuffle.
Very nice.
And rook takes queen, rook takes at the very end. The sting in the tail is that black can block. You do not take the queen, however, you play a rook to e8. And eventually, I think you win this piece.
Yes, it's very nice.
But okay, that's besides the point. The thing is, I think top players, once they start seeing tactics work in their favor, like he might have seen a variation similar to that. He might start thinking, okay, this sets traps, this works. Like you get an instinct that things work when all the little 2-3 move tricks go in your favor. So I could see him playing d5.
I could see him playing d5.
Looks like he's checking out the middle of the board.
Yeah.
I mean, the hand wants to play rook e1. Maybe the head wants to play d5.
That would be a no-brainer move. And I think rook e1 is also good enough.
But look at his eyes. They're checking out the black queen side. They're looking at the center. They're not looking at his half of the board.
But in terms of practicality, which one is better? For me, it would be rook fe1. Because if you make a mistake, the price of it is not going to be too high. It basically just means that I'm still probably going to be slightly better with the white pieces. I still have the ability to put pressure against e6. But if you play d5 and one misstep, the advantage is completely fizzled out.
On the pro side, on the plus side, one misstep from the opponent and you win on the spot. So it's such a hard call, right? It's a style thing. I think the likes of Magnus Carlsen would have played rook e1 4 minutes ago. Wouldn't even have thought. He'd just play it and kind of only calculate when necessary later. But this is Gukesh's style. It's been very effective for him. d5, just helping the opponent, but just pouncing on this one opportunistic kind of position where black's just not coordinated. Black has some back rank issues. Black's bishop is undefended. So dynamic and tactical. I'd be so impressed if he plays d5. If he plays rook e1, then I will say I'm still impressed, but maybe 5 minutes ago was better. He's been thinking for 5 minutes now.
Yeah. Well, it will be certainly game on if he plays d5.
Where's he looking, Jovanka? Eye tracker.
Yeah, let's have a look. Full screen.
The white queen is in the middle of the board. He's been looking at her.
He's looking at a rook move. Did you see that?
Yeah. His eyes went down there, back to his back rank, rook e1.
So I suspect that d5.
Now he's calculating. It looks like he's checking out something in the black camp. Whether that's getting his queen in now.
No, but look. Do you see that again? The rook. And
now
then
he's
up.
looking down.
Yeah, look. Then up.
He's teasing us here. He's checking out both of the ideas. It feels like a 50-50 direct, aggressive attempt, or just sit and enjoy soaking up the pressure against your opponent.
Okay, well, he has to take a decision pretty quickly because there's no sense in playing d5 and leaving yourself no time if you haven't worked everything out.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah.
Rook e1 you can play instantly, you can play after a few minutes of thought and you're still relatively confident. d5 you have to be 100% sure. And I agree with this post on X.
I certainly do. It is nerve-wracking. So much at stake. It's game 13. If Gukesh wins this, he is going to take the lead. And Ding will see whether he is the king of comebacks. And he will have to win tomorrow with the white pieces.
On demand. Win or bust for Ding, potentially. But first, Gukesh needs to try and convert this advantage he has.
Yep. That is the first step. The first step for Gukesh is just to forget that he's playing a World Championship match and forget that he might be winning this. Instead, he just has to focus on the moves and objective assessment. What's he gone for?
He pushes d5. Of course he does, Jovanka.
Of course. That is so much in his style. It's just a trademark of Gukesh. d5, explode the position open, play for the dynamics. Now, this sharpens the game a whole lot, but both sides now cannot put a foot wrong.
Yeah, Ding now needs to activate that calculation mode, which he's been reluctant to do, I would say, over the last few moves. He needs to work his way out of danger here. If he does, long-term, black is actually fine. Pawns on both sides of the board. The black bishop fights quite well against the white knight. But short-term, of course, issues with the black king and black coordination.
But the first thing he has to do is he has to capture on d5.
Yep.
that's going to be a no-brainer.
And he does.
Sure enough, queen takes d5 played, and now he can spend some time. What's the best block?
Well, it's one of 3, one of 4.
You know you can't run with the king unless you leave yourself vulnerable to back rank mates.
Yeah, for example, one variation, this would be a check. And here, if you choose the wrong way, if you block with your rook, again, this type of idea, overwhelming black's back rank and checkmate. So shuffling into the corner is really asking for trouble. But you can block with the queen in the game position 2 different ways. You can block with a bishop, block with a rook. Oh, he likes to self-pin his rooks, right?
The best one is to block with a rook.
Really?
Yeah.
Which way?
Rook e6.
Wow.
And queen e6 is the second way. King h8 is, funny enough, also viable.
Hey.
But by far the most accurate one is rook e6.
Massive shades of Nepomniachtchi against Ding there.
Yeah.
Jovanka, from last year when he won the playoff and won the world title, he pinned his own rook, which is like the least instinctive thing to do, the most counterintuitive.
And get this, rook e6 is going to be followed by rook fe1. You set up the pin, and here, after rook e6, rook fe1, rook to d7 is the stunner.
Wow, and by hook or by crook, by the skin of your teeth, you survive here. As soon as you paused, I was like, oh wait, it has to be rook d7. And the idea is that now, for example, after queen takes rook, white's only temporarily up material because this comes with a check. Importantly, the white knight takes, the black bishop takes. This is still hard to evaluate, it's got to be said, because the white king is so fast at sprinting towards the side of the board. So even if you see all this, you have to evaluate that black is okay. I think probably black has to very quickly start pushing pawns.
Yeah,
but
I think a lot of us will get to that position and say,
no thanks.
No thanks. And that's not even guaranteed that we're even going to, in our mind, in our calculations, see rook to d7.
Yeah, I mean, rook e6, I'm going to say that's so difficult, so difficult. I mean, other moves, king h8 feels wrong.
Yeah.
Even though, as you mentioned, it is actually okay. I think the key is that after a check, you drop back the queen to block. Although, again, it's hanging by a thread on the back rank. He moves his queen across instead to block.
Yeah, that's also a viable queen to... And then the key is, obviously, you do not want to swap off queens. You want to maintain the initiative. And there you go, queen to c5. So Gukesh finding all the right moves to put the pressure on.
Oh, the rook is coming with some checks. The rook is landing on d6 potentially. This is still terrifying for Ding.
It is terrifying. But if Ding hangs on, there's not going to be an advantage left. Whereas with rook fe1, you would have forced Ding to live with the discomfort of the pawn on e6.
Yeah, it's a matter of taste. Rather than make Ding suffer slowly, he's basically saying, these are your next 11, 12 questions, the next 11, 12 moves. You need to find the correct answer on every question. If you do, fine, you pass the test, we move on. If not, you fail, and it's game over. So I totally see the attraction for Gukesh. He's playing according to
his style,
his beliefs. And Ding also shaking his head now, 10.5 minutes for 12 moves. Alarm bells ringing for him. He's found it difficult to focus on the clock when it's this type of position, Jovanka, when it's kind of getting tactical. Well, that game 11 blunder was in similar circumstances to this.
He can't burn up all the time on the clock. He has to deal with the threat of rook to d8. So I'm expecting the rook just to slide back to e8. Or unless there's... Because if the... Yeah, he has to hold his nerve.
He's so nervous, visibly. He knows he's walking a tightrope. He knows this might be the end, just one blunder. David, are there tricks abound? Like, for instance, if you were to go bishop to d7, is there... It feels so close to... You would lose on the spot, right? Yes. Bishop d7, you just walk into this skewer, and even if you give your queen for 2 rooks, you're technically up material here for black, but you're so loose, this rook is now attacked. Or maybe you can defend rook to e6. It looked like there was a double attack, actually. Yeah, that's what I... Oh, you have to see all of this, and maybe you survive, but still scary, this position. Queen and knight works so well together, the dream combo. Well, bishop d7 is a scary move to play.
Clunky as well, because it leaves the rook on b7 unprotected.
Very minimum rook to d6, and white wins a pawn.
Yep. Okay. So, okay, what about rook to e8, covering the d8 square?
Yeah.
Is the minimum that you just simply go rook to d6 and
d6. Black queen
win
shuffles away.
something, and then you cannot. You can.
You can.
You
take
can
a pawn.
take on a6.
Yeah, because if the black rook moves, hitting the queen, hitting the rook saves itself. Block, and white's just a pawn up. Safe. Smash and grab there. I don't even see a move for Ding, I've got to be honest. I would be panicking here too. 8 minutes now for 12 moves.
Okay, rook e8 played.
One of the moves we expected. What is the response to rook d6, hitting this pawn?
Well, you can set up a pin.
Okay.
Okay, how to...
You can drop back.
You can drop back. And if the queen checks, you can keep the game. No, you cannot go bishop e6. Bishop e6 is going to be met by rook takes e6, and that rook on b7 going to fall off.
So many traps.
Yes.
And look at the percentage bar now, Jovanka. Eval says it's nearly level, that black is okay surviving, but
there's a lot of pitfalls.
Yeah, neural networks and more human approaches would indicate 44% chance white wins, 6% chance black wins. That is a huge discrepancy there. Ding, he's staying alive, but I just wonder how much longer, Jovanka. He blundered close to the time control, but when he only had a few minutes left, 2 games ago, Gukesh there looked briefly over at the clock. He wants to keep applying the pressure, keep that time advantage.
And I'm wondering where his eyes are going, because if there's so many possibilities, you can rook to d6, one idea. I also did think about rook e1, but I thought that maybe wasn't good enough.
It's tempting. Again, just to show what could happen if Gukesh is feeling brave. He could give up 2 rooks for his opponent's queen. And black's so clumsy here, but everything is protected for now. If you could land a white knight somewhere, I mean, even just knight to e4 looks like it might throw black off balance, but maybe it's just about surviving. Maybe black will build a fortress with his 3 pieces. So unless there's a direct knockout, I don't think he'll go for this yet. He wants something clean. He wants something that he can feel like an extra pawn, maybe.
It's very tempting. So let's, whilst Gukesh is considering rook to d6, is it a clean extra pawn?
Rook d6, I think.
We hadn't come up with anything.
Queen to f5 might be the idea by Ding, to try and seek safety in an endgame.
And then your whole idea of getting a bishop to d3. Yeah.
From d3, at least now you can break with b4 and you get counterplay against white's pawn. Yes, you're a pawn down, but chances of a draw. In the meantime, we have words from our former guest here, Pavel Elyanov, who was out in Singapore just a few days ago.
Yeah, it is an incredibly tense game and very high level. I mean, especially Gukesh just keeps impressing us with his decision-making. Now, there is a decision to be had. Does he dive in with the rook to d6? Does he go for this imbalanced endgame of 2 rooks against a queen? That looked very uncomfortable for black.
I think in terms of being tricky and putting the opponent under immediate pressure, that type of thing, the 2 rooks versus queen position, gives more chances of reward than an endgame where you might be a pawn up, but the opponent's very active. So again, it's a matter of taste. I mean, that variation we mentioned, Jovanka, rook to d6, black playing queen to f5.
You don't have to take.
Yeah, you don't have to trade queens. Like queen c6, we mentioned something similar before. I mean, how uncomfortable would Ding be? Just white's pieces just sitting calmly behind his lines.
He would be very uncomfortable, but on the other hand, he might be a bit relieved that the moves are forced. Like here, you'd go rook b e7, hopefully.
True, you do coordinate. Maybe some counterplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop to come to b7. It's like hanging by a thread for black.
It literally is.
But surviving.
Yeah, but it is, in these type of open positions, it is really on a move-by-move basis. You're not looking for some big idea. You just want to survive or keep the pressure alive.
Yeah, nice right.
I know.
It's prime time. crunch time here as well on the board. But I think this is great kind of self-control by Gukesh. Most of us, myself included, would be too tempted. We get itchy fingers, we play rook d6 and only then realize, oh, queen f5 and maybe black has some drawing chances. But even if that tends kind of, even if he comes to the conclusion that that's the best move, he's worked out what to do next. So he's just pausing, waiting, trying to see as deeply into the future as possible. This is also what to do against players in time trouble, right? You don't just blitz along with them, because then essentially you've got the same amount of time. What's the point? You use your time wisely, you change the pace, you play 2 or 3 quick moves, you get their heart rate up, then you pause. You slow them down, and then you go again, and that leads to panic from the opponent.
Yeah, I agree. You make a random move, such as king f2.
Well, it doesn't lose then.
No, it doesn't lose, and it's threatening.
Wow.
Rook e1.
That could be genius.
No, I think it's too much. I think...
rook f1, rook f to e1 even, supported by the king. Ding will take a minute or so to compose himself if he sees king f2.
King f2.
A shock.
No, I mean, you gotta have guts to make a move like that, because if there's one piece you don't want to mobilize in an open position with queens and rooks on the board, it's the king.
Just to show a variation, actually, king f2, supporting rook to e1 next move. Black can sacrifice the rook.
Yeah,
If the white queen gets deflected, then this is a check. And then a check, nowhere to go, and a draw.
And that's why you do not bring your king out into the open.
Would be cool to see, but I think not the best use of a tempo yet. Knight e4 is another move we haven't mentioned.
Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense as well. Knight e4, big threat. Knight d6, as you... Also, you're beginning to prepare like moves like rook fe1.
Maybe the one downside is that the black queen can slide. He plays rook to
e1. e1. Oh, wow. This is critical. And ding. I wonder whether this has come as a surprise to Ding, because sometimes these moves are, you know, you automatically rule them out because you think queen takes rook, but no, queen f7.
And the bar slides up massively for white. He didn't take the rook. He could still have taken that rook.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any differences between that and the variation we showed earlier. But he drops his queen back instead. Now I wonder why Gukesh used his d rook, not his f rook. Really mysterious.
I think yeah.
Maybe it didn't matter, but maybe that provoked Ding into keeping the queen on the board. Now, is there a knockout blow? What should white be playing?
Well, rook takes rook is the most obvious move, because now the king is exposed on the diagonal.
So take. Now the white rook wishes it were on d1 though, so slightly mysterious. Yes, there's a check, but this can be blocked. Oh, not sure how.
Yeah. And then queen.
Queen d8, maybe with queen f8, but even this is scary. He brings his knight in instead, and the bar slides back down.
Okay.
Jovanka, maybe we can check what the best move was in that position. It's so complicated, and they're so low on time now.
Okay, I will do that. Yeah, okay, so it was rook takes rook.
It was rook takes rook.
And then after queen takes, knight to e4.
Okay, same idea, just different order. Huge family fork incoming. Ding, though, hands on head. Has he missed this move, knight to e4? There are still tactics in the air. He's panicking.
d6, he has to hold his nerve. Oh.
Still alive. There's tricks here, though, Jovanka, like rook c7, I think would walk into knight f6 check. With a fork, the black queen cannot move away from the defense of her rooks. Pawn takes, now deflection, check. And if you take the rook, then exchange down at the very end. So I think he's missed this. But what else? How does he
deal with the threat of knight to d6? Because you cannot. Okay, so move your queen. Queen f8.
Queen f8.
Is it?
Maybe.
And then use. Then king
h8.
h8.
Ooh, the knight comes. Can you just pin, maybe?
Yes. Whoa. Whoa.
Surviving.
That took a lot of nerve, but...
Barely.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs to play this. Now we finally come to a realization why Gukesh put his D rook instead of his F rook on E1, because after rook to E7, he can safely play knight D6 without rook takes rook coming as a check. That's how concrete he is. He sees these little details 3, 4 moves down the line.
By the way, there's only one move for black to defend this, so we were looking at queen F8, but rook F8 is the only move. You play queen F8, then knight to D6 is just very strong.
Yeah, knight D6 and rook takes rook, and ultimately there's too many threats. The rook and rook to E8, winning the black queen.
Yep.
So he has to find rook to F8, moment of truth. He's got 5 minutes 50. He's got to make 10 moves here, Jovanka. 30 seconds per move, and he's walking a tightrope.
Yep, and it's all very much based on the concept of counterattack. Knight to D6 is going to be met by rook to C7. And it's so difficult to see this type of move.
I don't think he finds it. I think this is almost impossible with no time on the clock. 5 minutes, rook to F8, putting a rook away from an open file. It looks like you're just allowing white's biggest threat.
Right, and what's wrong with rook to D8? I mean, if you're going to come up with...
The rook's hanging at the end, Jovanka, so rook D8, if the white knight jumps, attacking, rook C7 doesn't work anymore. You can safely take the queen, and the rook hangs at the end.
Okay, a very important point. And ding, 5 minutes left on the clock. 31 moves.
Gukesh,
wow.
He's so close. Yes, the eval bar dropped back down. Yes, apparently there's a 71% drawing margin, but only if black finds this move, rook F8. Does everything else lose on the spot? Okay, it's do or die time. He finds it. He finds the best move.
Well, that's why he's the world champion. And knight to E4, well, missing a golden opportunity.
Wow. Ding looks like he's shaking a bit. He knows that he still has difficult answers.
Yeah, but it's so nerve-wracking, David. Like you play one inaccuracy, and there's so many checks, there's so many attacks on the board. You have to calculate not just knight D6, you have to calculate knight to G5. But yeah, so many possibilities. And here is maybe where Gukesh can do some timeouts and just make an improving move.
Just H3 or
whatever.
Rook F2, just slide it across. Now he maybe does regret using the wrong rook. If his rook were on the D file, suddenly he would have so many more options. Now he's got one passive piece. This is the kind of pros and cons again, choosing moves that work in specific tactical variations rather than choosing moves that are logical and kind of part of a bigger plan. It's very much his approach to play for these tactics, these tricks. But now the rook on F1 is a bit stuck. So it's a gamble that I think was fully worth it, but not quite paying off yet, at least, Gukesh.
Well, if he'd got this position with the rooks off, there's a whole lot more danger.
Yeah, that's true. Basically, he could have the same position with kind of having traded off his passive rook for black's defensive rook. He's still left with 3 attackers versus 3 very stressed, overwhelmed, overworked defenders. Instead, it's 4 versus 4, but this piece isn't playing.
Okay.
This is so clever from Ding, though. Like, we have to applaud him. Spotting that knight D6, you save everything by counterattacking, leaving your queen.
Yeah, and for Gukesh, he must have felt he was so close. I mean, rook F8 is the kind of move to easily miss in your calculations.
Yeah, easily. We cannot blame Gukesh at all for that. Maybe he missed it, but it's about how he recovers now, and it's still better. White is risking nothing. White is in the driver's seat. He needs to keep the queens on somehow.
I feel like he still needs to mobilize the rook on F1.
Yeah.
Bring it into the game.
But how? I could see him playing F4 even if it's
rook F2, rook D2.
Yeah. That's admitting that you've kind of gone the long way around. He already had the open D file.
That's true.
I think I would play rook F2 as well, but what else could he try? Queen to C6 might be tricky.
Yeah. The queen C6 is kind of forcing.
To C7, right?
Yeah, and considering that Ding doesn't have so much time on the clock, you don't want to give him moves that one finds easily.
Knight to G5 was the other move you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, how does that work? So
the queen move.
Queen moves. Let's try queen F5.
Queen F5. The white rook blocks.
Oh.
I mean, this is a really scary setup. Maybe it's hanging together.
Is it hanging? It looks very scary.
It's very scary. Maybe the black queen goes elsewhere. Can she challenge the queen this way?
And then we throw in a check.
The king moves, and yes, it looks very scary, but if black gets the move h6, the kickback begins.
Okay. Oh. Even with the kickback?
Yeah, you'll plant a knight in.
Yeah. So...
Very lucky in some variations, black has a nice check to gain a bit of time. Okay, so knight g5 not immediately gaining anything. Maybe it's still a good move, but Gukesh now down to under 9 minutes. They've got 9 moves each to make the time control, Jovanka. Under 1 minute per move for Gukesh as well, and stakes are high for him. If he doesn't find a knockout in the next 5 moves, or maybe by the time control, could turn.
Right. I mean, you can see a situation where Ding has just repudiated the attack, and all that's left is a rook and a bishop versus a rook and a knight endgame. And then suddenly it's game on for Ding with that pawn structure. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, even a pure rook endgame, if the black rook ever gets down, starts gobbling up pawns, that might be in black's favor. Endgames would be a real solace to Ding right now. 8 minutes for Gukesh. What does he see? I don't see anything immediate, I've got to say. Rook c7 just comes in all positions, covers all the holes. This is actually good coordination. You don't want all your pieces on the same color complex when you're facing a knight, because then they'll all get forked. But if you put some on dark squares, some on light squares, he cannot fork everything at the same time. Okay, he does play the most natural move, knight to d6. The most forcing move, Ding replies in kind, the forced response, counterattacking the white queen. Queen b6, Queen b6 looks tempting now, keeping some pressure on the black rook, but the black queen can keep control. Okay, centralization from Gukesh.
This is good. This is good.
Oh, he's setting some traps here.
Yeah, you can feel it. Also, the rook on c7 is potentially loose.
And the move you want to play, your queen is attacked, the move you want to play is queen f6, but after a check, the king moves. You have to wonder about knight e8 ideas. I'm not sure whether they work, actually. The black queen can slide.
Well, he's going for it.
He plays it. Maybe it is the best move after all.
Well,
Oh,
wow, Queen Ding, being precise until the very end. But okay.
A great move. It looked impossible. I was about to say it just doesn't work, but the white king, if this pawn were back on f2, I think white's just winning. The white king is slightly vulnerable.
And note how Ding keeps playing so quickly. And he's finding all the right moves. And just because of that resource, because the king is standing on an open diagonal, and he gives a check. Having said that, if Gukesh manages to now mobilize both his rooks, the position is still very, very treacherous for Ding. Like, now is the time maybe to step up with a rook.
Somewhere.
Yeah, take control of the open lines. I mean,
that being said, there are some pins.
There's rook d7 pins, yes.
Oh, I think Ding just sees light at the end of the tunnel. He does play rook to e5, Gukesh, but Ding at least knows what to aim for. He needs the queens off. Earlier, it was unclear what he was aiming for, what he was trying to do to save this game. Rook to e5. Okay, Gukesh wants rook to e1. Just again, for everyone at home, knight to e8 was a fork, but the black queen could have slid across with a check, with survival.
Yeah, and what is the situation after rook to d7? Is this just a terrible trap that Gukesh is setting?
D7.
You go rook to f5.
F5, some kind of skewer, and something's happening to black here. He doesn't play rook d7, he plays rook to e7. If we go back to the game, trying to trade these guys off, seeking safety in numbers. Rook to e1 looks automatic. Gukesh plays it, backs up his rook. It looks terrifying for black.
Oh, with the black king in danger, he's not out of the woods yet.
Okay, he's at move 37 though, Ding. Including this one, he's got 4 more moves to make in 3 minutes. Is there time to create some much needed luft, some air for the black king?
Well, he goes for it.
He does. No more back rank checkmates. Everything's protected. The black queen is so perfectly poised. The white rook is pretty much pinned because the black queen could start capturing. But the percentages are again rising for Gukesh. He's got 3 moves to pose problems. If Ding gets to the time control and it's equal, I think he'll survive. It's not that tricky anymore.
But this is an interesting situation because Leela is saying that Gukesh is the one with all the chances, but Stockfish on the live position on the eval bar is saying it's dead level. So, wow. Queen to c5. Okay, threat of knight takes bishop. Is that brutal?
Yeah. Could you laugh now and just say, okay, king h7, take my bishop?
Yeah.
And yeah, black will recapture, deflecting away the white queen from this rook. Ding instead responds very naturally by moving his bishop. The white knight drops back. White has such impressive centralization here, Jovanka. But the black queen can start sneaking in now.
She's going to have to, and there she comes. And as David's highlighted, queen c1, going to be on the agenda.
Big threat.
It is a big threat of capturing the pawn on b2. Well, now it's anyone's game.
I mean, look at the percentages. Suddenly, black is right back in this. 13% each that they'll win this game. Massive drawing margins. Okay, computer slightly changing its mind there. But Gukesh has lost a bit of control.
Yeah,
Ding just plays better when he has no time on his clock.
He does, doesn't he? He's able to make all the right moves. And maybe it's time now for Gukesh just to hold his position together, drop the queen back to d4, and just make sure that everything is protected.
Yeah, protect this pawn. Any checks, the white king can actually happily start marching forward. And black's still a bit loose. But it's move 39, Jovanka. It looks like they'll both survive in decent shape to the time control. Move 40 is infamous, though, for some blunders. We've seen it before. Move 41 as well, infamous for mistakes when the players are slightly too relaxed.
Yeah, the adrenaline is just pumping through their veins. And Ding just playing incredible moves that finding only moves as well to survive. And it looked like there was just chaos on the board. Checks everywhere, attacks, forks. But Ding, now he's in with a chance.
Ding had to wing it, but right now it looks like he's, I think he's going to feel like this is a win. Even if it's a draw, even if he goes into tomorrow level, he's going to think, okay, I escaped death in this game. He stared death in the face. Well, all those tactics, so many of them. And actually, Gukesh's d5 now does look like it was kind of misjudged, forcing Ding to walk this narrow path, but ultimately helping Ding to find good moves instead of keeping the tension.
Yes, I mean, there was one chance for Gukesh, and it was just one small chance of rook takes rook and getting the same idea of knight to e4, but without that extra defender for black.
We could have had a similar position to this, actually, except black's queen would have been passive on f7, the rook would have been off somewhere on b7, and black wouldn't have had the h6 move.
It was so, it must have been very tempting for Gukesh, you know, we can't really blame him for making his decision. And a rook to d7, wow.
e7 by Gukesh. He's taking a massive risk here. He's actually offering up a pawn, and he's offering to walk his king up the board. Okay, this bishop is hit. Ding could just react by moving this piece. But just to show everyone at home, queen c1 is a check. The king could move. Queen takes pawn is another check. The king will now walk up the board. And I think Gukesh is relying on this bishop being attacked and some indirect threats against the undefended black rook.
Very tricky move to face.
Very tricky.
Especially on your 40th move. Here we see Ding has less than 2 minutes, but he can just take a timeout with that bishop.
He looks at the clock, Ding. He understands this is the moment to spend the remainder of his time. Even if he makes this move with 2 seconds left, it's time well spent if you survive. I wonder what he could try right now. I'm actually tempted to look at moves like bishop to c6. The white queen holds everything together. If you can deflect her, there'll be some checks. Ding, how narrow is his path?
Bishop c6 is an excellent defensive try, David. Also, bishop to f5.
The more natural, the most natural move. Just anywhere safe with that bishop.
Even grabbing the pawn is going to be enough for equality.
Wow. He can get greedy here. He can get ambitious, Ding. Start munching on some pawns, going on adventures with his queen. That looks so risky, though. With 1 minute, is it practical, Jovanka? Just coordinating his pieces, keeping them all defended. Looks like it might be the best way forward.
Ding now under the minute.
Got to reach that move 40. He moves his bishop forward to f5. He's attacking the white knight. He leaves the board. Well-deserved to break from Ding. We're at move 40. The players gain 30 minutes each. And the evaluation is level after all of that.
After all of that excitement. Oh, goodness me. Players have reached move 40, as David indicated. It is a level position. We're going to take a short break just to catch our breaths. And when we come back, we're going to dive into all the action.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back just after move 40, after a flurry of moves. What a time scramble that was. And I think both players, there has been a nervy time scramble, so they are taking a pause. But for Gukesh, it's back to the board as he faces bishop to f5. Contemplates perhaps.
Sorry, I'll be around later. Sorry.
And just gets ready to reset. Because the situation is far from clear. He has to deal with ideas such as queen to c1 check. There's a lot of danger in the air for him. But there's a lot of activity. And maybe we're soon going to take a recap of all those missed opportunities, that time, trouble, scramble. I mean, there was so many things that happened in the previous moves.
Yeah, so much to unpack. And for Gukesh as well, it might be, at least these first few minutes after the time control, it might be a case of reflecting and regretting some decisions.
And talking about reflecting and regretting, can we kind of look back at some of those really inspired decisions that both players made? So
let's start here, maybe.
Okay, so decision #1 that was very intriguing, very much to Gukesh's style, is that he could have just taken the positional route. He could have just gone rook f1 and gone for pressure. Ultimately, black is probably groveling, but fine. But instead, Gukesh decides to play in the most aggressive way possible and open up the center with d5.
I would actually stick my neck out and say that 90% of grandmasters would play the move rook to e1 without thinking too much. But d5, yeah, it's very understandable.
Yeah.
Very tempting.
And after the pawn trade, queen takes pawn, and Ding started to play incredibly well. So he blocks in the most natural way with the queen, offering up a queen trade. Gukesh cannot go for that, so he sidesteps with queen to c5 with a big threat of rook to d8. And Ding finds the best moves here, like rook to e8, covering that. And this next move from Gukesh was very, very interesting. Rook d e1, inviting queen takes rook.
Oh, queen takes rook could have been played, wasn't played, but
yeah.
maybe this was best.
Had to be the way forward, right? Rook comes back.
I think he was scared of this move, knight to e4, with a fork imminent. But perhaps there is a way to deal with this. I'm wondering whether it's just, again, rook to f8 idea.
But there's so many ideas as well of queen c6 and going pawn hunting. Even you can do queen c6.
Yeah, queen to c6. Hit this one, hit this one.
Yeah. Well,
this is very scary, and Ding avoided this.
Yeah, and I think this was the only chance that Gukesh had. So he took a very natural decision, especially when you don't have too much time on the clock. You don't want to irretrievably change the nature of the game. So after that, he plays queen to f7. And let's just examine like why rook takes rook, followed by knight to e4 is the way forward.
Yeah, essentially, again, a massive, massive threat on d6, hitting 3 pieces potentially. So only one could get out of the way first. I mean, the queen and the rook, you need to move them over the next 2 moves, but maybe there's just no way to save material here. If you start moving your rook out the way, for example, if you go back to defend your bishop, there's going to be huge consequences.
d6, yeah.
Knight to d6. You could even start with queen forward, but knight to d6. Maybe the black queen can save the material, but it's so clumsy. If here, then the queen comes in. If queen to d7, then the rook comes in. I mean, maybe with a check first as well, but a rook comes in, and I mean, you're living life on the edge.
Oh, David, you have to show. Queen check.
Queen check?
Queen to, instead of rook t, you go queen to d5, queen e6, rook e1.
Oh, Jovanka. I hadn't spotted that. I was actually going to say knight takes c8, which also wins, but rook to e1, even better. Rook attacking the queen. Oh, beautiful, Jovanka. Nice. And that is a nasty checkmate. Yeah, just to show, knight takes c8 also wins due to a fork, but far less flashy.
Yeah, also good.
Also good. But yeah, this was the key. Maybe the only winning shot that Gukesh has had all game, but it was there. Rook takes rook, and then landing in the knight. Huge advantage. I think Ding, with 3 or 4 minutes at this point, would have struggled to survive. Instead, he made Ding walk a tightrope with knight to e4, but Ding successfully pulled off the balancing act. Again, family fork. What could be more tempting? I don't think anyone can blame Gukesh for playing this move. And Jovanka, Ding only had one response. It was very unnatural, very much a hidden resource, but he found it.
It was precise and it was perfect. It was exactly what needed to be done. Rook to f8. And the whole idea was that when the knight jumps into d6, I mean, we thought maybe it's time to just improve the pieces, but knight to d6 forced Ding's response, which was rook to c7, going on the counterattack. And here you have to just move the queen. You cannot really trade off queens because, as we mentioned time and time again, black does hold the long-term trumps in an endgame with that very mobile queenside pawn majority.
Now, these pawns will become extra strong the more pieces disappear from the board, especially if the queens ever depart. So he kept the queens on. Ding very consistently continued to challenge the queens. Queen check, the king moved. If knight to e8 now, queen to b6 saves the day with a sneaky check before the rook can run on the next turn. So instead, Gukesh improved his rook. We saw a quick trade of rooks. Gukesh has just moved on move 41. Black, though, just to catch up, built a bit of a safe haven for the black king, some luft, some air, as we call it. The queen slid to the side. The white knight dropped back. The black queen now came in, still defending her rook and menacing some checks behind, on the white first rank. And this is the time control. The move just played was queen to d4. Subtle threat, Jovanka.
Queen takes g7, checkmate. And of course, Ding sees that rook to g8. Now, to all intents and purposes, look at the win, draw, loss bar. It literally says that it's going to be a draw. But my human eyes are saying still very much play left, because white's pieces are a lot more active. And I don't know how there's going to be play, but you feel that this is a position that one can just try to get some small improvements, such as, I was going to say king f2, g3, but king f2 will fall foul of queen takes h2. And you're not getting anywhere unless there's some knight to f6 ideas.
Wow. Just to put that on the board, Jovanka, king to f2, just aiming to control everything. There's an argument for just getting rid of this knight while it threatens anything, but queen takes h2, there might be knight to f6. Suddenly the queen is offside, this rook is attacked, the knight is poisoned. This would end in mate. I mean, this would just get crazy. Maybe black plays like bishop h3 and counterattacks, but yeah, either way, I think this is something for Ding to avoid.
Yeah.
Don't think he's risking, I don't think he's gaining too much. So if king to f2, which I think is quite a healthy move, bishop takes.
Yeah.
Knight maybe, and then
queen takes h2.
To this pawn.
Yes. Okay, so maybe it is as simple as the engines are declaring. So, and if you were to go h3, just because we want to, I know why. My justification is I want to hide my king on h2 one day. And I'm hoping that black goes bishop takes knight.
Oh, okay. Bishop takes.
Rook takes.
Rook takes. I check.
And now king h2.
And I know what your next move is, Jovanka.
King h2, that's correct.
If I play like a5.
And here I'm hoping that f4 will come as a horrible surprise.
I start pushing.
And I will capture once.
Okay.
And then I will go f5.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to go rook e6 and mate me.
There is that.
f5 as well. At least now the black queen can maybe sneak back.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's prefer rook to e6.
Yeah, and
yeah.
Now I'm in big trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the queen is beautiful in the center. White does have the better queen. She's perfectly centralized. Black's rook is very passive on g8. I think I would also play the move h3 here. Just maybe we'll see the game end. Queen check. The white king could definitely go to f2, but for example, we could see a dance between the queen and king.
Yes, that's true. We could see it end like that, but we could also see Gukesh play it on with king f2.
Yeah, he would.
100% he would play it on with king f2, and then
he will laugh. The queen is offside.
Yes.
Yeah, I think for Ding though, there's so much safety that even a position like this one, you could probably just throw away a pawn now, c3. Even an endgame like b takes c3, the black queen gets out and takes this pawn. But even this type of position probably is just a draw. The queenside pawns will probably all disappear. These two for white, these two for black. They'll all get traded off. And if it's just 3 versus 2 on the other flank, easy draw.
Yeah.
White cannot really create a pass pawn.
And that's a very interesting thing that you use this whole concept of 3 versus 2 on the king side in a rook and pawn ending as a signpost to direct you to c3.
Yeah.
Because I must admit, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking about holding on with the queen and the rook and not giving up material.
It probably works as well. But
especially your pride and joy, c4. But it is so simple.
Yeah, it's just goal orientated, right? It's kind of, you know what you want to aim for eventually, you know, the long-term plan. Here, escape a draw, escape the game with a draw even. And c3 just speeds that process up. So I think Ding can pretty much force it at this point. Maybe Gukesh will find a way to keep this game going. How to stop checks. Queen c3 would prevent any checks on the back rank, but no longer centralized.
Yeah, I know you want to keep the queen centralized. I feel like you have some chances if the rook and the queen are there on the E and D lines. So
it's just hard to find an improving move, right?
yeah. And the thing is, you can't really set up pins such as rook to f7 because of the queen coming to c1 to give check. He's played h3. High five, David. Actually, I'll give you. Yeah.
You suggested it first.
Yeah.
I just stole your idea. But I think a very logical move.
Yeah.
The king's about to get checked. You can't improve your knight, which is pinned. Your rook is perfectly placed on the 7th rank. The queen is perfectly placed in the center. So why not make a small, creepy crawly move? I think the fact that he played that relatively quickly means he's accepted the fact now that it's likely to end in a draw, Gukesh.
Yeah. Can we revisit that line, bishop takes?
Okay, let's...
Was it queen c...
Okay, let's say I take the knight first.
Rook takes.
Rook takes, yeah.
Because this could just determine the game super simply. King h2.
Okay, and just to try and accelerate the end, c3.
And now one takes with a b pawn.
Yeah.
I'm Gukesh.
This time, I wish your king were on f2. Okay, I'll take this one.
And now rook to
e6.
e6.
Yeah. Because if your king were on f2, I could give you a check.
Yeah.
I was happy with this earlier. This time not. So maybe I should be slightly clever. This is a bit scary for black. I'm not sure whether king h7 survives. Maybe it does, but why risk this? So, okay, in the game position, I'll try and be a bit more intelligent. I'll play queen c1 check first.
King h2.
King h2, I'll happily drop back.
Oh, yeah, check. Then I have to go king. Yeah. So, sorry, yeah. My plan was to go king f2.
Yeah, king f2. Now I will take.
Yeah.
Don't think you want to take with the pawn.
I absolutely do not want to allow your rook anywhere close to the king. So rook takes bishop.
Now I'll play c3.
Yeah, very good, very good. And well, one consequence is
looking very calm, Gukesh, I have to say.
No, he's looking very pensive. This is
reflective.
Yeah, just thinking about his position because it felt so good.
I think he knows he had a winning move, or he would have felt it. It's just maybe pinpointing it was the harder thing. But yeah, c3, and yeah, just to point out, Jovanka, so queen takes queen. This endgame one more time. Rook c8. Okay, we have the 3 versus 2 on the king side, but if white goes back, then the black rook comes. He's going to go for this, I think. And this time, the difference after c3, pawn takes pawn, the black queen takes. And I think she's well in time to get back to the defense because rook e6 is met by this, forcing the white rook back. And yeah, this game is going to end in a draw most likely. Probably in a rook endgame, but first a check.
Okay.
Ding leaves. Gukesh returns.
And if you do go to h2, it just occurred to me that one can hide in plain sight with after queen f4, go g3.
Oh, wow.
No. Hallucination time, queen takes pawn.
I thought your idea was like deeper, like, ooh, knight f6. And
no deepness. Well, actually, that's quite interesting. I had
who's winning? No idea.
I haven't seen that.
Maybe bishop takes h3 or something, and black's not risking anything, checkmate coming.
Yeah.
King takes, you can come back and take the knight.
Yeah.
Okay, he plays king f2 instantly, Gukesh. He doesn't even want to repeat the position with king h2. So he's not going for a quick draw. Well, I say quick. Not going for a draw anytime soon, at least. He's going to make Ding force it, prove it.
Move it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's rhyme time again.
It sounded like the Spice Girls. You shake it.
A zig-zag? Ah.
You know, don't prove it. I don't know. Anyway.
I think he's going to take this knight. Why allow the knight to start
dancing? It's a beautiful concept. I love it. And I like the fact that it's such a simple move. So I'd just like to can we
revisit?
Yeah, revisit one more time just to double check everything because
bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes, rook takes.
Yeah. So just for everyone at home, the pawn shouldn't, well, can but shouldn't take because of check. He does take the knight instantly. White's queen is tied down defending b2, so we'll see rook takes. And it's just a matter of time, I think, before we see Ding push his c-pawn forward. The question is, will he beat me to putting that move on the board?
Yeah.
Looking at it. I don't think he's going to move the black rook, although you could. It just doesn't feel like there's any safe, stable squares without getting kicked away, and the white rook will come back to the 7th rank and pin you down anyway.
Exactly, and then you get given some time.
The white rook could come to e6. And
Yes, and there's danger to be had there.
b3, surely.
Yes, and so the only move I wanted to look at is bc.
Okay, queen takes pawn.
Is there any rook h4?
I was wondering about this as well, and my intention here was to give a check. And when your king moves
up.
King moves up.
No, move it down, move it down, move it down.
Back.
Yeah.
Here, king back. Now I thought maybe the queen just centralizes, defends this one, protects everything.
Yeah, and then can we do some shuffling? Yeah, I'm might be like squeezing water from a stone, but
why not?
Why not? Yeah. And now that I have control of the center, yeah, because you've got rook e8 coming as well.
Yeah, I don't think either side's risking much by playing on, but don't see what white is really gaining. I think Gukesh is just forcing Ding to be accurate till the very end.
Yeah.
Ding.
Well, he's not making the move.
Not yet, but there we go.
Class to the very end. c3. I'm really impressed how you spotted this, and Ding has also spotted this instantly. Because to a lot of us, we were being like, no, beautiful pawn structure. Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you voluntarily going to a rook and pawn endgame, a pawn down? But it's just, like you say, just knowing about the 3 versus 2, and then the black rook is going to be active enough. Those are two things that are enough, without calculation, to establish that it's a draw.
Yeah, you have to calculate 2 or 3 moves here, but that's enough. And the trick, Jovanka, is spending a lifetime suffering against 2700s. That's my trick. I've been here so many times. You're groveling. You're like, oh God, it's so bad. It's so ugly. And then you like make it to move 40 and you're like, wait, I can bail out into a drawn rook endgame. And it feels like a moral victory. So yeah, it's just, again, it's kind of, it comes with practice of playing these endgames out. Ding looking at Gukesh now. Yeah, I mean, the endgame we're talking about, for example, is queen takes pawn. Black is temporarily down a pawn. But for example, rook e6. I mean, maybe black just pushes a5 here, but just to show everyone at home, like you could probably play rook b3 and force the issue by trading off these pawns. Whatever white does, you'll play b4. a4 won't help, the black rook slides behind. And yeah, this endgame, I think I've actually had it like 3 or 4 times, which shows how much I like to suffer. From the defending side, 2 versus 3, I've had it against the likes of Peter Svidler before, and you literally just leave your king here on the edge of the board, and the opponent can do nothing. You just check from the side.
Yep.
And if the white pawns ever push forward, they lose protection for the king, so you can continue harassing the enemy king. And yeah, this one is a dead draw. Maybe we'll see Gukesh play that one on for 50 moves.
Maybe.
Unlikely.
And there we see Ding in his rest room. Just, yeah, he knows. He knows he dodged a bullet there. He really had to play remarkably well at times.
Multiple bullets, I would say.
Well, yeah. But from the opening, he was under pressure, and Gukesh just kept on being relentless. And in the end, you know, it was just one slip up from Gukesh.
Just missing that one opportunity to trade rooks and knight e4 only then, and it would have won probably. But okay, he keeps the queens on the board.
Okay.
Is he really playing for a win here, Gukesh?
Maybe. So maybe he's going to argue that after queen takes a3, he's going to slide the king to g1.
He's going to hide.
And hide that way. And then, I mean, he's not risking that much because he can, it's not like black's a pawn is that mobile, and f4, f5 will come very quickly.
True. White does have one way to break black's defensive setup here. Expecting Ding to take this pawn, because why not? Unless he's contemplating something like rook c8, but that's asking for some trouble. It feels like. Just to show one tactic, he does take this pawn. Okay, yeah, I won't even show that tactic because why mess around when he can grab a pawn, retain the material balance. King to g3 is the response by Gukesh. Flashy?
It is flashy. Maybe we're going to see an epic king walk. King up to g6.
All right, Nigel. I once did that actually. When I was first shown, I was about 8 years old or 9 years old. I was first shown Short versus Timon from Tilburg 91, and it's this king march. I think a lot of people would know about it. White's king went h2, g3, h4, kind of came in and helped deliver checkmate. And then literally 1 week later, I tried it in a game, except my opponent had pawns on f7, g7, and h7. So I got the white king to g5, and I was like, wait, what?
Where's your entrance point, man?
There's no entrance point, and then I got checkmated.
Oh, but hang on a second, you were pretty young.
I was young, but I mean, I wasn't bad. Like I was playing an IM and actually had a winning position, but just walked into checkmate. So I don't think we'll see Gukesh play this.
Yeah, I think I've seen computers do this type of thing. Yeah. And you're like, how audacious.
Yeah. It's impressive when it works.
Yeah, it totally is.
I think the idea is to slide back.
You mark my words, David.
Ooh.
But you never know, actually. I have done this. So when I've had full control over the center, I have kind of shuffled up slowly with like f4, g4, and I had a hiding place for my king on h4.
Yeah, you could kind of build yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Just further up the board.
You could imagine, okay, let's put it on the board. Like if black just starts pushing, which makes some sense.
So now you could even do it.
Okay, don't try this at home, anyone.
No, this is just for fun.
Big disclaimers. Don't blame us if you do try it.
Yeah.
Let's say a4, which maybe doesn't need to be played, but king h5.
Yeah. See, everything's controlled.
Well, I mean, it's relative. Queen a2 does threaten some stuff though.
Yeah.
But just to show what we were trying to do, let's imagine queen f7 isn't possible and black gets distracted and just kind of wastes a move. Or I say wastes a move. Now you come in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you're trying to do next.
Well, we have to do it in conjunction with rook e6. Okay. So let's rewind it.
Unless I'm going to help this happen. If I go like queen h2, and you go rook e8, and deflect the black rook, and deliver checkmate. I mean, queen c2 might be a problem, but let's pretend that didn't happen.
But then you go king f7,
and then another check.
C4.
Maybe a draw. Oh wait, c4. Yeah, I can take this pawn.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. We're not obviously not going to happen. The king march, but.
No. Okay. Look. No. But we can get it like this. F4.
F4.
Oh, hang on. F4. Maybe it's going to be met by B4. Okay.
B4,
let me.
Takes, yeah.
Okay. So.
Rook c8. I'm more worried about. But okay, let's say black plays a5.
No. But then no. So you go rook c8.
Okay.
King h4.
Ooh. Love it. Now queen takes c3 is a blunder.
It's a blunder because of rook to e8 check.
Flexion.
Yes.
And either the queen will drop off or
you get checkmated.
Yeah, white gives checkmate.
Yeah, you do get checkmated, right?
Probably.
Yeah, you lose a rook, right, at least.
Yeah, probably you just lose a rook. And black's queen has to drop back, and then this rook will drop.
Yeah.
Okay, so king h4, and I shouldn't take this way because of some checks.
So you start running, but
I wonder what's the okay.
You probably you probably have to go back.
Okay. Oh, right. You're not fussed about it.
No, not fussed. I'm gonna
g4.
Yeah, g4.
Jovanka.
I knew
This is like the penultimate round of a world championship. How dare you?
But there's queen. No, okay. But look. There's queen f6, and then in you come with the king. Okay, so
queen f6. Yeah. Then queen trade, and the king comes in. Okay, we see rook e7 from Gukesh. He's clearly scared of rook c8 ideas. So
yeah. Okay.
He's setting it up.
I think so. There's a reason he put his king on g3. I'm determined to prove that. Okay, so if Ding runs,
let's say
a5.
Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, she's
the
going.
A pawn is running.
And now let's.
I think his idea is to play queen to e5 and then rook to e6. And set up this checkmating concept.
I like it. I like it. You got to do these things slowly, so I approve.
I just want to figure out, is there ever a checkmate? If black just totally ignores everything and plays a4.
Okay, so now you go rook e6.
And okay, now I can't ignore everything because checkmate in 1 is threatened. This pawn is pinned. Black king moves.
Queen. No, I don't think I need to. Queen.
Queen somewhere.
Yeah.
Don't really see it.
Can I switch tack now and go for rook b6?
Okay, rook b6. Because if you keep the queens on while winning some of my pawns, then big chances. Okay, a3.
Rook takes b5.
Takes b5. Okay, you're just going to come behind and stop me.
Yeah.
3 versus 2 on the king side with queens on. If white's queen is so dominant, that's not 100% over. Probably still a draw, but some suffering ahead. Yeah, I quite like it. White is risking nothing. Like even in those lines, like you can always give a petrol check, right? Once the king pokes its head out. No, fair play to Gukesh. I mean, he's trying every single chance he gets. If it's a level position, he'll play on to the death.
Yeah.
Till king versus king.
Do you think that's like a Magnus influence? Or do you think it's just because his position was so good before that he's like, okay, right, you are going to play this one out until the very end?
Bit of both.
I think. Bit of both,
I think it's just good chess discipline to play games on till the end if you realize you're risking not much. Oh, he goes rook behind first, rook b7. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely the Magnus effect, right? He's been doing that for years, torturing his opponents. Okay, what's the safest way? We haven't found a clear-cut draw for black yet.
No.
b6 is on the agenda. So, for example, queen to e6, which looks like the most natural square for the queen, apart from dropping this pawn, would walk into rook b6, and whoops.
Maybe.
Game over.
Yeah.
Maybe.
yeah, that would be curtains. Okay, so I was wondering whether there was any. It's not. I tell you, David, it's not easy. Yeah, okay, maybe your idea.
Queen's
get rid
off
of
the board?
Yes, queen's off. Okay, but still, you can step up.
Yeah, you don't have to trade. Just to point out, you lose a pawn here temporarily as black. Like rook a7, you don't mind about so much because rook d8 or rook b8 actually is better. Like rook b8 and rook takes pawn, rook b3, and it'll be a drawn endgame, 3 versus 3. And likewise, after queen takes queen, if you go for this pawn, then the black rook goes behind. And yeah, you've got to be a bit careful as white, but still, I think a draw.
Yeah.
Just to show. And black just takes this pawn, and 3 versus 2 we've established as a draw in a rook and pawn endgame. So you mentioned saving the queens, Jovanka, queen e5.
Queen e5. But I'm disturbed by the fact that your queen is alive.
Maybe b4.
Rook to b6.
Ooh, sneaky.
Yeah.
And then black king moves.
Pawn.
You can always give a check, but I'm not sure how that
really
ever helps.
No, it doesn't help. And if I go pawn takes pawn, and I go, yep, then I now go f4. Just
what's the threat?
No threat. Okay. Just that your pawn is under lock and key.
I don't even want to push. I'm just going to say queen's off.
Yeah.
Let's play another 50 moves and then shake hands.
Yeah, okay, no, that would be a draw. Okay, yeah, no. I cannot do. What I feel like white wants to do is do everything at once, like control the 6th rank, come up with a king, push the f pawn, win. You're keeping an eye on the b pawn. Okay, and I think you can do it if black is careless. But black's plan is so easy, as you've demonstrated time and time again.
If I can draw, then I could probably.
Yeah, no, you just come up with a... Because I reckon it's very tempting to go a4. But then you allow chances.
Yeah, a4. I'm not sure how white starts, but
Then you...
Maybe this pawn will drop by force, like rook b6. Forces this, king
Yes.
h7, then check, forces back.
And then you go queen
Then
e5.
queen e5, again forces king h7, then you tick.
And exactly.
Like zigzag.
And hang on a second. Can we try that technique
Against queen c4.
against queen c4? It doesn't work.
Now I
though.
don't give you time for
No.
rook b6.
And queen e5, you were just going b4. Boo. Rook c7. Rook c7. Let's...
Oh, I missed that one.
Yeah. Oh, I missed it too.
Now I'll admit things have gone a bit wrong.
Have they?
I don't know. Maybe not. Queen a6. I just want to stop your rook c6 ideas.
And if I'm really, really reckless, can I go c4?
Yeah.
I want to go c4 and then just...
Playing for the playing for what result?
I'm playing to lose, David.
b3.
b3. Okay, it's all under lock and key. It's all good. It's all good. Just don't panic. Okay, so now I should be going rook to d7. No, not rook to d7. c5.
5 is good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now queen to b5.
Everything protected. And now I... c6.
Careful.
Oh yeah, doesn't work. Okay, so rook.
Probably still not risking much. Like rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7 was my alternative.
It's a cool variation here. If
Yeah,
I push
I
my
saw
pawn,
it.
you saw it too.
Yeah, I saw it
rook
too.
e6.
And then you go queen.
Oh, whoops. Oh, wait, the black queen can zoom back and defend.
Oh, that's what she thinks.
Rook takes pawn, check.
Yeah.
Look, block. But Jovanka.
The sting in the tail, queen h5, checkmate.
Checkmate. Black's a rook up,
Yep.
but not over. I mean, I don't know if queen c4 is the only move. I'm pretty sure it's a draw, but just like Ding, I would be doing some double checking.
Let's have, oops, sorry.
As this game is winding down.
Winding down. Queen c4, best move, David.
Oh, wow.
Queen b1. Wow.
Logical.
Is a4. Interesting. a4, which we had written off as don't touch. That is met by rook to b6.
Yeah.
And the computer sees the shuffle but says it's absolutely fine.
Even giving up a pawn.
Yeah.
Wow, if the position is so drawn that black can just blunder a pawn, then
Yeah.
yeah, I guess you move somewhere and this pawn will distract.
But then the game would carry on for a long, long time because as Gukesh, I would be feeling very inspired.
I just want more chess.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b7, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Ding's already offered a rook endgame once by playing that c3 move earlier, offering another rook endgame as long as he can calculate that it's going to be 3 versus 2, all the queenside pawns are disappearing. The one downside, you don't want to trade queens if you think that white might be left with this pawn somehow, because, yeah, I don't know, rook here, for example, if you don't realize that you're just in time to play rook a8 and push this pawn, then you might suffer for a while, but ultimately queen c4 is so forcing. I think it's more likely actually he is calculating this line with the queen staying on b4 and now rook c7, and he's just trying to look for somewhere safe for his queen.
Yeah.
I chose a6, but I don't know, maybe there's other moves. He does play queen to c4,
Yeah.
as expected.
It is.
Drawing margin is growing, 87% chance.
Yeah.
Although Ding's winning chances are flatlined almost.
Okay, and a very quick response, centralizing the queen, getting ready to play rook b6. Rook takes b5. So b4 is the only move from Ding.
Yeah, before the pawn drops.
Exactly. It's going. So it might as well be gone. So get it off.
Wow, Ding's winning chances have grown. They've doubled with that move, keeping the queens on the board. Rooks, yeah, if it was just rooks on the board, queens off, then of course black's never winning. I don't think black's ever winning anyway, but b4 makes sense. Actually, it's a better version of the other line anyway if you play a4, right? You gain an extra tempo to push.
Exactly.
Why mess around? Why not remove the remaining danger on the queen side? Even if you blunder there, kind of, even if these 3 pawns disappear, should still be a draw. So
Exactly.
there's room for error. Jovanka, do you think we would draw this against Stockfish, this position? I saw this really impressive video of Hikaru. I think, which game was it? It was the Catalan game between these two. And at some point he was like, this is so drawn, I could draw this against Stockfish. And there were quite a few pieces still, and he succeeded.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say he failed.
No.
and again, no. This Stockfish is so good.
Yeah.
I remember that Australian Grandmaster was going to play peace odds against Stockfish. And I wasn't sure whether he would win. And it wasn't a reflection of David, but it was just more a reflection of the fact that Stockfish is so good. And I feel like the human mind tends to make a mistake.
True. We just blink for one moment and then we're like, wait, we've blundered and no way back. Against a computer, if you're ever worse, then that's game over, basically. And that wasn't me, David. That was David Smurden.
That was,
Australian Grandmaster.
Interesting enough, I wasn't the only one thinking that. And he was a little bit miffed because he won. He won very convincingly, in fact.
I remember.
And he goes, yeah, maybe people should just trust the human mind.
Where's the solidarity? Professional chess players, we've got to stick together against the forces of nature or the forces of AI.
Yeah.
AI, it's our friend, not our enemy. We shouldn't be trying to beat it.
Yeah.
Queen e5. Yeah, I mean, firstly, Ding's got so much time that it makes sense to think, but it does feel like he's triple checking every single variation just in case. Do you see any traps here, Jovanka? Oh.
Not from the obvious.
Maybe he is actually losing a pawn. Wait, so b4, queen takes a5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that's a harmless pawn to lose, as long as you... So pawn takes...
Pawn takes pawn, rook to c7.
Yeah, and then you just move the queen somewhere random. And just...
Centralization.
Yeah, just centralize that,
rook takes pawn.
And now we mobilize the rook.
Yeah, rook.
Yeah, rook e8.
Rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8 threaten queen e5 check.
Oh, that is good. Yeah,
I'm learning.
No. I mean, white's king is so exposed. It's hard to imagine black being in any real trouble. I think it's just, again, psychologically, do you want to go a pawn down and like kind of symbolically suffer? Rook c5. Oh, I'm actually trying to dice with death here with the white king. Heavy piece positions, they're just all about king safety, right?
Yeah, totally. Piece
Pawns,
activity, king safety.
Yeah.
Pawns don't matter.
Maybe, but not so much.
Yeah, they don't matter so much. It's mainly king safety. And so I think if you see b4, I think maybe he'll go, okay,
Ooh, queen c6.
Okay.
Mysterious.
Well, he doesn't want to let go of the pawn. Or maybe he does. Rook takes b5.
He's happily letting go of it. He's just covering his 6th rank. I think he was scared of this rook b6 idea, which looked harmless. Actually, the black king could have just defended. But I understand, like, mentally it's quite tough to let your opponent threaten checkmate in one and have to walk your king out into the open, allow loads of checks. And he's basically saying to Gukesh, if you play queen takes pawn, we'll go into a rook endgame draw. If you want to take my pawn, then...
Rook.
What choices, actually? Maybe even rook a8, but rook to c8, potentially.
Yeah.
I get rid of the pawn this way, and rook takes pawn, queen takes. The rook's on the wrong side. The rook needs to give a check to the black king, but can't. And this one should be a draw now.
But maybe you can.
If the white queen moves, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I think somehow I suspect that his plan might be to so let's run that. Rook takes b5 again.
Takes b5.
Can we?
Maybe rook
a8.
a8. Yeah, maybe rook a8.
Although rook c5. No, rook
now
c5.
he'll give a check. And then he'll be like, haha.
And then
the race is on. I don't know. Who's better?
I don't know.
I mean, white's not risking much here. White would just play queen d5 or something.
Yeah. No, it's just when you said that, I don't know, I'm in a funny mood. I got the Spice Girls again.
If you want to be in Centos.
No, it was the races on to get out of the bottom, that one.
Oh.
You've seen the Spice Girls.
I met the Spice Girls, you know.
Yeah.
I told them I was a chess player, and they were like, oh, that's so cool. And I was just like, okay, I've got to retire now. That's the highlight. That's the peak.
It is peak. I don't think I've ever met a celebrity. Like,
You've met.
I've met you.
You've met.
Yeah.
Vishianand.
Yeah. But outside of the world of chess, I don't think I've ever spoken to a celebrity.
You're not missing anything. No.
Yeah.
Queen C6 played.
Queen C6. Queen C6. Rook takes. Let's go. Rook takes B5. Let's go ambitious.
Okay. Rook to A8.
Rook to A8.
Rooks belong behind passed pawns.
And
wait. Rook takes what? What was Rook A8?
yeah, Rook A8 was not good.
Oh my gosh. Okay, it's that time of day that the blunders have begun.
They've finally materialized. Okay, so Rook C8.
Rook C8. Yeah. For some reason, I thought C3 was hanging out to the rooks came off there. Okay, Rook C8.
I also thought that too. Rook to D5.
Ooh, tricksy.
Yeah, but you can still go A4. Run.
Yeah, run. But now Rook D6. Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. So.
Wait, why?
Although there's Queen takes C3.
Ooh,
no, there's
H6.
Rook to D8. Rook to D8.
Yeah, this is mate as well. King.
Yeah.
Check.
Okay. Queen. Yeah.
Yeah, but Rook D8 was the tactic just to show Rook D5 is super clever, by the way. Like, that's a really nice spot, Jovanka. Like, now Queen takes pawn, yeah, Rook D8. GG. Game over. Deflection. And yeah, this is terminal for black. Rook D5 then. So Rook takes B5. Okay, Route 1. Most direct. Rook takes pawn. Rook to C8.
Oh, I know his plan. Rook D8. Rook E8.
Rook E8. Yeah, that must be it.
Yeah, because now, my friend, do you want to protect your rook or do you want to protect your pawn?
I mean, tough roast.
I don't know.
Yeah, the queen can't defend both of these. And I mean, we can go into a queen endgame, but ultimately a queen endgame, it's not about the quantity of pawns, it's about the quality. This one's quite far advanced, quite scary. I think if anyone, I would take black.
Yeah, unless if can the white king kind of
march
run? Yeah, because I was thinking somehow or other if you could stop the pawn at A3.
Or A3. Wait.
Yeah, you need to do it so that it's all protected. So like maybe Queen B1.
B1 check. King goes back.
And then Queen B2.
B2. Let's say yeah.
I mean, do we have? Okay, so now we run with a king.
Oh, wow.
I don't.
King maybe behind.
Behind, yeah.
Then the pawn is quite strong.
Yeah. King.
3.
And now check.
Check. King moves.
King.
It's hard to run in the open with kings, though. I mean,
yeah,
if the king goes,
literally dicing with death to do this.
The black queen could start snacking some pawns.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, this endgame is probably just a draw anyway. But like, even if these 2 pawns disappeared, 3 versus 2 in a queen endgame should be a draw.
Do you remember that game between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiana in Norway chess? That
Played
was
a lot of times.
the queen. That was also
recently.
queen endgame.
Recently, it was a queen endgame, and Magnus went very active with his king.
Yeah.
And ended up winning. You're right. He had a very strong pass pawn. I believe it was a black e pawn that was causing some trouble. Queen endgames have. I mean. The only thing I know about queen endgames is that nobody knows anything about queen endgames.
I know that you told me this, that you have to centralize the queen.
Yes.
The end.
The end. Yeah. The problem is when a pawn is running on the outside, centralization maybe doesn't help, but in general.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen, Nordibek Abdusattorov, and probably Jan Nepomniachtchi are the best queen endgame players I've seen in recent times. They always seem to win when they're better, always seem to draw when they're worse. And incredibly, Jovanka, even if these 2 pawns disappeared, and like, even if white were able to like play f4, march these pawns forward, I'm not sure how I demonstrate this on the board. Imagine these 2 and the f and all the black pawns disappeared. G and H versus nothing is a draw, which is crazy.
Yeah,
Queen endgames, there's a massive margin for error.
I remember there was a game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Magnus Carlsen where that was the case. So maybe he's not going back to the position. Maybe he's not thinking about rook takes b5. Maybe he's considering rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7 makes some sense. I guess the black queen could just slide or could try and gain time. Maybe a check.
Yeah. King h2.
A4.
And then now rook to... No, rook to d7.
Ooh, insisting on this idea.
Yeah, but you can also try and insist on trades, right? With queen to No, you don't really want to be going queen to g5, or do you?
Queen g5 is a bit risky, but maybe it works. Because black's pawn is so quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook d5.
Rook a8.
You can go here, and I mean, this is probably still a draw, but yeah, I don't know how much you want to risk double G. Actually, this is an easy draw. Double G against these three is going to be a draw. Like the black king will just sit and defend its pawns.
Yeah.
It's even harder actually for white to make any pass pawns. But yeah, I mean, it looks like all roads lead to home at this point. All roads lead to game 14, and with level scores. Yeah, even if black were to kind of just push, I don't know. And now, oh, actually, maybe now is like the one time you don't want to offer. Because rook a6, and we can't trade off these pawns. I didn't see a way, suddenly. This is like the nightmare scenario where these pawns remain on the board, and like you have to go back, and then the white king starts coming over this side, and
creeping.
Yeah, creeping. Good luck holding this as black. Probably.
No, you can't.
Or yeah, probably you suffer and fail eventually. The Ding has to force queens off and this pawn off to guarantee the draw.
Okay.
How does Gukesh play on though? I mean, we mentioned rook c7.
Well, he has to play on. He has to make a move because
9 minutes.
It's only 9 minutes, but he does get a 30-second time bonus per move, and he can now offer a draw. The players could offer draw as soon as they pass move 40. So
I think they're both too proud to offer draws, right? Jovanka. Ding at this point is 100% confident he's going to hold. Gukesh wants to win, wants to assert his authority after missing some chances earlier. He has black tomorrow. I mean, assuming this is a draw, what approach do you think they're going to take? Is Ding going to press? Is Ding going to try and bank it in classical?
I think Ding is going to...
Straight to tie breaks.
Yeah, he's going to play something quite solid, see whether Gukesh is also solid. Okay, and...
Takes with the queen.
Okay.
Hey. This is interesting but surprising. I mean, firstly, Ding could probably trade queens, but why not just take this pawn? I think I'd take the pawn. Queens, you don't actually guarantee. I think he's setting a trap. Like here, it looks like you're about to go for 3 versus 2, but then the white rook could step back. And will, I mean, it's not the most active square, but it will sit on a3, and then the white king will start coming. And the white c pawn's still alive to push later.
Okay.
The queen takes pawn surely now. Yeah, I think the danger will disappear with the removal of that pawn.
And the fact that Ding isn't automatically taking off queens suggests that, yeah, he's just calculating queen takes c3. Queen takes c3. Is there anything else?
Is Ding... Okay, he takes
no,
the pawn.
he takes the pawn.
Is he better? He's got... Oh, for a moment he had 3% chances of winning against 1% chance of losing Ding. But yeah, he does take that pawn on c3. I'm assuming Gukesh's plan is to go behind.
Yeah.
But it feels like there must be some way of giving a perpetual check while white goes off on this crusade against the a-pawn.
Yeah. Well, I get now it's time to mobilize the rook. I mean, the black queen is beautifully placed.
Yeah, she's done a lot of work. She's done 10,000 steps in this game, that's for sure. She's been defensive for most of it.
She can... I'm just thinking of the easiest, hassle-free way to draw.
Yeah, more professional way of doing this. Could we use the fact that the white rook is undefended? How about a check? Jovanka. King moves?
Yeah.
Now, how about this one?
Yep, and now there's queen takes pawn.
Pawn, check.
Okay.
Checks are the currency.
They are the currency.
Here in Singapore.
Well, they are certainly the currency in an endgame. So let's ask our AI assistant from Google. Let's ask her about the endgame.
We asked Gemini. Explain chess endgame strategy to a casual chess fan. Keep it snappy and simple. Here's Gemini's response. Your king isn't just for safety, but also to attack weak pawns and control squares. Promote pawns by reaching the opposite end of the board. Control key squares with your king to block your opponent.
Thanks, Gemini. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yep, and for these two, it's all about the end game. It's all about knowing those key end games, the ones that lead you to a draw, the ones that lead you to a win. And this one is on the highway to a draw, as we see that most likely queens will be traded off, and it's going to be rook and 3 versus rook and 2. So earlier on, we were just looking at the easiest way, the hassle-free way of drawing, and that was just giving a check.
Yep. This would have forced white's king back. I don't think you feel brave enough to go forward. Or maybe you do.
I'm going to go forward, David.
Really? Wow. If you go forward, firstly, I can give some checks, but I could also trade the queens and do it the boring way.
Oh, no, I was just joking with you. It's only because you set me the challenge, and I like to say yes.
And now, yeah, again, any check is going to be a nice one to play. So I think hitting this rook makes a little bit of sense. And no matter which way white captures, actually, queen takes or rook takes, there is a sneaky little check here.
Okay. And
can white escape from the checks?
Well, it will involve the king having to go out into the open.
Might start playing for a win, Jovanka. Oh, whoops. Rook c1. White's pieces look really offside.
Yeah, don't do that to me.
He does play queen e1 check.
Okay, so this was king.
King drops back.
And
queen to e3.
Queen to e3.
I think the best way for white is to kind of pull the brakes very quickly after queen to e3. Oh, he actually goes back to b4. He doesn't want any funny business. I was going to say, actually, white's in a bit of danger after queen to e3 if he plays for a win, but queen to b4, Ding's choice. This is going to force the queens off.
Yep.
Again, Ding, I mean, that's a tiny moment. It's just everything's going to end in a draw, but
yeah,
he's very much kind of asking Gukesh, please draw.
But the relief is going to be there for Ding, because for a long time he was on the edge. And I don't mean just over the board as well, because you got to feel the strain when you have these positions where checks there are possible, and there you see rook takes pawn. And here I expect the players just to make some moves and just agree a draw. Like, try.
There's only 98% of chance of this one being a draw, according to our friend.
I'm expecting that. Hang on, was that a draw offer?
Like he said something, but normally in a case like this, it's up to the side with more pawns.
Yeah.
The only side who can win here is Gukesh. It's normally up to him to decide on when the hands are shaken, when the draw is made. I would be surprised, actually, if Ding offered a draw. I think he's so confident he's going to hold this endgame that he would never stoop to those levels. And yeah, this one is just incredibly difficult for white to create a passed pawn. The black rook is going to play the role of troublemaker, hitting the white king, hitting the white pawns.
And the black king just stays there in the corner, just can go to h7. I have seen some people lose it, but that's normally when you've allowed white to push the white pawns all the way to g5. And
now your idea, Jovanka, of putting the white king on h5 and using the wall
potency.
of pawns. Exactly. No, this one should be a draw. It's just about Gukesh playing on. I actually think he's going to play on quite a while. I think we'll see at least another 10 or 15 moves. He just doesn't look like he's in the mood to end game 13 anytime soon. He's also got to think about tomorrow. Maybe the longer this game goes on, the more tired Ding will feel, the less time Ding has for preparation. Preparation is so important for the white side. Especially, you need to come up with new ideas to keep the game going. So maybe eating another half an hour off the clock, the literal clock, the 24-hour clock, is part of his strategy here.
Do you think that this is also in some way therapy? Because we did see Gukesh earlier on in his room, and he looked very reflective. Like, he knew he'd missed a golden chance. And so just by playing this out, it's a kind of a way of coming to terms with the fact that it's a draw, that he can just get over this because he has a new game to face tomorrow with the black pieces.
Yeah, perhaps it's just his way of buying himself more time, if anything, Gukesh, to think about things, to get over things.
I've done that many times.
To banish the memories.
Like literally, like, you know, you're so cross with yourself and somehow you haven't come to terms with the fact that it's not going to be the result you want. So you just carry on playing until you just go, okay, it's there. And there we see f4, the pawn that is unchallenged, stepping forward. This is a good in-game principle in general, as taught by Capablanca many years ago.
Great endgame player, Capablanca. Yeah, I don't really see any pitfalls for Ding in the near future, at least, until or unless he allows White to gain everything, White to push all the pawns forward. And yeah, I mean, that's somewhat alien for me, Jovanka. I would advise those at home to, for example, just move around with the rook, 49 moves, then push a pawn, wait for your opponent to lose focus, then 49 more moves, push another pawn, and get to the 200 move mark.
Upset your opponent.
Upset them, get under their skin. Ding's king, meanwhile, waiting.
I did get upset with an opponent of mine for doing something very similar. So it was, I had a pawn on c4, he had a pawn on c5, I was white, I had a pawn on c5, I had a bishop, he had a knight. And there was literally, like, there was no trick in the position. All I had to do was just acknowledge the fact that I could let his knight take the pawn and it would be a drawn king and pawn ending. That was it. And so he played, like, I swear, it was like an extra 75 moves. and then afterwards, he just threw the score sheet at me and said I deserved it. I was like, I was so mad. And I felt like going up to the arbiters and telling them that it should be my opponent inputting the game moves.
Buying everyone dinner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, at least there's no gamesmanship in this World Championship. Both players have behaved like really, really well. So respectful towards each other, it's got to be said. Of course, trying to beat each other on the board, but yeah, a lot of mutual admiration here. And Ding, meanwhile, literally chilling because he knows it's a draw. But Gukesh is going to try and come up with one final question, perhaps. Set one final trap. 3 pawns versus 2 pawns, rook endgame. It is a well-known draw, but it doesn't have to be a draw yet.
Okay, maybe we can have some fun and see how black can go wrong and how black can hold. So I mentioned that I've seen positions where black has kept the king in the corner.
Which Ding hasn't done.
Ding hasn't done, yeah. But I've seen situations where there's...
Let's say, for example, something like this.
Then
we're seeing some moves, but nothing's changing. So let's just demonstrate this, Jovanka.
Yeah.
For example, allowing the white king to step forward.
Yep.
If you give white everything.
We're getting something a bit similar, right?
Yeah, let's actually show that. So this is the live position. We're not expecting too much action. White's just pushed a pawn to g3, liberating the king. But yeah, if he continues waiting forever, I mean, especially if the black king gets pushed back, you could see a scenario such as this one where, I don't know, the white king gets to h5.
Yep.
And suddenly gets the pawn to g4 and soon threatening to kick the king away, march in with the white king. I think this is still a draw, but...
I think it is, but you have to be precise on where you're
going.
Where you're going. So, well, we might see something like this, except
check.
The king is...
Forced forward?
Yeah. And if black just waits on c6...
Rook going back?
Yeah.
Stopping any checks?
Stopping any checks. And the whole idea is that if the white king comes forward, you use your rook as a harasser, as you mentioned, rook c3.
Yeah, this is very annoying for white. How about if white starts with like h4, for example?
Yep. There is that. What is the kind of classic mistake that people make? Like, for instance, is g6?
I think g6 is a
bad move, right? Because h5.
Yeah, very big practical mistake at least. So this endgame, I believe, is still a draw. But I mean, actually, after king takes, it's unclear whether it is. But yeah, I mean, essentially, if these two pawns disappear, if black, say, just makes a move, this should still be a draw, but a lot of practical problems potentially. White at some point might step forward, might start coming with the king, a pawn on g4. The 6th rank blockade is barely holding anymore.
Yeah, there's also this trick. Can I also just point out when the rook comes to e5, the king is on g4.
White king is on g4.
And
example,
yeah.
Here?
No. So you say you haven't given a check.
Okay. Ah, rook e5.
Yeah, rook e5.
Okay.
So you have these ideas. I just wanted to show, and if you wait, rook a6.
Rook a6.
Then you can go rook e6 check.
I think it works here, unfortunately.
It doesn't work, but yeah, just...
Yeah, but just to show the idea, you simplify into a king and pawn endgame.
Yep.
Here, black's just in time to run
Yep.
with the king. But, I mean, just to show your idea in all its glory, Jovanka, how about king h4, black waits, g4, black waits, and now simplification, a check, and what not to do as black. Walk into a losing king and pawn endgame. So there are tricks to avoid. Essentially, if black keeps the pawn on g7, I think it's a quite simple draw. Even if black were to play g6, and as long as you get h5 in, I think that's, before white gets h5, I think that's a draw too, but a bit less compact to your pawn structure there. If you push your pawn, you might get checked a bit more from the back or the side.
Yep.
He's just asking Gukesh, what's your plan? The rook on a3 actually does a great job of stopping the white king ever going to h5.
Yes, so you can't go that direction. How to make progress, how to even dream about making progress. Can you... Okay, you guess you have to try with h4.
h4. And... Okay, black just waits. Again, g6 would be a mistake due to h5. So let's just wait.
And now rook check.
Check. Whoops, check. Black goes back.
And I'm thinking about these ideas of going f5.
5. Yeah, he plays h4. Your predictions. Yeah. Prediction queen, Jovanka.
Well, here there isn't that much choice if you want to make progress. So I was thinking, so one other key pitfall here. So say, for instance, the rook doesn't maintain its beautiful attack against g3 and say it steps up and gives a check, then you are running a risk there because the king comes up to h5 and then you get your g4. And you've even got funny ideas of checking.
Like this?
Yeah.
Check. And a check.
Check, yes.
Yeah, and this. Now, king takes pawn. I mean, maybe you can just take this one anyway, but you could also give a check and to come in with the king. And you take this pawn. Black king's actually on the wrong side, and I think this is winning. You never know 100%, but I think this is winning. The black king is really stuck in no man's land, and the pawn will eventually promote.
Yeah.
Lucina position, maybe.
Yes, I think it is. But now you've got, the king is on the wrong.
King's on the wrong side.
On the wrong side, yes.
G-pawn's normally the worst pawn to have if the black king's in front, but it's cut off across this way and across this way, the black king.
But you saw there actually how the attacker had to have a lot of help from the defender, you know, giving some worthless checks, helping the king go to where it wants to go. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make any progress.
First helping hand is moving the rook away from this third rank, tying the king down.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. You can always play f5, but again, black will just wait and king f4, then you start checking when the king cannot hide on the h5 square. I think that's the key. Let's go back to the game. He does push f5.
Okay, so now the key is don't give check.
Probably still a draw. But
it's probably still a draw, but you know, you are shortening the margin for a draw. So just hold that connection with the rook to the pawn. And there's no way that white can break it without like making some serious concessions. So for instance, white can go rook b4, rook f4. But you see, white has given ground with the rook. And now the main thing to remember is the cliche, teamwork makes the dream work. Use the king. So many times I've seen people forget to use the king as a defensive piece. It's got to be the team.
Yeah, it's got to be the team. And if the white rook ever comes across, it's not even threatening to challenge the black rook. You could even play moves like h5 check here and try and lure the white king away from this pawn.
Get back, my friend.
Kings are so vital in the endgame, and that's why Gukesh is not winning this one, because his king is tied down. Cannot get active. Wow, we're in for a huge finish, Jovanka. Tomorrow, I don't know what to expect.
Well, I think Ding will do a London system, trying to simplify.
Force a draw.
Force a draw. And then we are going to be game on in the tie breaks. I mean, in previous interviews, Ding has been talking about like the tie breaks. Like first he said that he'd be happy if he got to tie breaks, even if he lost. And now he's like, no, if we get to tie breaks, I'm going to win.
Yeah.
So he's feeling pretty confident there. He's got incredible instincts. We saw that
he really
when
does.
He's in time trouble. He's finding the best moves, the only moves, time and time again. Gukesh, he's got the better, I feel like he's got the better openings.
Yeah.
The ones that can put pressure. So I'm not sure I would completely write off Gukesh's chances.
Openings are huge in speed chess. If you can get a position you're comfortable with and your opponent less comfortable, you automatically win 5-10 minutes on the clock. And Gukesh, I would say, has been very consistent. He hasn't made any big one-move blunders. The 2 games Gukesh has lost, it's been maybe small inaccuracies, as opposed to Ding, who's made very big blunder when he lost at game 11, but also maybe a small but significant mistake when he lost game 3. Ding's made 2 of the bigger mistakes, but Gukesh has been very impressive in general. Okay, a check. We were just saying don't mess around too much, but he's doing it by force now, Ding. He gives a check. The white king now is forced to decide. If it goes back, the checks continue. If it goes forward, the white g-pawn is a target. This is a clearer cut path to a draw.
This is very instructive from Ding. And Gukesh, his hopes are dashed. He steps back with the king. Ding is going to be repeating the checks, and we're going to see this king and rook dance, and the game will be drawn. And now, with the very real possibility of tie breaks looming, the tension is going to go through the roof.
Yeah, really well. There we go. This is the 3rd time we've seen that position. It's a handshake. Game 13 ends in a draw. Score still locked. Tied. It's all going to be decided on the final day, game 14. Possibly tie breaks after that if they can't be separated. Wow, Jovanka, tension only building now.
I know, and what a game it was. You know, it was full of twists, turns. It was quite the roller coaster ride with that incredible time scramble where Ding just kept finding the most precise moves. And I don't know who's going to be happier here. Probably Ding.
Probably Ding. That is the face of a relieved man. Ding Liren dodging some bullets. At one point, maybe with a losing position, but he found all the key moves, defended as tenaciously as ever. And Gukesh came so close, did everything right. Gukesh played a very good game, but ultimately unable to close things out.
And it's going to come down to tomorrow's game. And there we see Gukesh slightly disappointed, but still one more classical game tomorrow, and we are ever closer to tie breaks. One classical game to decide it all.
One Ding to draw today at least. And there we see the score is 6.5, 6.5 after 13 games. Who would have predicted this? And I think all bets are off now. It's just about nerves. Who can hold their nerve? Who can get those wins? Show that killer instinct when the clocks tick down, be it tomorrow or be it in the tiebreaks.
Yeah, when the clocks tick down, the pressure increases. Now this one, as per usual, was a dramatic game, as we came to expect from game 14 to game 13. I mean, let's do a recap of how everything unfolded in Game 13 of the FIDE World Championship match presented by Googles. And it all began with Gukesh with the white pieces, trying for the last time e4, and of course meeting Ding Liren's e6, the French defense.
And we've seen this twice before between the players. Gukesh tried the French defense in Game 1, was scarred there maybe by the experience, ended up losing despite getting a good position from the opening Gukesh. And there was one other occasion in which the players made a draw. But this time we saw Gukesh repeat that Game 1 experience with knight back to e2. And it was only later this move a3, a bit of a rarity, surprising Ding, throwing him off and forcing him to burn time on the clock.
It was an excellent idea from Gukesh. Ding reacted with bishop to e7. He had many other choices, but this one seemed very fluid, just concentrating on developing pieces. Quick as a flash, Gukesh responds with bishop to e3. And this is where Ding settles into a very long think and comes up with knight to b6, which is a very concrete try aimed at getting the knight to c4.
He aims to land his knight in, forcing white to make some concessions. Gukesh very logically brought his knight forward, covering the c4 square. There was a trade of pawns, and now the black knight did land, but it was swiftly removed from the board. That knight had moved 4 times, was traded off for the bishop that had only moved once. So a bit of a gain of time for Gukesh. And here, perhaps he should have used that lead in development by bringing out his queen, attacking some weak spots in the black camp.
And that's something very easily to see in hindsight, that this was perhaps the correct response. But Gukesh, sensing that his position was fine, just went knight to g2, and the game continued with both sides developing.
Black pushed on the queen side. Again, very ambitious, very beneficial long-term, but short-term costing a bit of time. Castling, the white knight now attacked this b-pawn, again gaining a tempo. The black rook had to defend, and this is where Gukesh signaled his intentions, going for the black king, forcing a very committal but a very good move by Ding.
It was an excellent response from Ding, because here he wanted to simply stop the white queen getting to g4. So that's why he chooses dynamic play, playing f5, just making sure that the position is very unsettled. Now, it's here that Gukesh thought for a long time and decided to capture with en passant.
Yeah, he took the pawn as if it just moved once. No pawn bypassing him, that's for sure. And suddenly the game became a bit tactical. Rather than the move we were expecting, knight takes bishop, followed by pawn to d5 with lots of trades, lots of simplifications. Gukesh moved his queen out.
It's a very clever try just to keep the tension in the game, you know, attacking the knight and also signifying that they're going to develop their rooks towards the center.
Yeah, the white rook's coming towards the center there. Instead, though, Ding moved his queen across, allowing a trade and a step back. This is where Gukesh started to outplay Ding, started to gain some real chances. The black bishop's really bad. The black knight is a bit misplaced. White's just bringing rooks. White's got a beautiful bishop potentially when it improves itself. And after the queen came forward, white just pushing a pawn. Tactics after the knight retreated, Jovanka. This is where Gukesh shocked Ding with a great move.
Yeah, it was played instantly. Bishop to f4. You cannot take the bishop on account of rook takes e5, and the queen would be eyeing up both of those rooks. So that's why Ding, surprised, just moves his rook up 2 squares to cover the d6 square, but again was met instantly by Gukesh. Bishop to c7. Now, this seems to have somewhat discombobulated Ding, because here he makes a mistake. He drops the rook back to b7, allows the bishop to come to d6, and suddenly this position is very, very difficult for Ding.
That's right, Ding under serious pressure, both on board and clock right now. There was a trade of pieces. The white queen lands. A beautiful outpost. This pawn is attacked as well. Ding defends this pawn, and here, key moment. Gukesh pushes his pawn forward. He could have just mobilized his rook, pins on the open file, great position, but he goes for direct attack. And here, Ding, walking a tightrope, reacted to this check with a block.
He did. And then the queen sidestepped. And here was a very interesting moment. So after the rook stepped back to prevent rook to d8, the rook came to de1, inviting this trade of queen for 2 rooks. That was refused by Ding. That was actually probably the losing mistake. But here, instead of rook takes rook, followed by knight to e4, Gukesh missed his opportunity and instead went directly for knight to e4. And then here, Ding played perfectly.
The only move for Ding to save the game is the one he played. He moved his rook to f8 and ultimately, from here on out, played perfectly, defended really well. The white knight forks the queen and rook. The rook moves out the way with a counterattack against the white queen. And we saw Gukesh try to keep the tension, try to keep pieces on the board, but ultimately everything started to get traded off. Rooks leaving first of all. Now Ding activated his queen with some threats of his own. And Jovanka, the rest always looked like it was going to end in a draw.
Totally. Perfection from Ding. And there was absolutely nothing that Gukesh could do. So it's some extremely good defense, especially from c3, and wonderful, wonderful defense there by Ding.
Yep, he pushed his pawns forward. He got the queens off the board a few moves later. And ultimately, this rook endgame ended in a draw. Gukesh tried, but ultimately not successful. A very fair result in the end, but frustration for Gukesh.
Yes, and that means everything will be decided by tomorrow's last classical game, Game 14. Ding will have the white pieces. We'll see what mood he comes to the table.
And there we see the playing hall. The fish tank has emptied. I wonder what the players will say, though, about this game.
Yeah.
Especially Ding, who must have been feeling the heat.
Yes, I'm also curious to see whether Gukesh will be disappointed. Will he just take it on the chin? Will he feel like he could have got something more? But at the end of the day, it just comes to style, and it also comes to just small opportunities that was presented and not taken.
Yeah, it was just a really high quality game. I think this is modern chess at its best. Yes, there was one chance missed, but Ding ultimately held his nerve, and that's all you can ask. You're always going to give away chances. It's about whether you can defend. You're always going to get chances. It's about whether you can take them. So yeah, mixed emotions as we head into tomorrow.
Yeah, a very precise game. Perfect defense to end the end from Ding.
So impressive.
It's very impressive. And there we see the players ready at the conference. So let's go over to Maurice and Ding Liren and Gukesh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post-game press conference for game number 13, which ended in a very exciting draw. It is a bit late, already 10:15, so 5 hours and 15 minutes after the game began. So we will try to be as quick as possible, give the players an opportunity to prepare for tomorrow's very crucial game. I have, however, some questions for the players. The game was an extremely exciting one, very eventful, so I'll try to make it as quick as possible. And reporters, remember, you have one question. Please keep your question to one only at the mic when we're done. We'll try to do this as quickly as possible. First question is for you, world champion. Your opponent played the move A3 in the opening. You spent a little time on this move. Were you surprised by his choice?
Yeah, of course. He played a move over the cheek. And I was confused, and I have to figure out during the game. Yeah, because he delayed f4. In some line he will play f4, but some lines he will just play knight f3, knight f4. And yeah, this I don't know where it went wrong. It's already very difficult to play for black. Because normally when black can play f6, but here knight f6 is very strong.
So here the suggestion of a5 was given as the best move with analysis. And you play the move knight to b6, or the move knight b6 was played. And after a couple of moves, I have a question for you as a challenger right here. You played knight e2 when the move queen g4 seemed quite strong. Did you look at this option?
Queen g4, I briefly saw it was possible, but I did not think it was very strong. I thought what I got in the game knight e2, castle knight c3 should already be quite good for me. But maybe queen g4 was better. I did not realize that.
Okay.
6.
G6 now. Just now play the same with the knight on this square.
Oh, h5.
Yeah, move the queen and play this.
No g5 and knight h5. Just take. Okay.
There came another moment of importance on move 17. I'll just jump to that right here. You spent quite some time on this position before deciding to play queen f3. It looked like you wanted to take on d5 on f6 here, and play d5, but you decided this wasn't a good path, which may equalize.
Yeah, knight f6, take d5, I guess ed. If knight d5, just queen f7 or queen d5, queen e6. I didn't really see anything special here.
Rook d1, f d1. I think you are slightly better here.
Yeah, I thought I anyway should be like slightly better, but I did not think this was the maximum I could get from that position. Instead of queen f3, I was also thinking about queen g4. I mean, instead of instead of taking on
here.
Yeah, but rook b7 is quite nice actually. I couldn't see a follow-up here, so yeah.
Did you look at this line with knight f6, d5, and you just quickly said that rook fd1 bothered you?
Yes, I saw. I calculated this line. I think white is slightly better. If I am white pieces, I will go this line, or maybe I will here. I'll play d5. I don't know.
Yeah. Bishop e6.
6. Knight f4.
Take. Yeah, queen d5. Yeah.
Oh, looks slightly better for white.
There came another critical moment right after he played queen f3. There was the opportunity here to play actually knight takes d4.
Yes.
What did you think? Looking
Yeah,
at this
I missed the. If queen moves, I have play sometimes knight f3. I miss this idea.
So queen d1 here?
Maybe queen d1. I also miss this.
Seemed to be some opportunity to play for e5 and bishop f5. Going quickly to the next spot, jump in the game, there did come a big surprise, it seemed, on move 22, when here you played knight e7 and bishop f4 happened. What were your thoughts when this landed on the board?
I missed the queen e2. I only saw the queen e4, maybe I have bishop b7. And his queen e2 is very strong position to move. And yeah, he just slowly improved his position, and my position is very uncomfortable if I play this. Bishop f2 and rook e1, attacking the pawn. And if rook e8, bishop g3, stop e5. My position very hard to play.
Did you miss bishop f4 completely? Yeah. At this moment, when you play bishop f4, what were your feelings? Looked like a super strong move with the initiative all on your side.
Yeah, I had seen earlier that if you place knight e7, I have a bishop f4, this nice trick, and I thought once I get bishop d6, I should have quite a nice advantage, which probably was the case. But yeah, I couldn't see the knockout blow. Maybe there wasn't one.
Yeah, I don't think there was a definite knockout blow here, but maybe the surprise to many was that you actually took instantly instead of keeping this bishop. What was your decision there?
I didn't think allowing knight d5 was a great idea. Like knight d5, I mean, I should still be like better, but I thought with the knight on d5, yes, his defensive chances are better. But
okay, and the last moment that I will speak about is move 31, because that seemed like a massive turning point. Here, when knight e4 was played, you seemed to react in a big way. Did you feel like you were dead lost here?
My first intention to play this, but run into a very nice trick, knight f6. Losing immediately. I almost gave up because I didn't find any move to survive, to stay in the game. But in the end, I found the nice resource.
Your feeling when you play knight e4, were you thinking this game is over now?
yeah, knight e4, I didn't see rook f8. I mean, when he was thinking, I spotted rook f8, but yeah, when I played knight e4, I mean, my initial intention was to Like for example, rook e1, if he goes queen d7, I was planning to take and go knight e4.
Sorry, from which position?
Rook e1, queen d7.
Queen d7.
I was planning to just take and go knight e4, and there was some very complicated stuff happening. But
the engine gives this as winning, by the way.
yeah, I'm aware of that, but I'm still not sure. Like rook d7, knight d6, queen f8. Thinking something like queen d5, king h8, rook e1 maybe, but okay, it looks really good, but I don't know if this is like just lost for black, but
h6, just h6.
yeah, h6, something like rook e6, I don't know. I mean, it looks quite strong, but
look, just quickly, yeah, rook e6.
Yeah, it should be winning.
So he plays rook f7, he plays rook f8, and now it's turned over into a new game.
Yeah, knight
How did you
e4.
compose yourself?
I mean, rook f8 I saw, but knight d6, rook c7 I missed, but initially. Yeah, I mean, it was an unpleasant surprise, but I thought I could still press a bit. But yeah, I mean, I was hoping to get this queen rook, I mean, queen rook, and 3 versus 2. But once he exchanges queens, it's just a draw.
All right, an extremely tense game. Well played by both sides. Let's get the press to ask a few questions, please, so we can let the players leave as soon as possible.
Charlize from FIDE asking on behalf of your fans on our social media for both players. And this is from follower Maria3410. There's only one game left. How do you feel?
First, I'm very tired after a long game. And secondly, I need to decide what's the strategy for the next game. It's a golden game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like as close as the match gets, it gets only more exciting. So, quite excited, but of course it will be an important game, and yeah, I'll try to do my best.
Next.
MyClimateChess.com. My question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. I was outside the playing hall as you entered today, and you were walking very quickly. And one of my colleagues inside the playing hall said that your entrance was, quote, like a tornado. Did you feel like you had more energy or adrenaline or determination today, it being your last time as white? Did you feel any different entering the game today?
I mean, as the match, as the games get less and less, there's more at stake, obviously. So, yeah, I came for a fight. I was feeling fresh. I was feeling confident. So I mean, I just and I also had this cool idea prepared. So I was quite excited to play it, and yeah, it was a good game. Maybe this one moment where I could have played rook 8 instead of knight e4, but overall, I think just a very good game.
Thanks for the explanation.
Hi, I am Atriya from Rev Sports. My question is for Gukesh. Tomorrow is possibly going to be the biggest game of your life, and you don't show it, that you never look under pressure, but playing with black in such a pressure cooker game, do you think, I mean, mentally things will be sort of different tomorrow?
I mean, obviously there will be nerves and there will be a lot of excitement. It's yeah, a very important game, but my approach will be the same, just to go there with the same kind of energy and just give it my best and see what happens.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. My question goes to world champion Ding Liren. You once said in a Chinese interview that wearing the crown is heavy. So as you're approaching the end of your second match, I'd like to know which has been a more psychologically stressful and difficult situation. Is it going after the crown and becoming world champion in the first match, or is it trying to defend your crown and your world champion title against a younger challenger in your second match?
Well, I think yes, I have the experience of playing the last game of the World Championship match. What's your question?
Is it more psychologically stressful going after the World Championship in your first match or trying to defend it in this match?
Or maybe last time the most stressful.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Sahil, representing the Chicago Chess Foundation. My question is for you, Gukesh. It is well known that Vishwanathan Anand, or as you like to call him, Vishy Sir, was an inspiration for you even at an early age. With that in mind, do you have any inspirational words that you'd like to share to the young and up-and-coming players across the world watching your performance here in Singapore?
Yeah, firstly, happy 55th birthday to Vishy sir. And yeah, I mean, he has been an inspiration and a role model for me and millions of others. And I'm glad that I could, play in the same level as he played a lot of years. And my message to younger players would be just to enjoy the game. Yeah, that is the best advice I can give.
Thank you. I'm sure winning the match tomorrow would be a good present for Mr. Vishy Sir himself.
Hello, I'm Nemo on behalf of the Singaporean Chess Federation, and this question is for Ding Liren. Last World Championships, in an interview, you had mentioned if you had lost the match, you would have potentially considered quitting chess. How is your mental health going to round 14 in your second ever World Chess Championship match? And regardless of result, do you see yourself continuing chess for years to come?
Yes, I think I will continue my career, but maybe just play lesser tournaments instead of play more rapid and blitz than classical.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you both.
Hi, this is Aditya from Bangalore Chess Club. My question to both of you, after 13 intense games, how are you managing the fatigue, both physically and mentally, to maintain the peak performance every day?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 13 games in a World Championship is quite a tiring challenge. But yesterday we had a rest day, so I feel energized, and yeah, there is one more game to play, so might as well give it my 100%.
How are you managing the mental and physical fatigue of a match?
It's just I feel normal for today's game, just having pressure out of the opening, and no extra pressure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, this is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Question for both. After 13 long games, this is going to be the final game before Rapid. So just your mentality going into the final game. It's something like a winner takes it all mentality. And Gukesh has shown some extraordinary maturity right from the candidates. So your thoughts going into it, and as well as world champion Ding Liren.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of fitting that the match has gone so close, because we both have showed a lot of fighting spirit, and we have played some very entertaining chess. So this last game, yeah, my approach will be to be at my absolute best shape and just enjoy this experience, because there's something that every chess player wants to experience, and I have the chance. So I'll enjoy it, give it my best, and whatever the outcome is, I'll enjoy it.
Yeah, just to be ready for the last classical game, and nothing else.
Well, the words fighting spirit says it all. The players have not lacked that whatsoever and have kept us all on the edges of our seats. Fantastic match. We will play the last classical game tomorrow, thanks to the players. And everyone, have a good night.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.